The best PlayStation podcast in the world, Sacred Symbols, is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their amazing AG1 formula, which you can read up on right now at athleticgreens.com/sacred. I think the biggest surprise with AG1 is that it tastes good, which is funny because when you consider everything that's in it, it doesn't exactly read like a gourmet meal. But that's the idea. With Athletic Greens staggering 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens, you'd expect it to taste like a plant or something, but it doesn't. And since it's so easy to take, it's a flavored glass of water basically, you won't have to make any excuses to enhance your bodily health and energy level. My friends, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 219, although the Zencaster link says 119, and it's just going to haunt me for the entire show. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my well-hydrated son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today, my friend? It seems like you're in the same room you were in last week. The camera isn't moving. Some people wrote in calling it like an anime camera. You know, that was because, you know, anime obviously very, you know, sometimes very cheaply made. They just would go around the same cell and look at everything. But you look more settled in. You look healthy. You look vibrant. How's everything going in California?
Pretty good. I mean, it's you know, it's the sun outside. It's like crazy heat wave, but I barely noticed it because I've just been inside all the time, just like building furniture and just getting the place kind of sorted out. I'm at the stage where I'm hanging art and stuff. So it's like, nice. It's there. It's starting to feel like a place that I can exist. But it just feels nice to just broadcast from a room with light, like natural light.
Yeah, it is. You know? That's the way it was. Remember before I got my blackout curtains and it was fucking every shot up. But you like it because the sun's not blaring in your eyes like it was for me, probably.
Yeah, it's not blaring in my eyes. And also just like, I don't know, there's just something about just having sunlight pouring through a window. Like even if it's just kind of like off to the side or just like not even particularly, I don't know. Because I was broadcasting from a secluded, like a box before with like no light whatsoever. It was just
Hitler's
walls,
bunker.
Walls.
The Führer bunker, as they would call it.
It gets a little, I don't know. There's something about it psychologically. I don't know what it is exactly, but I like it a lot.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that. It does me good to see you. And of course, Dustin Furman, executive producer of Last Stand. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm great. Just I got distracted before the show trying to figure out if I could transfer a PS1 save to a USB stick because I'm going to my parents' house. Right?
There's no way.
It's definitely possible.
A PS from a memory card?
Yes.
To a Dex drive?
To a USB stick.
Yeah, but how do you do that? So they make like a peripheral that you can do it? Like
so you need
I want to know.
You need a soft modded or a memory card that has free McBoot on it is what it's called. And basically that's a soft mod for your PlayStation 2 that all you got to do is put in a memory card. It's that easy.
Oh, I'm totally forgetting PS2. Okay.
Right.
Yes,
oh, yeah.
So PS2 has USB ports. Now I understand.
Right.
Go on.
Yeah. I could not get it to work, but I realized I was like, I have a little bit of time before the show. And then it was 12:55 and I was like, oh, it's time to go. So but hopefully I can figure that out just because the game I'm playing, which we'll talk about later, I really want to bring with me because I don't want to have to wait till next Tuesday to play it again. But I don't know if that'll be possible in time.
That is such a weird memory that's being unlocked. I totally forgot that the PS2 had USB ports.
Yeah.
I don't know why I forgot that, but that seems like something that like just wasn't possible at that time, but it just was.
I must have just only used it with not even the modem, I don't think. I think maybe the camera. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, the iToy.
Yeah, right. The iToy needed it.
Dude,
it's so weird.
I discovered a lot of people probably remember this or know about it, but I didn't know that there was a accessory for PlayStation 3 that read PS1 and PS2 memory cards that was only released at the launch of the PS3. I'm pretty sure it's worth well over $100.
I've never heard of that. That's so interesting. It's surprising that that's not in Astro, because they get there's some pretty obscure shit in that game, like the PSP GPS thing, which I don't think even came out in the United States. Like there's all sorts of random shit on there. That would be cool. I don't think I knew about that peripheral. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I didn't know about it either, and it sucks because I would like to have one, but I'm not spending $100 for that. I've spent $100 on a bunch of stupid PlayStation stuff recently. Can't go that far. Oh,
imagine for a moment PlayStation supporting backwards compatibility in that way today. That they would build an entire peripheral for the fucking memory cards from your previous console. That's insane.
Yeah, that's cool.
That is mythical.
Well, that's the thing that's interesting about PlayStation 2 to me, is that it literally just has the PS1 hardware right on the motherboard. And so it's not emulated or anything like that. It's a totally authentic PlayStation experience. Only you can use component out and get the best video quality, which is why I use PS2 instead of a PS1 for that. So,
oh yeah, I didn't have component cables on my PS2. I had component cables for my Wii, which was nonsense. Although pretty similar resolution, but I remember getting those Nintendo component cables. That was the first time I ever used component cables, and I was like telling myself I saw a difference, but I totally
it's a huge difference.
I don't think I could see it on my little 720p Toshiba 20-inch TV. I don't think I noticed any difference at all, to be honest.
That was so long ago, because I remember my original Xbox, I didn't have component cables for. I had a coaxial adapter.
Oh, even for 360.
God, a coax,
not for the 360.
Oh, for the original Xbox.
The original Xbox, because my TV
right.
just didn't have the AV components.
Totally.
Which I was like, oh, I guess that was just not a thing for a lot of TVs. So I had this coaxial. I had to change to channel 3 to play my Xbox.
Dude,
I totally remember that. Dreamcast was the last one I had to do that with. Similar time frame. Because I didn't have I had a shitty TV until 2000. I bought myself I bought a Sony Trinitron with my deli money that I saved for like months and months. And then several years later, I went to college, and my dad helped me move, and he helped me move my and then I moved out. So he came back and helped me move my TV and just ripped the entire bottom off of it by like getting it stuck on something. So like there's that plastic stand on the bottom where it's all great things. That was like the most expensive thing I'd ever bought in my entire life until true adulthood. But boys, welcome to the show. It's good to see you. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go up live each and every week. You can get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Recent Sacred Symbols Plus episodes. One is going up this weekend. So by the time many people hear this, it'll already be live, about wrestling games. And it was a really fun kind of delving into, pro wrestling and the SNES and Genesis wars, and then stuff on N64 and PS1, and the way, Fire Pro Wrestling and Rumble Roses and all the random studios, Aki and Ukes and everything. It was fun because I don't know very much about that stuff, and I learned a great deal. Also, Micah and I are going to record a spoiler cast and review discussion for The Last of Us Part 1. That will go live next week. We did recent episodes on Atari. We did strategy guides, shovelware. Oh, I realized I wrote wrestling in here twice. And other things, mailbags. I was going to call you Danny. That's not your name.
Oh.
Dustin recently did a mailbag as well. And of course, you can find on Patreon links to our Discord. More than 5,000 of you there. Fun. You'll find me in the memes channel. As always, the more offensive, the better. And merch, Last Stand Media store. Well,
you're invited. Don't say
within, I don't even want to say good taste, but within general norms of humor. Let's say that.
Sure.
Okay. Let's not get too crazy with it. My friends, before we get into some items of discussion, got a big episode this week, I think. I don't know how long it'll take us, but quite a bit of interesting news to get through, especially one thing, because Jimmy's crying. Was that sound like Van Halen at all?
I think we're going to get a copyright strike from that. Honestly, it's CD quality.
Someone predicted on Discord. When I saw like all this, I'm like, I'm naming the show. Oh, Jimmy's crying, and I am. And someone predicted it because someone had said something, and I was like, you're going to love the name of this. And they predicted that that's what I was going to name the show. And I'm like, Mind meld with the audience. Appreciate that. What's going to bother me though about that name is that 2 names in a row have used an apostrophe, like in a slang, you know, because last week was Savage Garden with an apostrophe.
Right.
And now, so that's a little annoying, but nonetheless, what was I talking about? Zachary Smith wrote into us. Remember, you can write in on Patreon, one of your perks. It says, hey, CDC, hearing the stories of weird old guys at the urinal across the pond, and I wanted to share my story from the US. In a restaurant bathroom several years ago, I walked up to the urinal, unfurled my willy, and began doing my business. The old man at the urinal next to me let out a prolonged ah and said, that's one of the things I miss most about being young is the piss pressure. I used to be able to push a book down the street with my piss. I gave an awkward thanks and promptly left the room. I don't know why one would ever need to push a book down the street, but I wanted to let you know that weird old men aren't limited to Europe. Watch your back out there and keep fucking that chicken. Thank you. I would argue weird old men are mostly in Europe, but we also have our weird old men here as well. Yeah. I just wanted to share that. Now people are writing in with all manner of stories. Some of them are getting more and more disturbing. So I'm going to tamp it down now at this point. But we had 2 British stories in a row. I didn't want to make it seem like only the British are weird. Of course, we're weird here too. Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be fine.
I love that you said thanks. That's such a good response. It's like, thanks, I guess.
It's a compliment. I feel weird saying this, but my best friend Ramon, I always bust his balls, I guess, pardon the pun, about his piss stream. I mean, because it's enormous. You can hear it everywhere. We were talking about it recently. You can hear. And by the way, someone wrote in about what I was thinking of when I was thinking of someone peeing and then getting it sprayed back. It's Curb Your Enthusiasm. When Larry is, I guess, taking some meds and he's got like a really strong stream, then the pee gets on the picture of Jesus in the bathroom or Virgin Mary or something or whatever it is, and it's crying. So that's like what the whole episode is about. So thank you for writing in about that. But Zachary, thank you for telling your story, and let's put this to rest for now.
Yeah.
However,
I can't handle this for much longer.
A 3-week arc on Sacred is a strong arc. Usually they're only 2 weeks, but
I don't know if I ever told, I must have said this to you guys in the past on this show. I want to hire someone to be like our part-time historian. Like at some point I want to deploy some poor soul and be like, your entire job is to just listen to old episodes of Sacred Symbols and just pull out anything that's interesting or noteworthy or funny out of them. And then we can keep all of these things. And then perhaps we can have a more strict run of arcs, the arc pooping during the date. That was one of the famous arcs, of course.
Yeah.
We were starting something, although I've pulled back about the possibility of crying, shitting and coming at the same time. So
yeah, I think this trilogy of old weird men, I think it's one of the most unnecessary trilogies since the Hangover trilogy. But I think we finished it. It's good. We're done.
Yeah, I agree. John Kosciuszko, I think I'm saying that right. Kosciuszko. That's a lot of vowels, man.
That's a hard one to get.
Yeah. Hey, Sacred Crew. This morning I awoke in a cold sweat. I had visions of Ballistic Studios' Projekt Bates, a prequel to Downton Abbey, a gritty retelling of Mr. Bates' tour in the Boer War. In the style of Supermassive, perhaps vignette style, his meeting of Lord Grantham, the events that led up to his leg injury, the forming of the bond that transcended class, ending with his arrival at Downton. Was this a prophecy or was this a fever dream fueled by too much hard Mountain Dew and Doritos? I hope for the former. Maybe with enough of a Christmas bonus, Chris can will this into existence. Forever dreaming of the Downton game. I just wanted to acknowledge that you wrote that in, John. You know I love Downton Abbey. I really, really do. So if you ever write in about Downton Abbey, you're probably going to get read on the show. Glad you had that dream. I love the idea. Seeing Mr. Bates and Lord Grantham during the Boer War would be very powerful. Indeed, because that is where their friendship was forged in the trenches. Okay. Anthony C. wrote in and said, hey, Sacred Slitter Lickers.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, let's move on. He says, I forgot to write in on last week's episode about the ridiculous claim that New York has the best pizza. Us Chicagoans will like a word. We will not stand for this utter disrespect. Colin and Chris stand down. Chicago has superior pizza. I mean, are you kidding me? I like Chicago style pizza, actually, quite a bit.
It's a great whatever it is.
Right. But it's something you eat with a fork and a knife. It's like a casserole. And it's really good. It really is. There's a place I've said before. It's good, obviously, in Illinois, but in Patchy's Pizza in San Francisco, which is a small chain, has amazing Chicago style pizza. But it's not pizza. It's just something else. I don't know what it is, but it's not pizza. I'm not insulting it, Chris, but
yeah, no, that is the biggest. If I'll put it this way, if somebody invited you to a pizza party, let's say you're in high school, and this is like one of the highlights of your week, a pizza party, right? And then you show up and it's just Chicago style pizza.
My God.
You're disappointed. You're a disappointed person. Not because whatever's there isn't good, but because you have set yourself up for an expectation, a palate, if you will, that you are going to have what most people would colloquially agree is pizza. And you arrive and that's not what's there. What's there is like it's more of like a pie or like a casserole or something, whatever the fuck it is. It's very good, but it's not pizza. I'm sorry. I remember I had this experience in New York even because I remember I somewhat recently, my family was like, hey, come over to Aunt Sylvia's house. We're having a bunch of pizza and like just drinks and stuff. I was like, oh yeah, sure. I could go for some free pizza. Why not? And then I get there and it's only Sicilian. And I'm like, this isn't exactly what I was in the mood for. Because
that's interesting.
It's a whole
Chris
different
the choosy
vibe.
beggar, apparently.
But Sicilian pie is different. I like Sicilian pizza, but it's got to be an option.
That's what I mean. You can't say we're having pizza over here and it's just Sicilian. That is lunacy. I'm sorry. If I'm having pizza at my house and I invite people over, if they're Sicilian, that's like a secondary thing,
right? Or grandma's pie. It's the same thing with a grandma pie or something. Like there's different kinds of pies you would have to accommodate the central New York pie, right? I agree with you completely.
Now, here's a question I have: is that there's a lot of discussion between the two of you about is it all perfectly legal to call it pizza or not? This Chicago cuisine, right? But we call taco pizza, but really it has very little in common with actual pizza other than bread and maybe cheese. And that's it. And those two elements are also part of what consists of actually more than that because it also has the sauce. So while I agree with you guys that I think that the Chicago deep dish pizza is its own category, I'm willing to give it the title of pizza, but you must be distinct when describing it. You can't just say, oh, we're having pizza. And then it's one of those things you got to clarify in that situation because it's so different. If you went to a party and there was only taco pizza, be like, what the fuck? Same situation. Both need to be clear.
But that's the thing. It's like if you have to clarify, then it's not, is it? Because like you could, if I told you we're having pizza, then you would know what I mean. And you would know what to expect. You would have a mental image. You would understand what's there. But if you arrived and it wasn't that, then you would agree that it's like, oh, that's not what I thought it was. And yet I knew that I was going to be having pizza. So what the fuck is this? I don't know. I just think generally like I would describe it as pizza adjacent in the same way that like, those, those Tostinos, like kind of like quick to ready, like microwave style fucking.
Like a Hot Pocket?
No. Oh my God.
Tostinos.
The real thin
pizza.
ones. They're like $2.
Yeah,
I know
like
these.
Small, or like Celeste. Like frozen pizzas.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, the stuff that you get at the store, right? Like that's not really like if I was inviting people over for pizza and I gave them that, it'd be like, what the fuck? It's still pizza, but it's not exact. I don't know. Like I feel like pizza needs to be cooked in a specific way. It needs to be like, I feel like it needs to be a specific size. I feel like there's a lot that goes into what makes a pizza. And whatever Chicago is, I don't think that's what that is. Again, it's good. It's very delicious. I've had it numerous times and it's always been very great. But I wouldn't describe it as like, oh man, that was a great pizza. Like I just wouldn't, it would feel weird to say that.
I mean, let's give credit where credit is due. The whole honey, dipping your crust in honey thing is a Chicago pizza thing because that's like the time you actually pick up the pizza with your hands. See, what I think what's cute about this is that you're going to contend that a pizza in which you have to eat it with a fork and a knife, like you're fucking Mr. Pitt eating a chocolate bar, is a better pizza than the pizza we're eating at any corner in New York City or on Long Island or even up in New Haven and other places, New Jersey. I don't think so. But Chicago style pizza has a place. I like it. I used to eat it a lot. I lived with someone for many years from Illinois, and that's the kind of pizza they swear by. But it's got a place. It's certainly not the superior style pizza. It is a belly bomb, man. If you go to Patchy's and you get a pie, like a normal Chicago pie, it's like a fucking cinder block when you're carrying it out. It's amazing how much food it is. It's very expensive too, but
yeah,
I digress. Cake. Yeah, right. It's exactly what it is. It's not, I don't know. Well, come on. Thanks for writing in. Ben wrote in and said, hey guys, is mac and cheese a main dish or a side? My friend recently served it as a main dish with no sides, and I felt like it was a bit insulting. Thank you for writing in, Ben. The answer is it's a side. It's certainly a side. I think it's weird to serve that as a main dish. I love mac and cheese, like big fan. You don't have to get too sophisticated with it. The more sophisticated your mac and cheese becomes, the worse it becomes, generally speaking. Whoa. I do like some breadcrumbs in there, bacon, jalapeno, but if you're getting like a bunch of different million cheeses in there, like, at some point you got to kind of calm down a little bit.
There can definitely be too much conflicting cheese. I agree with that. Like too many cheeses is a bit much, but like, I don't know, man. Like there was this place in the city that I used to go to all the time. It used to be in St. Mark's. I think they moved somewhere else, but in Manhattan, there was this place called Smack. It was S''Mac. And they had all of these different like styles of mac and cheese. They had like cheeseburger, like mac and cheese, and they had like, and it was all delicious. I'm sure they're still around, like, and you can look at the menu online. It's very simple, but at the same time, you look at it and you're like, oh, this is like, I would want to try most of this stuff. So I do feel like you can get pretty sophisticated with mac and cheese, and it can become, I think it has the potential to be a main as long as there's sufficient additives in it. You know what I mean? Because like I could eat sides as a main dish for like people think I'm insane, but me and Sweeney agree on this. But like I could eat like those plates of when you go to like a sushi restaurant or like a Korean barbecue and they serve the bubbles of white rice on like a plate. I could literally just eat that for a long time and like be totally set. There's something so like deliciously bland about a plate of white rice.
I love white rice, dude. You're preaching to the choir. We got the rice cooker going every day.
Yeah, so. It's like I don't know. There's something about it. But so like as far as like sides being served as a main dish, like I don't know. It's as long as it's delicious. I don't give a shit what you serve me. Like it could be a colloquial side, and I'll take it as long as it's good.
Chris, I have to agree. May it rest in peace, Ben's old pub, Reclamation, had a mac and cheese dish, which was mac and cheese, nice breadcrumbs, topped, this may offend some people, but pulled pork all over it with barbecue sauce.
No, that sounds boss.
And it was
the barbecue sauce.
It was killer. It was a tasteful amount of barbecue sauce. It wasn't, I don't want that like mixing with the cheese too much, but like drizzle on top, man, that shit was fire. So, but here's the thing. In the case of our friend Ben here, different Ben, I assume maybe this is Ben Smith writing in, but probably not. In this case, it depends. Like, did your friend like plop down some Kraft mac and cheese for you? Because that's absolutely unacceptable. If you invite someone over, it has to be one of these more extensive options that Chris and I are referring to, for sure.
At least like cook a fucking couple chicken breasts, at least, like, you know what I mean? Like just some protein aside from just cheese and starch. Holy shit.
That's going to be like glue in your stomach. Like you're moving a mile a minute after.
Yeah, I'm Italian, and we like our pasta, right? We make our gravy and all this kind of stuff. But that's the reason that you have to have sausages, meatballs, pork chops in the sauce. You got to have it, and you got your bread on the side, and you got your salad afterwards. And that's the way it goes. You can eat your salad beforehand too, but we eat our salad after.
You got to have pasta with other things, generally speaking. Like, I can go occasionally, like if it's like a rough, it's like, man, I'm just too lazy today. I'll make a lazy mac and cheese with nothing in it and be like, whatever. And it is delicious. Sure. Like I love mac and cheese. That plate of mac and cheese that fucking oh my god, Kevin McAllister makes in Home Alone.
Yes.
Looks so delicious, and it pisses me off every time that he doesn't eat it. Every time I watch that movie, I'm like, eat it. But I know he can't. They can't.
Someone, I think, didn't you say this recently on the show? I feel like
it was.
Am I having a fucking? Oh, okay. No. I was like, oh my god,
this is clearly a very important thing to Chris.
No,
it has been brought up multiple times.
It's been on my mind lately. Like,
yeah, I can see that.
I think I've seen it.
I didn't know you had so much passion about that. There's so much passion about Home Alone in so many different ways. First of all, I think Home Alone's an awesome movie. I really love that movie. Mm-hmm. I think it's arguably the greatest Christmas movie. But
I love it, yeah.
There's so many different ways to analyze it, and people are just obsessive about it. It's so funny. Like, where did they make all their money? It's a beautiful house. And such a big family. The robbers themselves, you can write a fucking 3-volume work on these guys, the Wet Bandits alone.
It's a weirdly fantastical movie for how, technically grounded it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's literally just a family in a house and a kid is left at home. But like, why are there 40 children? What is this house that feels like a goddamn like Resident Evil mansion?
It feels like a foster home or something.
Yeah, those adults were getting down. They were doing work, apparently.
Definitely.
For all these kids.
Definitely.
Insane. It also has the best rendition of Carol of the Bells I've ever heard still to this day. That scene when he's setting the trap and the music that plays, it's so unironically great.
Yeah, it's haunting. Yeah.
It's so good. Yeah, it is scary. It's like it's like Halloweenish.
Yeah, it is. Totally
very weird.
It's too bad they don't really. Maybe if this was an SNES podcast or an NES podcast, we could do a Home Alone episode. But alas, we'll have to. We already did Home Alone on Knockback, so I can't even tell you that we would do that one day as well. But Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Curology's fleet of awesome skincare products, and you can learn more about everything they have for you right now at Curology.com/sacred. We talk a lot about taking care of yourself on the show, mind, body, and soul kind of stuff. But when it comes to the body, there's an oft overlooked facet to self-care, and that's your skin. See, being more comfortable in your skin, so to speak, is actually something you can control. And a great way to do that is with Curology's skin cleanser, lotions, and other products that can help you better and even ameliorate a host of common skincare issues. Better yet, they deliver it all straight to you and do so at an affordable rate. My friends, if you want ultra-easy skincare that's actually made for your skin, Curology is the way to go. You'll get a custom prescription cream made for you by a dermatology provider for your specific goals, whether that's tackling acne, clogged pores, skin texture, dark spots, fine lines, or something else. You start by taking a short online quiz, and if it's a good fit, they'll ship you your formula right to your door. Now, you'll almost immediately notice the difference when you wash your face with Curology, just as an example. Your skin literally feels so much better to the touch and to be in, you know what I mean. But I've got to tell you something. It's their so-called rich moisturizer that has really won me over, and while it works great on my face, I've got to admit, it has totally eliminated persistent hand and arm dryness I was experiencing this past summer, being in and out of the AC all the time. I was actually blown away by how much better it worked than the stuff I've been buying for years, and it's just another awesome option for skincare provided by Curology. Because it's about your face, yes, but it's also about that skin suit covering the rest of your body too. As a man in his late 30s, and as someone who has had skin cancer in the past, I try to be mindful of my skin and my routine. Curology has simply upped my game with its high-quality creams, lotions, and cleansers, and there really is no comparison. So get started with Curology just like I did, with a free 30-day trial at Curology.com/sacred. Just pay $5 for shipping and handling. That's Curology.com/SACRED. That's Curology.com/sacred to start your free 30-day trial. Cancel anytime. Prescription subject to consultation. The best PlayStation podcast in the world, Sacred Symbols, is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their amazing AG1 formula, which you can read up on right now at athleticgreens.com/sacred. Now, some of you may not know it, but I like to work out, and I do hard interval training style cardio every single day, and lift weights most days too. Doing so requires a lot of energy, and when I took Athletic Greens AG1 formula, I noticed an immediate difference in my energy levels while working out. And getting a good workout makes me feel better throughout the day and into the next day too, so it's important for me to support that endeavor as best I can. I think the biggest surprise with AG1 is that it tastes good, which is funny because when you consider everything that's in it, it doesn't exactly read like a gourmet meal. But that's the idea. With Athletic Greens' staggering 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens, you'd expect it to taste like a plant or something, but it doesn't. And since it's so easy to take, it's a flavored glass of water basically, you won't have to make any excuses to enhance your bodily health and energy level. Now, it's 2022, and so everyone has their own eating lifestyle, and that's fine. AG1 fits into basically any type of restriction you can think of. It's vegan, paleo, keto, and free of both dairy and gluten. It's also affordable at less than $3 per day, especially cheap considering the high quality ingredients you're getting from every glass, and the boost to your body that provides day in and day out. And would you believe it? Thousands upon thousands of people online agree. Athletic Greens totes 5-star reviews galore online from people who use and love it. My friends, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day, that's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/SACRED. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. I want to read this last one before we get into some of the news items we have to get through. Lots to talk about. Connor Bright wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Solitas, Colin, got to issue a quick stand down to Colin. I'm sorry, I just butchered that. During advice you gave last week on podcasting, Colin, you said that Sacred Symbols has no presence and will not have a presence on TikTok because of the CCP influence of fair assessment. Dustin and Chris brought up Sacred Symbols clips on TikTok and Instagram, which is me. The shorts format is more than just young people dancing and Colin and the organic reach and opportunity you're missing out by ignoring YouTube shorts and Instagram reels is a shame. As much as I would love to see Colin hit a sick gritty to some Lizzos, I don't know what the fuck that means. What did I just say?
I know what
hit a sick gritty to some Lizzo
gritty
song. The format is so much more than that. If you aren't scared of the challenge, I'd happily pitch you my ideas for Sacred Symbols shorts and how that will organically help Last Stand Media. I appreciate, first of all, Connor, do whatever you want. That's totally fine. If you want to do you have these unofficial channels or whatever you want to pimp our stuff. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. We have to draw the line somewhere. Now we realize that we're talking about where are we drawing the lines. We're buying more merch. We just had a conversation, very brief, before the show began, where we're sourcing hats from Vietnam, and we're like, is that a line? And I'm like, no, I think that's fine. I think I think Vietnamese society is much fairer. I think there's much more of an equitable economic outcome there. It's still much cheaper to do business there than it is in many parts of the world. I'm not saying that, but I don't feel like it's quite as abusive. I think you can have some sort of line in the sand and not cross that line. Also, we fought them to a draw. I mean, kind of got to respect that. And I think that's putting it nicely as well. So maybe show a little bit of respect for Vietnam. Yeah. But in all reality, in all seriousness, I don't want to be on TikTok as a company. I really don't. I appreciate organic growth and all of this kind of stuff, but I kind of like what we do. I think it's kind of a secret in some way. It does very well, but it's a secret. And we're not everywhere. You're not going to hear our ads or anything like that. I don't know. Maybe you guys disagree. Chris, do you have any thoughts on this? Do you think we should be advertising more and be more present on these places? Or because I think about that sometimes. I don't know if you experience the same thing, Chris. You might. You actually probably do. Is that social media doesn't drive any of our traffic? Like if you put up a video on Twitter, even if it gets like 2,000 likes or something, it's not driving traffic. It's just not. Traffic is driven by podcast services and YouTube. It's not driven by anything else.
Yeah, it's weird. I've noticed, because obviously I do YouTube as well. I used to focus a little bit more on it back when we first started the show. But I think, I don't know, sometimes I would post something to Twitter and I would see the analytics and see like where the traffic was coming from. And oftentimes it would not be from whenever I would tweet like, hey, new video, and I would link it. It would usually be from either recommended subscription boxes or, any number of other things that had nothing to do with Twitter or external sources. That said, I have noticed that for whatever reason, because I dabble in TikTok sometimes because it's just like, it's there. You might as well.
And you're a communist sympathizer.
And I am a communist sympathizer as well. That's a big part of it. But I think I've posted, I remember I did one experiment specifically because I was like, hey, I'm streaming right now. And on Twitch specifically. And I posted like a TikTok to it. And for whatever reason, a lot of people did come through TikTok to the Twitch channel. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. I haven't dabbled in promoting videos there yet. I might do it with this next one just to see. Because there may be something to it. Maybe TikTok is a lot more engaged and maybe they do kind of like actually like seek things out. Maybe that is true. But I've only done one real test for it. And, that could be a fluke for all I know. So there is something to be said about its effectiveness. But I think I need some more testing.
Yeah, that's interesting data because Dustin, my theory on this is
Twitter is useless, though, I will say.
I'm sorry?
Twitter is useless, though.
Yeah, totally. I that's true. That's always been true. The only reason I even post on Twitter when I put something up, I really am I'm so lazy now. I really only post Sacred Symbols on Twitter. I'm barely on it anymore. Is just so people know I'm alive, I guess, in case anyone's curious. But what's interesting, Dustin, and I'm curious what your opinion is that when I stopped using Twitter and when I stopped using Instagram, the show just continued to grow. It didn't stop anything from happening. The Patreon's bigger now than when it was when I was posting on it on social media every day. And I just feel like maybe there's something about overexposure, but I also must admit that I think we have an interesting and unique, bespoke sort of situation where we've made something that's somewhat not replicable, because you have to start somewhere, right? Before you get the Patreon, the huge Patreon, you have to start somewhere else. And we did that. And I did that. And we all did that in our own ways. So I'm not saying that other people should necessarily forego these routes. It's just that I don't feel like we need to play that game. And that actually is a unique position. And it reminds me a little bit of people like Sam Harris or some of the guys that I listen to, where they're like, no, I'm just here, you know, and they quietly make millions of dollars doing whatever they do or whatever. So what do you think?
I think that, and we've had discussions about this before, so I hopefully this isn't news to you, Colin, but I think that there's a lot of opportunity that we are missing out on by not using the content we already have to find more people in the audience. And I think that it's weird because we exist in not really even halfway, but there's a lot of groups like us that are not doing so well and continue to not do as well. And old game sites like IGN, that their podcasts don't do very well. So we're doing a lot better than them. But at the same time, more and more YouTubers are popping up with podcasts that absolutely murder Sacred Symbols on YouTube. And that's okay, because it's not like we're doing any worse, but it just makes me wonder what the potential is. Like, how much more, I don't want to say just money, because it's like, it's more than money, but it would be like, if we were able to generate so much more on YouTube and Patreon, then like, what other things could we do? But at the same time, maybe we're totally content just being the size that we are. Long story short, I think we should do clips again at some point, but do them way differently, because I feel like that would be the minimum, even though it would be a lot of effort. It would be the smallest amount of effort in order to reach people where we already are trying to find them, which is on YouTube. So that's just my long explanation.
What I don't like about the clips though, and even streaming on YouTube though, is that they need to separate all that shit out. And like, I don't want those things living on the same index. And the YouTube algorithm is so mysterious that I'm afraid of doing anything to it but nonetheless, you can do whatever you want. You're the producer, so I want you, or the executive producer. So if you really feel it's necessary to do it, I want you to do whatever you want. I mean, that's always my answer. That was my answer. Just as an example, when Defining Duke Ultimate went live for everyone last week, this week, I guess it was, but when we're recording, I was just like, do whatever you want. It's like, I want people to run the company and do what they feel like is good for it, have some ownership over it. So if that's something you want to do, I think that's good. Here's my concern. And I think this is a concern that people that have been with me for a long time understand, because it's what scared me away from my last place, honestly, in a major way, is just, I don't want to become too big, I guess. Like, I don't want to, and I'm not saying like, oh, we don't want bigger audience. It's just like, I don't want to encourage so much support where they're like, are we getting more? Are we getting more? And what else are you guys going to do? And what else are you going to do? And I'm like, dude, I'm like maxed out, like with what we do right now. So it would be awesome for this to reach more people. Sure.
Right.
But I don't want us to become an organization with 20 employees. That's never going to happen, And so like, I just, it's that bespoke thing again that I'm afraid of losing sight of. And again, we are in a unique position. We are the biggest gaming Patreon ever, right? It's like, that's weird. And I said it, I think, recently on Discord. I'm like, it shows you how biased a lot of people are against us, which is fine, or maybe not curious, and that like no one has ever really sat me down to pick my brain about how we did it. Right. That's the funniest part. It's like, no one has been like, what did you guys do? How do you do it? Like, what are your tips or whatever, And so I'm afraid of not doing things by my gut. And it's fun to have these conversations in front of the audience. And I mean that honestly, because this is the kind of stuff we talk about behind the scenes all the time. And I think it's a very provocative and interesting idea. And Connor, I appreciate you being such a fan of ours and circulating that stuff where it exists. And, you know, Dustin has ideas, so we will follow them through and see them through. I think it's fun to talk those things out personally. Do you have something else to add, Dustin?
I was just going to say the reason I was saying that I disagree is just that the YouTube algorithm is mysterious, but there's no mystery that every major podcast has a separate clips channel for a reason. Like there's every like Rogan, Lex Friedman, LTT, basically they all have their own clips channels. So there's clearly something to that is very, it's weird. You wouldn't think that it would, because it's like, oh, this is a separate channel. Why would that help our other channel? But I know that for me, at least, I've checked out tons of podcasts from watching a clip or two that I saw recommended in my algorithm.
That's actually how I found Lex Friedman, I believe.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
Well, in the words of Emperor Palpatine, do it.
Do it.
All right, let's talk about some video games, some smaller news items I want to get through first. First of all, there's new God of War footage out there. If you're excited about Ragnarok coming out in November on PS4 and PS5, you can check that out. Have either of you watched it? Game Informer has a bunch of shit. I'm not looking at anything personally. Yeah, so you guys aren't either.
No, we mentioned this last week where it's just like I'm personally just entirely fine. Like I'll play the game when I play it. Like I feel like I've already seen enough, to be quite honest with you. I feel like I actually, Chris, don't remember anything from like even what I've seen. The thing that's most burned into my brain was like the boat animation or something, because people put it next to each other, and I'm like, okay, so that's kind of burned into my brain. And I saw a screenshot in passing actually on Game Informer when I was just scrolling through stuff, and I'm like, I wish I didn't see that, because it actually looked quite different from the first game in some way. Yeah. Yeah, I just remember that trailer that they showed like months and months and months ago, and I remember Kratos did the Blades of Chaos thing at some guy in the air, and he zoomed up to him, and I was like, cool, that's new, and that's all I need.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I mean, well, as excited as I get about anything, I guess. But I'm looking forward to playing it. That'll be the big to do. We'll see how it does. Dustin, you're out too. I mean, you're not.
Yeah, I saw a brief few seconds of it on Twitter. Not even a few seconds. Just it was like a clip, and it looked cool. But I scrolled on by because I'm just gonna wait till November. Not far now.
Right on. All right. So some corporate news out of Sony as well. Masayasu Ito, longtime product designer. Pretty important dude at Sony. If you're interested in ever reading about him, you can do so. But his product designs were iconic. He designed the PSP, Sony's first handheld. And I was reading something interesting is that he collaborated on PS4 with Cerny, but the aesthetic of PS4 Pro specifically was his idea. And I love that console. I think that was the first time we had ever seen a console iteration that was more powerful than another iteration. So that's one thing. But also, every iteration that we've seen in the past, the different NESs, the different SNESs, Genesises, and so on and so forth, were all different than one another and abandoned kind of the original form factor in some sense to go smaller and cheaper. PS4 Pro is just like, we're going to make it two PS4s. It's literally two PS4s. And I just think there's some minor brilliance in that. There's a real aesthetic brilliance to the PS4 and the PS4 Pro especially. So enjoy your retirement, Masayasu Ito, and thank you for your hard work, especially on the PSP.
Yeah,
which is also another wonderful machine. New PS5 firmware is out. I guess we should talk about this. The new update, amongst other things, brings 1440p HDMI video output, game lists, new social features, updates to 3D audio, stereo audio, and more. Nothing too crazy here. It downloaded quietly for me in the background. Did you guys notice anything interesting that you wanted to talk about? Folders, I know a lot of people are excited about.
Yeah, 1440p is going to be great for a lot of people out there that play their PlayStation on computer monitors mostly. So finally here, we've been waiting since launch for that. So better late than never, I guess.
Also, the controller I noticed needs an update too. So if you guys are, if you don't have your controllers plugged in, you want to do that because it's obvious. That's just so annoying. You know, when you settle in and you're like, and then you turn on. It's as bad as when you realize that you don't have your water or you don't have your headphones or something like that. And you got to get back up.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's just annoying to me. And Micah makes me really nervous because I have an electric recliner, and she says every time I use it, it's getting more and more broken. So like when I use it and then I get back up because I need to, like immediately, she's like, it's one more use that you just use the electric motor for no reason. She knows exactly how to get into my brain. Appreciate that. Okay. Rob Kavazna. He says, Dear Sacred Squad, he wrote in on Patreon, of course. He says, PlayStation dropped a nice little firmware update introducing 1440p folders and all sorts of ways to see secret trophies. I saw that actually, yeah. So you can do the secret trophies and sort them, which is nice. That was a thing that already happened on PS4, I think. I don't know why that was not here. I know when the system came out, the show had some fair critiques of the UI. We are close to 2 years in, and I was curious how the squad is feeling about it now. Is there anything that still seems missing or clunky? Keep up the great work. I know this is crazy, but because they're a business and they want to make money and they're trying to sell you shit. But my only complaint about the UI, Dustin, and we'll go you first this time, is just the ads. It's just so much. If I see She-Hulk one more fucking time when I turn on my PS5, how does it not know that I don't care? I don't have Disney Plus. Do I play Marvel games? Like it needs to be smarter about the things it's showing me. It feels like when I turn on the PS5, if it's going to be that loud with trying to sell me things, at least know me a little bit better, right? So I think I don't want to give them any ideas, and they don't need them. They know what they're doing, and I'm sure they're going to start really honing in those ads. But think about when you go to Amazon. How does it just know what you need? I'm not saying that's necessarily a great thing, but at least it feels like a personalized experience. You know they want your money, and they're going to do what they can to get it out of you in a really efficient way. And I'm going on the PlayStation every day, and I'm just seeing all these ads for Fortnite and I'm like, dude, do you not know fucking anything about me? Do you have no data about Moriarty-IGN going back to 2006? Like, and I don't play this shit, and I don't watch Disney Plus, so that's the stuff that bothers me. The usability, going from the media to the games, I like those different tabs, and then having the whole spread of them. I think it's quite good, and everyone was right at the beginning. Was this idea that we would get used to it, that the extra button prompts and all these things, we would get used to it, and of course that's true. So Dustin, what do you think?
To my understanding, there's some kind of feature that any application or game you download, you get subscribed to this home screen menu. So, Colin, you're probably getting those the She-Hulk ads because you have Disney Plus installed or once installed it.
I did have it once installed, yeah. I had it once, yeah.
I recall there is some way to unsubscribe to certain games if you don't want it, because at one point I was so annoyed by Fortnite ads that I figured this out. A quick Google search is not helping me, but I know there's some way that you can do this. But regardless, it'd be really nice if just when you booted up your PlayStation 5, it just went to the game you last played as the thing. And then maybe if you scroll to the left or whatever, it shows you the different games or apps you're subscribed to is for your ads or whatever. Whatever, that'd be okay. But no, just it should just be on the most recent game. As far as new features or anything like that, I wonder if it is time for them to figure out a way to do custom menus and stuff again, because it did come later in the PS4 generation. It would be more difficult with the way the UI is designed on the PS5, but at this point, I think it would be fun to do that. Something like that, where you can either add cool sounds or backgrounds or whatever. That'd be cool.
I understand what you're saying about showing the game or the app that you used last, which would be ideal. But we also know that that's never going to happen again. So with that real estate comes some sort of responsibility. And it just feels like that space, like me seeing She-Hulk actually costs them money, right? Like there's both a literal probably CPM for exposure, and then there's also probably opportunity. There certainly is opportunity cost. My only point is simply to say, if you're going to market to me, can you just market to me properly like the other people do? And so like I don't turn on Amazon and they're showing me fucking all sorts of weird shit. They're not showing me jet skis and hammers and screwdrivers and shit like that. They're showing me dog toys and workout stuff and yeah. So that's my only point is I don't mind them advertising me. There's shit that I certainly want, but when I turn on the console, it's like, why aren't you showing me Tactics Ogre and asking me to pre-order it or something? It doesn't, or even God of War. Instead, it's literally Call of Duty. These, like, I don't play this shit. I don't even. So even if it's in there with some weird check boxes and all this, and it's like, that's not good enough. But Chris, do you have any complaints that you want to air about the UI, or are you getting used to it about 2 years in?
I am getting more used to it, but I will say it is still. Of all the machines that I engage with on a daily basis, it is kind of my least favorite UI of the bunch of them. Like, I don't know what it is. There is something about just the simplicity of hold button to turn off. You know, like that is in so many different machines that I use all the time, consoles, phones, laptops. That it's still very awkward for me to press the home button or to press the PlayStation button, scroll over to the thing, click it, then confirm. It's just like that to me is still very awkward feeling. Everything else is fine. I think it's like, you get used to it. I do like the separate media tabs and game tabs. And as far as ads, I guess I just have learned to tune them out entirely because I don't think I noticed them. But I think it's fine. I don't think I would add much to it. I do miss the ability to kind of make your own themes. That is something that I miss from the last generation of consoles in general. Like, I do miss, even if it's not something that most people engage with, and it is kind of like you have to have some level of savviness in tech to really, okay, I gotta get a USB drive, and I have to like bring this image into Photoshop and download a template so I know where everything would land. And like, there's a lot of complexity to it. And like, I'm sure not a lot of people do it, but it was fun to be able to kind of make your own themes and make your own backgrounds and kind of have this custom experience waiting for you. Even if it is, again, very, 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 very underutilized, I'm sure. But I mean, aside from that really, really self-serving, selfish, sub 1% used feature, I can't think of anything that I wouldn't really add aside from the stuff that's there already. I think a good UI is something that you don't really notice. It's something that kind of melds into the background as you're just kind of entering the flow state of using the machine. And right now, I think PlayStation is mostly there, and the stuff that isn't there is stuff that I honestly wouldn't know how to resolve based on how they've designed the game bar and stuff like that. It really is just that weird, inelegant way of turning the machine off that bothers me still. I don't know what it is about it. Maybe I'm like neurotic about it specifically.
Well, I've gotten used to it personally, but yeah. I understand the various gripes. I'm definitely my conspiracy theory about themes is just that makes it harder to advertise.
Oh, so yeah, you're definitely right.
Yeah.
I did figure out how it's a followed games feature. Games. So I found
following Call of Duty and Fortnite for some reason.
A 5-step guide on going to your game library menu and then going to sort and filter, and then you can go and you can find it online if you search followed games on your PS5. You could go and Colin, you could unfollow Disney Plus or anything that you dislike.
I gotta do that. I have to do that because I'm just not gonna watch She-Hulk. I'm gonna be real with you. It looks horrible. I'm just gonna be honest and say it right off the bat.
No, it's Marvel. It's good.
Yeah, it's. Thank you. You put the link. Yeah, I will watch. I will consume it.
Just consume it.
We are scraped in the bottom of the barrel. I'm telling you that right now. I saw a recent meme that I like. The meme of the guy digging through and there's diamonds on the other side and he stops right before the diamonds and goes back.
Oh, yeah.
And so someone replaced the diamonds with garbage bags. And then it's like, I stopped at the MCU after Endgame or something. And then instead of the diamonds, it was garbage bags. And I was like, okay, that's probably where I'm going to stop too. Mm-hmm. I'm not anywhere close though. Okay. Rob, thank you for writing in. I wanted to just talk about real quick the gray camouflage collection for PS5 is announced. So there's going to be a DualSense controller, a 3D Pulse headset, and then your covers for your PS5 that are in this gray camo. And Chase Tomlinson wrote in about this, and he said, "Hey CDC, with the announcement of the gray camouflage collection for PS5 accessories, it leads me to one question: why in the year 2022 has Sony still not given us a place to customize our own controllers? Looking at how Xbox Design Lab functions, it seems like Sony is leaving a lot of money on the table. Curious to hear your thoughts. Thanks. We talk about this a lot, Chase. My bigger question is why we're getting gray camouflage in 2022. Like, are we serious with the boring? Why is it so boring? Why is everything so boring? Right? Like, that was my bigger thing where I was like, what? I was hoping they were going to announce like a bunch of colors or maybe some sort of customization suite or whatever. Are either of you guys interested in the gray camo controller, headset, or plates for your PlayStation 5?
No, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. But when I'm looking around at, like when I search PlayStation on Facebook Marketplace to try to find old games and stuff, I see the camo controllers regularly. There is a market of, I don't know if you want to say either rural Americans or military families. I don't know who this appeals to, but it clearly appealed to people in the last generation. And I'm sure that Sony has the data that people want camo stuff. So if you're into it, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, more power to you. If, for instance, if your wife is mad at you for playing games, I foresee, she's coming downstairs, you have your camo controller and your camo headset on, just stay still.
Yeah,
that's right.
I'm not playing a PlayStation. There's no PlayStation 5 in this room.
Right.
Point it out to me.
Oh my goodness. All right. One of Sacred Symbol's oldest sponsors is Feels, the high-quality CBD company that you can check out right now at feels.com/symbols. Yes, I love marijuana. I have for about 2 decades now, and frankly, millions upon millions upon millions of people around the world do too, because it's so versatile in how it can, be of assistance. CBD, shorthand for cannabidiol, is one such marijuana-derived substance, and you hear a lot about it because it really works. Works for what, you may ask? Well, what if I told you it can help you sleep better, shake those persistent physical aches and pains, and even reel in your anxiety and stress levels? It can, and Feels CBD tincture is the highest quality and most effective CBD I've ever encountered, and a life very much lived in a plume of smoke. Yes, you can smoke CBD flower or vape it or do something else, but taking CBD tincture is the most effective way to quickly get relief. And I can't recommend Feels CBD enough, especially because they go out of their way to be delicate with all of you newcomers out there, with real live people standing by right this very second to help guide you towards the products and dosages that are right for you and for what you're seeking to get out of CBD. Yes, it can be intimidating, but Feels does the work to give you the information you need, make you at home, and send you product discreetly to your door. And if you become a member, they can do all of that without you having to raise a finger month in and month out. My friends, whether you're dealing with anxiety or stress, physical aches and pains, or just want to catch some Z's, CBD really can help you. Take it from me. You and I both know, I would know. So start feeling better with Feels. Become a member today by going to feels.com/symbols. That's feals.com/SYMBOLS. And you'll get 40% off your first 3 months of product with free shipping. Again, that's feels.com/symbols to become a member and get 40% automatically taken off your first 3 months of CBD with free shipping. That's feels.com/symbols.
Sacred Symbols is brought to you by Upside. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. And it really hurts. That's why I started using Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. So practically everyone, right? With every purchase, I'm earning cash back thanks to Upside. The app is incredibly easy to use, and trust me, I know it sounds too good to be true, but it's not. I've used it and it works. And clearly Upside is a no-brainer. You're gonna buy this stuff anyway. Why not earn some cash back in order to buy some new games or whatever else you're interested in? To get started, download the free Upside app. Use our promo code SACRED and get $5 or more cash back on your first purchase of $10 or more. Next, claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Check in at the business, pay as usual with a credit or debit card, and get paid. In comparison to credit card rewards or loyalty programs, you can earn 3 times more cash back with Upside. Upside users are earning more than $1 million per week. It's probably why there's a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. If you've listened to the show, you've probably heard me talk about getting a deal or time or two. And so I love Upside because any way of getting a little cash back is an awesome thing for me. Download the free Upside app and use promo code SACRED to get $5 or more cash back on your first purchase of $10 or more. That's $5 or more cash back on your first purchase of $10 or more using promo code SACRED.
Video Games Chronicle, our friends over there, had written about this, but a lot of people are circulating these pictures of The Last of Us Part 1, the Firefly Edition. So that's like the special edition people paid $100 for. You can only get it from PlayStation Direct. You couldn't even buy it from any merchants. It's coming in horrible condition. Many pictures posted of this online. Fozzie Bear wrote in and said, hello, Slitter Buds. Do you guys think PlayStation should make amends for the shoddy shipping job for The Last of Us Part 1's Firefly editions? I, like many others, was hyped to receive my copy, only to find it haphazardly thrown on top of a couple of packaging bubbles. Mine thankfully only bore slight damage on one of the corners, but others online shared of their beaten and broken packaging. Chris, what do you think of this? Have you seen pictures of this Last of Us Firefly edition? And do you think Sony should make it right? Because as far as I understand, they aren't. They're not going to send you a new one. I think that some people have extracted like maybe PSN bucks or something. I'm not even sure how extensive that is, but they're not sending new ones out. And I just feel that's kind of shitty. You have to... Dude, we test the shipping on our own packages. We're last stand. Do you think Sony might have taken like 5 of these things and just put them in the various envelopes and seen like, well, which ones are going to show up the best? I don't understand how these big corporations become so big when they're so stupid. But nonetheless, how do you feel about this?
I mean, it's not good. I mean, if I pay for something and it arrives broken, like arguably if you're buying The Last of Us Part 1, unless, I'll put it this way, most of us have experienced The Last of Us already. So you're already kind of getting a game that you kind of already know what to expect for the most part. When you buy a physical copy of this thing and you buy the Steelbook, you know, that's really the only objective value that you're extracting out of it. You're getting the physical copy of this pristine, like collectively, you know, this nice looking box. That's the new thing that you're ostensibly getting physically anyway. So when that arrives and it's broken, I feel like that's worth them making that right. Like that's a massive problem. If I bought a collector's edition of something and it arrived broken, I'd be furious. Even if the game was completely new and the game worked fine, I'd be like, what the hell? Like, this is like, I paid for this specifically physically for a reason. So yeah, no, I think it's genuinely it's a really awful move not to make that right. That's like very bizarre. Also a dumb move to not test this stuff. Like some of the boxes that I saw were hilarious. Like how do you ship?
It's not even a box.
I know. It's like,
that's what I'm saying. It's like, we literally are like very carefully, like we shipped a poster overseas and we like did all these things. Like, how does it work? And Sony's just like farting Last of Us Part 1 Firefly editions into the wind in bubble mailers. It just seems puzzling. But Dustin, what do you think should happen here? Do you think Sony should make this right? I feel like they probably should. I just at least refund people if you're not going to make it. And even if you want to like ship the shit back and we'll refund you or whatever. It's just, I don't know. It's a little, I know that a lot of people will say it's the packaging itself. It's not like the Steelbook is usually not damaged and all that, but like you're buying the whole thing. A lot of people wouldn't have opened this at all too, you know?
Yeah.
Just kept it.
I mean, I've seen a lot of the Steelbooks like just straight up dented and fucked up, you know, like that was a lot of the pictures that I saw were not just the packaging, but like Steelbooks with dents and like concave, you know, hits.
It's just unacceptable. It's totally unacceptable. Yeah. I'm sorry, Dustin, go ahead. We interrupted you again.
Well, I feel like Chris is right that if people in 2022, if they're buying something physically, they want it to be in good condition. Like that's the whole point. What's hilarious about this is that this is a hot flippable item, or at least it was when it was on pre-order. There were copies on eBay that were going for obscene amounts because it was limited on the PlayStation Store. And then I think they eventually did open them up a few more copies later on. But still, what's hilarious is that people have already sold their pre-order of this game on eBay, and then they're getting a copy that's beat up, and they have to figure out how they can't sell. I mean, they probably could try to sell it to this person they sold to on eBay, but it's not going to be good. So
owned.
Yeah. PlayStation really should, I think, make it right. I understand that probably, I don't know, PlayStation obviously operates on a completely different level as us, but as we've talked about before, we're working on a special edition of Super Barrels of Baking. And so you order sets amount of things. And so I can understand Sony not wanting to repeat the entire process, but they have enough money to do it. They can make it right. Because like for me, I'm going to think twice if there's some kind of special edition pre-order for anything that's only available on the PlayStation Direct store. Like definitely, like why would I want to buy something that's limited if it's just going to show up all broken and stuff? It's not hard to ship things correctly. I mean, obviously, how about this? It can be tricky to figure things out right, but you're fucking PlayStation. Like, put it in a box. It's not that hard. That's all you need to do. Put it in a box. So they should make it right, but I don't think they will at this point.
Well, by clearly trying to avoid higher shipping costs by skimping out, they've ultimately cost themselves more, whether in revenue or in lost goodwill or whatever. And I'd be pissed too. Stop buying your games physically. You don't need The Last of Us physically. Just go download it.
Buy it physically. You need the Steelbook.
Okay. Speaking of Naughty Dog, there's this tweet from Naughty Dog Central, a Twitter account, Naughty NDC. I've linked to it here in our document, or maybe I didn't. Yeah, I did. And it shows this artwork in The Last of Us Part 1 that some people are interpreting as perhaps a tease of their next game. And of course, a lot of people will know that they're not necessarily likely to do something like this, but they have done it in the past, notably with Uncharted 3, having a tease of The Last of Us blatantly in it, and no one noticed. And so some people think that there's like some sort of weird fantasy aesthetic here. But I'm kind of, and Dustin, let's stick with you. I'm halfway between believing this and not believing it, simply because Naughty Dog, I always bring up, production per square inch, and that's Naughty Dog's specialty. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if they simply did this in some fucking dorm room in the university scene or whatever, just to make it look better. I mean, why wouldn't they? There's so many unique art assets in The Last of Us that seeing something like this doesn't necessarily say to me that it's a game. But what do you think?
I think that it's too obvious. They already did something like that, like you mentioned, where they teased The Last of Us. So I don't know. I would hope that if they were putting a tease, it wouldn't be in a way that is so similar than the way they teased something before. It seems, like I said, it's just too obvious. But if, let's say it is, I really love the idea of a fantasy Naughty Dog game. Totally different than anything that they've done recently. I guess, I don't know. Do you consider Jack in the fantasy?
It is in the fantasy realm in the sense that it's otherworldly, but it's not fantasy and like Dungeons and Dragons, which is what people really mean when they say
exactly. That. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't.
Chris, where's your mind at on this? A fantasy game from Naughty Dog possibility? It is worth noting that some people have followed up on this tweet saying, hey, some of this art's in The Last of Us Part 2, and there it is. And they pointed it there too. So it could be reused assets. That is world building in some way. I know that sounds weird, but the world ended in October of 2013 in The Last of Us. That's the world. And so, of course, there would be lots of repeats. Nonetheless, do you think that this is some sort of sly tease to something to come from them? We know that they're working on something new. Neil Druckmann is heading that project, and that's all we know.
Oh, man, I hope to God. I hope to God. I choose to believe, because not believing would be too depressing. I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, this is a tease for their next game, because I desperately want them to do something that is not grounded, realistic man with gun. I'm desperately hoping for that future for Naughty Dog, because I just think they're a very creative team, and there's a lot of talent there. And I do feel like in a lot of ways that creativity is a little bit untapped when they're kind of stranded in the realm of hyperrealism and just, I don't know. I don't want to say standard. I don't want to say standard necessarily, but just kind of, I guess, grounded gameplay and grounded storytelling. Like, I want to see them do weird, crazy shit. And if this is any indication that might be happening, I'm going to go ahead and believe it, because I need to.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that they're definitely going to make something different. I just don't feel like that's it. I feel like maybe when Factions comes out, I think that maybe we get another Last of Us game.
Oh,
after the fantasy, let's say our timeline is right. And I think Uncharted is going to come back too. I just don't think that it's going to be them necessarily that does it. Although they seemingly behind something happened with this game behind the scenes. It's worth saying that there's some bad blood behind the scenes with this game. I don't know if you guys saw that Michael Mumbauer, who's a friend of the show, who is the head of Sony's kind of percolating San Diego team, tweeted out something about being in the thank you section of the game. He deleted the tweet, but it seemed like, and my interpretation of it anyway, was that he was upset about only being thanked. And that studio has kind of never really even been, Visual Arts has never really been acknowledged. But it seems like what ended up happening with The Last of Us Part 1 was that Naughty Dog took it away from them. I mean, that's how I read the tea leaves. And so I think that was just them getting their feet wet and then moving on to Factions, moving on to this game. And then I think probably they'll go back to The Last of Us again. I won't spoil The Last of Us Part 2, but I will say that I am much less content with that game ending than I am with the first one. Since they did the second one, I feel like now we needed the third one to wrap it up, in my opinion. Okay. Chris, I saw you tweeting about this, so I wanted to go to you first on this. GamesIndustry.biz wrapped it all up for us, but Glenn Schofield tweeted some interesting stuff. Of course, Glenn Schofield is the CEO of Striking Distance Studios and directing the upcoming sci-fi horror game that we're all very excited about that comes out in December called the Callisto Protocol. That was supposed to be a PUBG game, like a PUBG universe game that they later removed from the PUBG universe, I think very wisely. Here's what he tweeted. Keeping in mind the game is going to go gold soon, I assume, coming out in early December. I only talk about the game during an event, he says. We are working 6 to 7 days a week. Nobody's forcing us. Exhaustion, tired, COVID, but we're working. Bugs, glitches, perf fixes, one last pass-through audio, 12 to 15-hour days. This is gaming. Hard work, lunch and dinner working. You do it because you love it. Second I saw that tweet, I think we all knew exactly what was going to happen. Mm-hmm. He got piled on for the promotion of crunch culture and later recanted and said, quote, anyone who knows me knows how passionate I am about the people I work with. Earlier, I tweeted how proud I was of the effort and hours the team was putting in. That was wrong. We value passion and creativity, not long hours. I'm sorry to the team for coming across like this, end quote. Now, Glenn Schofield directed multiple Call of Duty games and Legacy of Kain games.
Yeah. And Gex.
And Gex, yes, he also did Gex.
Enter the Gecko, man. Hell yeah.
And he produced Dead Space. And obviously this is the revival of that spirit. Maybe get out of his way. Just my 2 cents. And maybe understand that Glenn Schofield, the director of multiple Call of Duty games, knows how to do this. And I'm just wondering, I saw you are, I think, a share of mind with me, Chris. So where's your mind on this never-ending battle over work?
Well, I feel like people don't know that crunch is a spectrum. I feel like there is a lot of ways to interpret crunch. There is good crunch, there's bad crunch, there's corporate mandated crunch that like sacrifices the well-being of the team for weeks upon weeks upon weeks upon months. And then there's crunch that is completely self-imposed by passionate artists who just want to do a really, really good job at the thing that they're making. And to kind of throw all of it into the same basket as crunch is bad, I think is really missing the forest for the trees. And I think anybody who thinks that way doesn't really engage in a creative medium or in a creative field in any real meaningful way. If you don't know what it's like to crunch on something without it being imposed by some greater authority or without it being like mandated, then you're probably just not a very creative person. You know what I mean? Like, I can't imagine never having crunched on anything of your own volition. Like, I cannot physically imagine that reality. Like, I remember I slept at school once, like for a couple days, because I really wanted our final, because I was like the editor for our film class. I was the only one who knew how to edit it, and I was like, oh my God, I really want this to be good. Because it's like the only, at that point, it was important to me for some fucking reason.
Well, that's good that was important.
But I slept at the school. I slept in the editing bay. I was like I was transferring like cassette tape film over to digital for like days. And so like, I don't know. I feel like people are a bit too ready to jump down people's throats at the idea that people actually want to put in effort. Like, I understand why, because we have had stories in the industry where like doesn't paint a pretty picture. It's very forced. It's very much like people working on this game that they don't care about, and then they're like kind of like shamed for not like, I get it. Like, I get why it would be like a negative thing generally, but at the same time, you have to stop treating this all as if it's the same thing. Glenn Schofield is clearly talking about a team who is not being mandated to work long hours. They're not like being strong-armed into doing this. As far as I could interpret out of the tweet, it seems like they genuinely care, because I think they all know that they have something really, really cool. And by the way, this is something that I mentioned months ago when I noticed the release date of this game in comparison to Dead Space Remake was like, they're definitely going to try and get this game out before Dead Space.
They have to.
Because they have to. And I don't know. I'm rambling a little bit now, but I just feel like people don't really know what crunch is.
Yeah, I feel like we've hit this a lot, but it keeps coming up, and so I think it bears repeating. What I found really disturbing about his apology, he says in part, quote, "Earlier I tweeted how proud I was of the effort and hours the team was putting in. That was wrong," end quote. That's part of what he says. If I worked at a company, well, I own these companies, right? If anyone to me said, I have a problem with you complimenting the effort and hours we put in, and we want passion and creativity, we don't want results, I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course, if the results are positive, then the passion and creativity is already there inherently. The effort is the culmination of all of that. Imagine building a house, let's say, from stem to stern, and you have this whole plan. And no matter what happens while you're building that house, you have to end on that specific date with only so many hours worked in between, and the house has to be done. That's what people are expecting out of video games. It's impossible. It's literally when people say you have to schedule this stuff out, I'm like, that's not possible. You make guesses and you hit milestones. That's where delays come from, right? And you make educated guesses. Sometimes, as Chris always says, maybe not so educated guesses in terms of like, we're relying on purpose to get pre-orders and all of that.
Yeah.
But you can't just say like, this game's entering pre-production 4 years from right now, this game's going out the door, and just have no flexibility at all.
There will always be some. And also, it's even more, I would say it's even crazier than just building a house, because a house ostensibly can be completed. I don't think a game is a piece of art. It is a piece of software that is constantly evolving. I don't think I'll put it this way. There is no such thing as a completed game, because there is always more that an artist can do. There is always more that a programmer can do. There is always more that someone can do. It's like trying to pry somebody away from an art project at like 12 o'clock on the dot. It's like, no, but that shading is like a little bit like, anybody who does art in any kind of way knows what this is like. Deadlines are there to facilitate a state of generally agreed upon acceptability. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that looks about as good as it should, or that performs about as good as it should. I could always do more. Oh man, I should have put a plant in that room because that texture looks a little weird in that lighting, but most people won't notice. You know, or like, oh, this animation doesn't flow as seamlessly as the other animations. You know, I bet people who are working on these games look at their work and they see every flaw that they couldn't get to, that we probably don't even notice. You know, and it's like, damn, if only we had like another week, I could have ironed that thing out. I could have got that. I could have got that pixel right. I could have got that that physics object working, or we could have implemented this thing at the last second. Dude, I think about like some of this development stories over the last several decades. They got Halo 1's multiplayer in that game in the last week. That is insane when you consider how important that aspect is to that entire series now. So like, I don't know. I don't think people who really talk about this stuff in the cavalier way that they talk about it really understand what it's like to work on these things. And even I only have a fraction of an idea.
Likewise. I mean, I used to write a lot about the game development. I'm in it now, but we're in indie space. So I saw it with my own two eyes, people putting in their work. I always thought it was comical. Every development studio had like no lights on. You'd walk in and it would just be dark and just cubicles with monitors, and that it's a very specific. It's a choice. And Dustin, I guess we'll move over to you. I think people have to kind of keep in mind, I think, from a consumer's point of view, that you just can't have it all. Perfection or getting close to perfection or mastering a game, releasing a Last of Us style game, sacrifice. Can't do it without sacrifice. And if you are okay with your games getting worse, then okay. Then we'll make games between 9 to 5. We'll have a whole mapped out path over 3 or 4 years of production, and we'll just ship whatever we get at the end of it. You know, we'll start hitting milestones and be like, well, we are out of time. 6 months out, we need to do we need to squash all bugs, get this thing rolling through the rest of QA, and then we need to certify it. Then we need to publish it. It's going. It's time. It's December 1st, 2027. The game's coming out. You know, why can't anyone imagine a situation where expectations change, things break, games change, people come and go, and all of the rest? And the other thing I need people to keep in mind is that the people at striking distance want this game to do well for 2 reasons. One, it needs to sell well, so they can maybe make another one, make their bonus money and all of that. Number 2, it's a big deal to have a game like that on your resume, and people are willing to sacrifice for it. They really are. I know it for a fact. They're willing to do whatever it takes to get The Last of Us on their resume. And if it means that they have to put in the hours, then they have to put in the hours. What do you have to say about this?
So I feel like I'm in agreement that great things require great sacrifice, for sure. And there's definitely, no one seems to bring up the option of choice in where you work. There are other tech related jobs that if you want the 9 to 5 experience, that you could definitely go for. I will say the thing that I find funny about this situation is that it's fully self-imposed. Not self-imposed, but he brought it upon himself.
Totally. Yeah, that's totally true. Yep.
That's the part that I find hilarious, is that you have a tweet where not only do you mention that your team is crunching, which is going to aggro people instantly in this industry, but you also talk about working through COVID, which is like, that's like double aggro right there, both of those. Yeah. So,
well, I interpret that, to be fair, as him saying like all of these different things have necessarily interrupted them, and not necessarily they all experienced it. You know,
sure.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean there. But you're totally right. Yeah. It's why I don't talk anymore on social media.
So I do find it funny that he even chose to say that in the first place, even though I am in agreement with it overall in everything that we've been talking about. But I don't know. It seemed like a strange tweet to make, but I don't know if, like, I feel like this is a topic that's just not gonna go away. It's just developers are going to stop talking about it if they are all in the mutual agreed upon crunch, and it will only get talked about if it's a negative crunch situation, like Chris was talking about in the spectrum of crunch.
That's likely what's good. And also, by the way, because I know someone's going to, I know this is going to be the exact response. It's like, well, what about all of these great games that come out of studios that don't crunch? It's like Hades, like from Super Giant.
Yeah.
The answer to that is I don't believe that.
Yeah, I agree. I also agree with you. Yeah.
It's not. And by the way, it's not that I don't believe them. That, like, I believe full on that they don't mandate that their employees need to work a certain amount of overtime. Like I totally believe that that's possible, and I totally believe that that's true. But you cannot convince me that a game like Hades comes out of a studio where nobody is putting in extra effort, where nobody is putting in extra hours, where there's not at least like one or two passionate people on that development team that are spending more time than they absolutely need to on that game.
There's probably Greg Kasavin and those guys at the top who will never admit it, that because they don't want to set that precedent. And that's
exactly. It's like I'm sorry, but there's no way. I'm sure you can get fine games on a 9 to 5. Like I'm absolutely positive that that's probably true. And there's a lot of great studios with a lot of great cultures that don't like impose that on their workforces. And that's great. That's a great thing that should be absolutely encouraged. But at the same time, every single studio, even the games that don't do well, by the way, I'm sure have people who are pretty passionate about it, who are putting in extra hours. I think that's the nature of the creative beast. And it seems like a statistical impossibility that any studio doesn't have anybody crunching in it. Like, I'm sorry, like at any given point, like it's just not, I just don't buy it.
Yeah.
Just not only based on my experience in other fields, but also based on my experience, knowing people in this industry and having a little bit of insider insight to this stuff. Like there are people putting in a lot of hours, and a lot of those people might not say it. A lot of those people might not brag about it, but it's happening. You don't get something like The Last of Us Part 2, as much as it's not my favorite game in the world. You don't get something like that on 9 to 5.
No way, dude. And here's the thing is that I just think everyone needs to make their choice, and it's totally fine. I agree that you shouldn't necessarily be held to an account. Like, because the argument to make the argument of the contrary argument is that crunch culture is self-fulfilling in that you're afraid to leave at 5 because no one else is. And they're all going to notice that. And that's true. I worked at IGN. I noticed when people would leave early and the funny thing is, it's not funny. I mean, you don't want to, it's like, those are the people that got laid off. That's straight up. Those are like, they didn't want it enough. They didn't care enough. They didn't produce enough. It might not be fair, but the point is that everyone else at IGN was willing at that time to do what it took to stay. And that's just one angle to it. But I think another angle to it that people have to look at is the currency, both literal bonus money, the money you're making, commonly 6 figures in the gaming industry. You're not getting nothing. And also the ability of using games that you've worked on as currency as well. I'm telling you right now, if you worked at Naughty Dog on one of these games in the last 10 years, your shit's going to the top of the pile when you apply. Right? Like, and you know what that takes and you're willing to do it. It shouldn't be forced on anyone, but that is the expectation of a creative field. And that's why I like that the house analogy, because it would be like we're building the house and we have, the foundation actually is fine. We're on schedule, but then they start building out the walls and start putting up and things start falling behind and lumber's late, but they're like, no, we got to keep going. And so you just start doing whatever and start patching things together. And then the more you keep going like that, the worse and worse and worse it gets. You have to be able to adjust in all creative fields. And I also want to put out the financial reality of this game specifically. I'm telling you right now, Callisto Protocol, probably $100 million game. That you have to sell 10 million copies, or I'm sorry, 2 million copies at full price to make your money back conservatively. Mm-hmm. And then you worry about making any profit. Then you worry about making a new game. Then you worry about staffing. Then, you know what I mean? So like they know what's riding on it. They have to sell. It's getting crazy competitive out there. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse because more and more are going to be expected out of these games. I'm sorry to say it, so and by the way, I wanted to point this out because I saw this tweet yesterday making the rounds from a guy that worked on PlayStation, like the console, PlayStation 5. And he said, Huge Alternagod is his name on Twitter, but he says, hey, Kotaku, because Kotaku wrote this article titled PS5 finally gets features it should have launched with. And it says, hey, Kotaku, we built this console in the middle of a global pandemic without requiring crunch from anyone. Something's had to go to make that a reality. It'd be nice if you weren't rude about it. Employee health was the priority, and I'm glad it was. So that speaks really well of Sony, right? But it took us more than a year and a half to get 1440p support on PS5. So there was a cost, right? Like there was something that you wanted that you didn't get, right? So imagine compounding that to every single game, all of the different things you can want. It's just, I think people need to ease up on this argument a little bit. Laissez-faire and just live your life. And don't worry about other people in voluntary situations. No one's getting drafted to go work on Callisto Protocol. I'm not watching the TV with waiting for my birthday to come up, seeing if I'm getting drafted to go work at Infinity Ward. It's a volunteer position. And it's a 6-figure position. And there are probably I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say
that would be so insane.
It's just, you know what I mean? It's like, what are we really arguing about? You know who I'm worried about are the fucking people making $10 an hour right now. That's who I'm worried about. I'm worried about the people getting abused at retail shops. I'm worried about the people working in fucking hot factories and warehouses and truck drivers and all of these kinds. I'm not worried about people in 6-figure, cushy, white-collar jobs that make easily 5 and 6-figure bonuses when their games come out, that get 2-3 months off when their game comes out. I'm not sorry. Do what you want, but direct your ire at the people that are actually being abused. Jesus. Moving on. Video Games Chronicle wrote, Xbox's Matt Booty dreams of having AI as QA testers. So there was a PAX West. We're not allowed at PAXs if you guys don't remember. But PAX West 2022, there was a Q&A with Xbox Game Studios and the head of Xbox Game Studios. I actually think Matt Booty got promoted since the story was even written. I think he's got promoted to VP or something of game marketing or something weird like that. So congratulations to him. But he said in part when people were asked how the complexity of games are kind of holding back games, the things we're talking about here, about how things are getting more complicated, especially late in development when you're squashing bugs and trying to make everything work. Your content complete. So now you're trying to make the game. You're trying to play the game. For people out there, it's a big deal when you can play your game all the way through. When a studio gets to that point, it's a pretty big deal. You're adding and constantly tweaking or whatever, but having something coherent, squashing everything together is a pretty big deal. But then you have to start fixing everything and making all the seams go away. And so here's what he said. He said, quote, some of the processes we have not really kept up with how quickly we can make content. One of those is testing. You think about a game, one of the biggest differences between a game and something like a movie is if we're working on a movie and you come in and say, hey, this ending, let's tighten this up, let's edit this, let's cut that scene. It usually doesn't break anything at the beginning of the movie. But in a game, you can be ready to ship and a designer's like, I've got this one little feature, I'm just going to change the color on this one thing. And then it somehow blows up something. And now the first 10 minutes of the game doesn't play. So that testing aspect, every single time anything new goes into a big game, has to be tested front to back, side to side. My dream, there's a lot going on with AI and machine learning right now, and people using AI to generate all these images. What I always say when I bump into the AI folks is, help me figure out how to use an AI bot to go test a game, because I would love to be able to start 10,000 instances of a game in the cloud. So there's 10,000 copies of the game running, deploy an AI bot to spend all night testing that game. Then in the morning, we get a report, because that would be transformational. I always kind of laugh a little bit because people say this game shipped on Tuesday, but I hear they were fixing bugs on Saturday night. There's months of testing and things that have happened before that game even goes out, end quote. This is very controversial, but he's right. This is the key that we were just talking about. If you want less crunch and things to work better, then the solution might be to totally automate QA, which would just make the entire system just run much more smoothly. No more waiting, no more testing. You just have constant iterations, thousands of them testing with the newest package. Dustin, what do you think about this idea? Do you feel like this removes the entry point to the industry for a lot of people, or does it? Because that's the lowest bar, right? QA. That's how people get in. But I would also argue that it seems like a lot of the major complaints about the games industry come from QA. So if it's that bad, then let's just have computers do it and leave the production to the real, people in quotes. What do you think?
I always find it interesting because this has happened throughout history where there's a job or a profession that is then replaced by some kind of machine or technology that can do it faster, better, cheaper. And yeah, it always is going to suck for the people that have that profession and do that. And sometimes I can see that there are arguments that a human professional is going to be better. And then sometimes that will be the case. But in certain instances, it just simply doesn't make sense. And now with AI, I saw recently that there was a guy who used, there's all these like Dolly images that are coming out, like AI generated images.
Yeah.
He he worked with it for a long time and eventually came up with a few different images that he got printed onto canvas and entered them at like a fair for digital art and won with AI generated art. And the judges had no idea. And this is just the beginning. Like it will not be long before an AI will be able to create a story that is indistinguishable from one written by a human. Or music, right?
Yeah, I think we're there basically, right?
Yeah, we're basically
music in particular is already like very mathematic in the way that it's put together. Like you can procedurally generate music probably incredibly easily.
Right. Definitely. So yeah, it is unfortunate that if this were to happen, that QA testers would lose their job. But I don't know. I think it is short-sighted to think if someone says, this is my job, this is the only thing I'm good at, this is the only thing I can do. Skills are transferable to all kinds of different things. I think that there would be plenty other industry-related jobs that you could still do. And yeah, it may be, I don't know. I don't know if it would change, if it would raise the entry, but it would certainly change it. And I don't know, maybe I don't know enough about development, but I just feel like this is something that is inevitable and is going to happen and will help if that's a bottleneck of development is QA, for sure.
Well, I've discussed this in the past, and I believe this to be true, that I think that, I don't know how soon it'll be, maybe in the next, maybe 10 years from now it'll start or something, where there'll be a selling point where a game has no AI created anything. Or no, like games will be, in other words, games are already starting to be created with AI tools, creating environments, making trees, doing all these kinds of things. Eventually that's really can all be AI driven. And that's what we're talking about here. I imagine a future, Chris, where games will be sold by saying we didn't do any of that. Every tree was handmade. We tested it with real people and all this kind of stuff. I think it'll be a selling point. And what do you think about Xbox kind of talking openly about maybe trying to automate this lower end of the games industry that might actually make games better? Because I would assume that a computer can do much better than a person, to Dustin's point, breaking a game and figuring out how to break it. So what do you think?
Yeah, generally speaking, I appreciate the candidness that he's speaking with, because I think he is right. Like it is one of these things where it's like, yeah, it makes perfect sense that you would, why have like a couple dozen people testing a game when you can have thousands of instances of that game running at once and just have like bug reports filed automatically. But it just makes a ton of sense that you would want to maybe explore that. And I think people are justifiably concerned about that, because that is that's a huge blow to the industry. I mean, you could argue that, it's apparently one of the least strong aspects of the industry, but it is still, that's a lot of jobs kind of off the table. But I think people are kind of focused on the wrong thing. I think people should, it's not that, I feel like people should be worried that our current infrastructure doesn't support those sweeping changes more than they should be afraid of those sweeping changes. And what I mean by that is basically, and I've talked about this before on other podcasts and in videos and on streams before too, but like we will eventually get to a point where most things that humans do will be doable by machines and AI. Like we're already at that point. Like I thought it would be decades before we started getting AI created artwork that looked indistinguishable from a person's. You know what I mean? Like I thought that would be the last thing that would happen, because like how do you replicate creativity? How do you replicate that aspect of the human mind before you automate something as simple as like automated cars? You know what I mean? Like that seemed a lot more complicated to me, but we're already there, and we're approaching there with cars and automated trucks. And like eventually we're going to live in a world where there just aren't enough jobs, period, because there's just no necessity for people to do them. And then like, what does human society look like at that point? I feel like people should be focused more on like how to smoothly transition over to that inevitable change, then we should be worrying about the fact that like, oh, this will happen, because it is inevitable. We will reach this point. We're already approaching it.
Certainly. And it brings up so many interesting societal and economic, political questions that need to be answered about the place of work, the place of currency and expectations and interesting stuff. Like, I'm personally pleased. A lot of people have this like real glum outlook on the population of certain countries kind of plateauing and going down. Like China's fucked. If you look at their population, like they're going to start shrinking. There's going to be so many older people and not enough people underneath. We have a demographic problem that's similar, although less pronounced here in the United States. But I'm like, with the way things are going, it's probably better that we start reducing our population, so we have like fewer people that need things, that need jobs, that, like that's not Malthusian necessarily, but just this idea that maybe it'll all kind of go more symbiotically together as we move into the future. And it reminds me of just the old argument about the advent of the car, right? And all the jobs that killed, but they couldn't foresee the jobs it would create. And that's an important point as well.
Yeah.
All right. 2 more things I want to move through real quick. We don't even have to discuss them really. French publisher Focus Entertainment, used to be Focus Home Interactive, has signed a deal with Mundfish, the Russian developer, to publish Atomic Heart, which was due out by the end of this year, but they're now saying winter. So probably more like early 2023. I thought this was interesting because Focus, being in France, is embargoing and sanctioning Russia. Mundfish is in either St. Petersburg or Moscow, one of those. And I don't know how that's working. I think that's really interesting. This is because many people in the industry don't talk about a lot of this stuff. I thought that was an underreported story, because it seems like we're going to, for the first time, maybe get a notable Russian game since the invasion of I was going to say of Siberia. That's not true. Of Ukraine. So anyway, I wanted to point that out. And then finally, before we get into what we're playing, I wanted to talk just quickly. Push Square, our friends over there, Sammy Barker, wrote that a lighter, more energy efficient PS5 has revamped gubbins. I hate British English so much. I can't even begin to tell you. I'm sorry. And I'm saying that, by the way,
what is a gubbin?
An innard, like, little tchotchke.
Oh, I hate that.
But I think that's how I interpret it. But I'm saying this as we just learned, by the way, as we're recording, that Queen Elizabeth II has passed, which seems unbelievable, since she's been queen since 1953 or something like that.
That's insane.
That's bonkers. R.I.P. my friend. So anyway, if you're keeping an eye out for a new PS5, you won't notice the difference on the outside. But according to The Verge and others, there are some differences on the inside, bits and bobs, that make the consoles a little bit different.
It's important to mention that the original source on that is Austin Evans, and Jimmy Champagne, our friend of the show, is in the video.
Oh, Jimmy Champagne.
That's right.
That's nice. Good. Very good. Okay. Let's go into what we're playing here. Now, let me see who's playing what. Chris, let's start with you.
Yeah. So I finished Destroy All Humans 2 over the last week. Got all the way to the end. Did some side stuff. Didn't go too completionist with it. There's this completionist element in the game where like you have like side objectives and you can get like 100%. And I think you unlock skins if you get like 100%, and you get more like, I think, upgrade points every time you get 100% completion on every linear story mission or any side quest. I think it's a fun little system to engage with, except sometimes they ask you to do things that are just like get from here to there in like a specific amount of time, and it's like at a certain point I was like, this is hard, and I'm just gonna enjoy the game. It's really fun. Like, it is a really genuinely enjoyable romp. It is fun. It's funny. It's just such a weird. It's nice to play a video game that is pretty much exclusively just about fun. I feel like there's a lot of games that are a little bit more about the experience nowadays, which is like not necessarily a bad way to go about design. I think Plague Tale Innocence is one of those games where it's like, it's a fun game, but it's definitely more about kind of the immersive kind of experience that you're going through. And this just reminded me of just like, man, it really was. There was a time not too long ago where it was just about just letting the player just let loose and just have a great damn time. And I think that's what Pandemic did so well, and it's why it's such a shame to see them gone, especially because they closed down just before this huge advent of open world games. It's just such a shame. Like, I would have loved to see like what a modern Pandemic game studio would have been able to do with that focus on just fun, and in that I think they would have thrived. But Destroy Humans 2 is wonderful. It's got some bugs. It doesn't run as well, I think it should. There's random difficulty spikes at the end of the game that felt like really, really out of place, because the rest of the game is so chill and so giving to the player, in the sense it's like, here, have fun, look at all these cool tools. And then this last boss, I remember just getting genuinely like Destiny raid with incompetent teammates level furious, where I was like, what is going on? Like, I was taking damage and I wasn't sure why exactly. It wasn't communicated well. So that last boss, and there's a boss fight at the end of the Japan section that's kind of similarly like needlessly hard in comparison to the cadence of the rest of the game. But aside from that, I think I might actually straight up recommend Destroy All Humans. Like, there are technical problems. It's a $40 game, but I still had a blast with it, and it really did remind me of just how pure fun video games used to be before they started getting high production values and just like convincing mocap and like amazing VO. And it's a very, very charming game that plays really, really well. And also just being able to body snatch a cop and like call off this is really cool mechanic that I forgot was in the game, but you could disguise yourself as police officers, and if you raise the alert level, you can disguise yourself as a police officer and call in like, oh, we got him. So the alert level goes away. And there's like these like fun Hitman style social stealth elements that I completely forgot about. And it's just a wonderful, wonderful little game.
What about you, Dustin? What are you playing?
So earlier this week, I was completely addicted to Neon White. Mm-hmm. And this game currently is only out on Switch and PC, but I imagine it's going to be out on PlayStation probably. It's already been almost, I'm trying to remember when it actually came out. So it might be 3 to 6 months, whatever, something like that. Doesn't matter. Anyway, this game is amazing.
It came out in June, by the way.
In June. Okay. So it's been about 3 months. So maybe soon, maybe another 3 months from now. But this is one of the most fun games I've played this year, and I cannot recommend it enough. And specifically, Chris and I interacted briefly about it on Twitter. Chris, I have to strongly suggest this game to you, because it is all the things that you like about a game like Doom mixed with some puzzle stuff. So this game, basically the point is that it's a first-person game that your goal is to get to the end of the level and kill all the demons through the course of the level. Throughout the level, you pick up cards, which are different types of guns. And each card has an alternate mode, like an alternate ability. So like the pistol lets you do a double jump. One of them lets you do like a pulse forward, like in Doom. And so these levels, the way that they're designed, it becomes like this mix of trying to speed run from point A to point B as fast as you can while killing all the enemies. But it also has these puzzle elements where the cards are very specifically laid out in order for you to be able to traverse through the level properly. But in addition, the levels are designed with shortcuts in them for you to discover and try to get the fastest score possible. And this game, it has like the exact right type of flow and feeling that once you get the flow of each level, you're like, I know I can do that a little bit faster. Or for me in particular, each level at the end, you get a medal. So there's silver, bronze, gold, and there's also the ace medals. And this game, first playthrough, I got an ace medal on every level. Like, I refused to proceed until I got an ace medal. So yeah, this game, it gets really crazy too, because it perfectly layers the new cards in each mission. Like a mission is like a set of, I don't know, like 10 levels or something like that. And so it feels like by the end you're doing like all kinds of crazy shit, like doing the pulse forward. There's like a slam down. You do double jumps. You're like flying through the air. There's a grappling hook, rocket launcher combo card later in the game that's amazing. And overall, like I said, I was so addicted to this game. I think I beat it in 3 sittings. Now, one thing I do have to say is that this game also has a large visual novel story element to it, which I found extremely off-putting for the last 3 months, and is the reason why I didn't check out this game at all. Literally from the first moment that you boot up the game, you hear it's a very American anime style dub of a guy that's like, "We're called neons." And it's like instantly, it's grotesque. But what's nice is you can easily skip all of the story. Now, is the story good or bad? I don't know. I can't judge it because I really didn't experience at all. Because when I started the gameplay, I checked out a little bit. I thought this isn't that bad, but I also don't like it. The gameplay was so good, I didn't want to even waste my time. I just wanted to get to the next set of levels just to keep playing and playing and playing. So the story elements, totally skippable. If you're into that, it's there for you. But this game really, really shocked me and surprised me how awesome it is. So I cannot recommend it enough when it comes to PlayStation, or if you want to play it on PC is where I played it. Apparently it also runs at 60 FPS on the stinky Switch. So if you're cool with that, I'm sure that probably isn't too bad of an experience either.
You had a similar experience where I was like, I saw it and I was like, whoa, this gameplay looks sick. And then the little anime guys popped up and I was like,
yeah.
And I haven't gotten around to it, but it sounds like my exact kind of game. It reminds me of Ghost Runner from about a year or two ago. That like I really liked that game. There wasn't really much to say about it because it really is that like a flow state kind of game that's all about like speed running and getting the best times, which I love. But I'll probably check out Neon White at some point. If you can just really skip the story and it doesn't hurt the game at all, then I'm totally down for that.
Yeah, you absolutely can skip the story. And I'm glad you brought up Ghost Runner because it is a very similar feeling as far as, like you said, the flow and just kind of like how you traverse through the world and take out enemies. I think Neon White's gameplay is better than Ghost Runner, and I thought Ghost Runner was awesome. So yeah, check this one out. I cannot recommend it enough. It's definitely going to be in my top games at the end of the year. I feel bad about the story thing because it's clear it's like fully voice acted. It's extensive. There's all this dialogue. I think that it actually hurt them.
Yeah.
In the long run, because I think there's a lot of people like Chris and I that saw that, thought, I don't know if I'm into that. But apparently, you can skip it all. I felt kind of bad, but it's worth it just for the gameplay alone.
We're neons.
We're called neons. I'm telling you, as soon as you boot it up, it's like, oh, here we go.
This is my talking cat, Kasuga.
So the other 2 games I'll just touch on briefly because I'm still at the beginning is I'm playing the original Suikoden on PlayStation 1, which is both of these games have crazy timing with some news we're going to go over, but I'm playing the original Suikoden.
Yeah, seriously.
It's very, very cool so far. It's totally obvious. There was a lot of comparisons to Suikoden when Ni no Kuni 2 came out, because there's this idea of going and recruiting a bunch of people to live at your castle that's like part of a resistance, and that's exactly what the core mechanic of this first game is. So I'm enjoying that. More on that later. And then Silent Hill 2 I'm also checking out. And what I really like about both Silent Hill 1 and now Silent Hill 2 is that, as far as I know, these games don't have jump scares in them at all. Yet they are horrifying simply by their atmosphere, the music, the different locations. And this game is creepy. I don't want to play it at night by myself when I'm like hanging out, sitting in front of this TV. I don't want to play it by myself at night. It's just too weird. But it's definitely still very dated. I'm lightly using a guide because sometimes I just have no clue what to do. But overall, enjoying my time, and I will update more as I proceed through the game.
Right on, my friend. For me, it's The Last of Us Part 1. So last week I left you guys with Deathloop. I told you I was going to beat it probably that next day. I did. I loved the game. I thought it was great. Thought it was a lot of fun. And I think I've beaten Deathloop into the ground on the show by now. So we will move on to The Last of Us Part 1. So I'm almost done with The Last of Us Part 1. I'm 16 hours in or so. I'm playing it on hard just to kind of change it up a little bit. I've played through this game like 3 different times at least. But I want to countervail this prevailing wisdom about this game. This game is fucking awesome. And it's funny to me how much better this game still is 9 years later than almost every single game that has come after it. In fact, in my mind, one of the only games that rivals it in any way is its sequel. We get mixed up in I think especially in the PlayStation ecosystem, this kind of more en vogue hate that is going on with Naughty Dog that I think is undeniable. You can argue about the price of the game and all of that. I've said time and time again that, first of all, I paid $70 for it gladly. I think it's worth $70 in my opinion. It comes with Left Behind, which the original didn't, and it's lacking factions. So I think those kind of replace each other in terms of value. So I think there's no value lost. But regardless, I've said before that PlayStation is not going to move the price of these games because if they make one excuse, they're going to have to make more excuses, and they're just not going to give you any excuse. I don't know how many times I've had to say that.
And I'll keep bringing up Spider-Man being $50. Like they have a different price category. At least they did.
But you're talking about Miles Morales.
Yes,
but I think that's because it was like more of a First Light style. Oh no, I'm sorry, Last Light style. Right, that was the infamous DLC style.
I know what you mean.
Right. So it wasn't a full price game. Similar to now, people look at Ratchet and Clank being remade, and they did that for $40 at Insomniac, but it's not really the same. I mean, I love that game too. But we're not talking about the same quality of game. We're not talking about the same intensity of game in terms of its development and all the rest. And that was a test, by the way, a total test balloon that succeeded wildly. And I think is the only reason we got a $70 Ratchet and Clank game. So I think that the hate on this game is ridiculous. You don't have to play it if you don't want to play it. I totally understand that. But it is a major upgrade in a lot of different, especially visual ways. It looks astounding. I mean, the game, I remember people were complaining like you still can't go prone and do all these things. And it's like, they're not going to redesign the game for you, dude. Like the game exists as it is, but they've gone through and made it so that it can stay in this current state on PS5 and always be looked back upon as something that's much more reasonable than the PS3 or PS4 remaster of the game. And I went back and played the PS3 version of the game in 2020 for Knockback, and it holds up very well. It's an awesome game, but there's no denying that this, I'm playing it on my fucking beautiful TV. And one thing I have to say is the 3D audio is insane. I mean, totally awesome. It's only the second game I've played fully with 3D audio headset, like the Pulse headset. This headset, the other one is Horizon, and it's remarkable. Like hearing the clickers, it's just so ambient. One thing I do think that the game doesn't do very well is haptics. I'm surprised that the haptics aren't very good. Like it's actually like non-existent, basically. It just feels like you're playing a DualShock 4 in some way. So I don't know what that's all about. But overall, whether you want to spend $70 or less for it, there's no denying in my mind the high quality of this game, the forever nature of this game, and how embarrassing it is for, I think, so many parties, including Sony, maybe its other studios and some of its other studios, that this game is still a high watermark. If you've never played The Last of Us, you absolutely owe it to yourself to play it. If you haven't played it in years, I still think you should play through it. It's one of those truly special games. And when people talk about how it's bad or use that kind of terminology for it, you sound goofy when you say shit like that. Like just playing it, I'm like, this is the production per square inch is remarkable to this day. I know that game like the back of my hand, and I still am learning things about it, surprised by things. the nature of encounters in the game is remarkable. The way enemies react to you, the way they talk to each other, though, it's quite sophisticated for its time. And I really have nothing bad to say about it. Other than that, I am surprised by a few technical hiccups. I had to restart the game, which is unheard of in Naughty Dog games, as people know, because Ellie tells jokes. It's like one of the collectibles. And like she opened the book but wouldn't read it. I'm like, wow, that's really weird for a Naughty Dog game. So I actually had to go back to a previous save to make that jump, which was annoying. And there have been a few technical hiccups, like image hiccups. Like if I would swing the camera quickly, everything would disappear for like one of those, for like one frame, like 1 degree on the 360-degree axis, you know?
Oh, weird.
So strange shit like that I certainly think should be patched out. But remarkable. Still one of the great games of all time. I don't know what else to say about it. It's so good. And Derek Wechter wrote in and said, "Greetings, Sacred Men. Why do you think The Last of Us has received so much scrutiny for re-releasing a genuine remake for $70 when games like Skyrim and Resident Evil 4 have been re-released at full price many, many times? I know this topic is tiring, but the stigma around the game reeks of bandwagon comments and not individual thought. It really gives me agita. Cheers and be well." Nice use of the word agita. Derek, Skyrim and Resident Evil 4 get a pass because they're not Naughty Dog games, so it's not fun and popular to make fun of them.
They also didn't launch at the same price. Like Resident Evil Wii Edition was $30 at launch, so I don't really know what he's talking about.
I also do. Skyrim gets constantly clowned on for releasing all the time.
But it's a meme. It's not even like something that people aren't being harsh to Bethesda about that. I've never seen. You know what I mean? Like it's totally a different tenor. It's funny. I think it's funny that they release it so many times, but it is interesting for me to think about. Like, yes, that is totally true. I'm kind of just shooting the shit as well, but it's just, of course, it's because it's popular to make fun of Naughty Dog. I mean, obviously,
that is true. That is also objectively true. I do think, I don't know, from Resident Evil 4 is a game that's like a very interesting one to compare to, because like I think was Resident Evil 4 released on 360 and PS3?
Yeah, it was as a downloadable game. Yeah,
because that's how I have it on Series X right now, is the 360.
I think it was pretty cheap. I want to say it was like maybe even $10 or something like that.
It was pretty cheap. I know I got it for pretty cheap. I mean, it's super late in the game, but like on the Xbox ecosystem, like old games are for some reason like still incredibly expensive. Like Call of Duty Modern Warfare is like I think still 40 or so, like some crazy price on the original 360 through the Xbox store. So like, and yeah, Resident Evil 4 did have the VR mode, which I think is, in fairness, a decent amount of effort to kind of retool the game. I know what people are saying. It is kind of weird, but I just think, again, I think the feeling about this game in particular isn't necessarily about how bad this is. It's more about how good the original was and just how little room in comparison there. Like, because I look at Destroy All Humans 2 and Destroy All Humans 2 Remake, and there's no question, like not in my mind, that the second one is just a way, like a crazy improvement. You know what I mean? Like there's different gameplay mechanics. There's like an entirely different progression system. There's like there's a lot different about it beyond just like a coat of paint. Whereas The Last of Us didn't really need to change anything because so much of it was already pretty much pixel perfect. All they really needed to do was get the graphics running in a way that's suitable for modern consoles. And even then, people's memory of the original Last of Us is a game that looked amazing. And it still does, to be quite honest with you. It doesn't hold up in the same way, but it still holds up totally fine as a playable experience, especially on PS4 with the remaster at 60 frames. I think it's an exceptionally modern game even still. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't think I was ever under the impression that this new game was going to look ostensibly worse. There were screenshots that they showed early before the game came out that had me like kind of questioning it a little bit, but on running off of base hardware, there's no question that, I mean, I haven't played The Last of Us Part 1, but I could probably safely recommend it to people who especially if they haven't played the first one. Yeah. If you haven't played it, there's no reason not to play this version of it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. I don't know how you've held off if you've not played The Last of Us and The Last of Us Part 2. You should definitely play both of those games amongst the best, finest modern games, in my opinion, of the CD era, even. So highly recommended The Last of Us Part 1. I know there's a lot of division out there about it. People are entitled to their own opinions. I think it's $70 perfectly well spent, and was perfectly happy to do that. I'm really looking forward to getting into Left Behind, because Left Behind I have not played since before it came out. I reviewed it when I was at IGN, played it on a package file on a debug machine in like an afternoon, and then just never played it again. So I really do not remember it at all. I remember like bits and pieces of it, but I really don't remember the full gist. What I do remember was complaining that there was combat in it, because I remember thinking that it would have been really cool if there was just no fighting in the entire DLC, that it was just exploration and getting to know Ellie a little bit better and all of that. But nonetheless, I'm looking forward to getting to that. And like I said, Micah and I are going to sit down and do a very extensive Sacred Symbols Plus all about it. I've been taking tons of notes, lots of things to talk about, lots of threads to pull at. Endlessly interesting game for me to talk about, which is why it's so disappointing that the environment around it and its sequel are amongst the most toxic in console gaming. Because the reality is that they would be amongst the most fun games to talk about in console gaming if people just took them a little differently, especially the second one, which I feel like has never really gotten its full due to how amazing it is. All right. Let's get into the news. I got to pee. So you guys can talk to each other if you want.
Yeah.
And cut this
We're
out
definitely
if you
going
want.
to. No more cuts.
Okay.
Yeah.
No cuts.
Get the hell out of here.
We do have to make one cut earlier, but that was
Oh, yeah, that's true.
because Colin whipped his dick out, and we just thought that's too far.
That was
for
heinous,
the show.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what the hell he was. And the fact that he just stared blankly into the camera, didn't say anything afterwards, is like very like deeply off. We were recording for 10 straight minutes of him just staring
Right.
at us. And,
For me, it was the heavy breathing.
Yeah,
you know?
the heavy breathing and the veins bulging out.
It sounded belabored.
Yeah, it was all very, very disconcerting. Like, I don't know what's going on health wise in Colin's life exactly, but it was deeply. I don't know. I thought about maybe calling an ambulance over just to make sure he was okay, but then I realized I wouldn't even know how to do that. I call 911 and be like, "Hey, I'm in California,
Right.
but I need to send an ambulance over here," and I don't know how that works.
Yeah, who knows? That's who knows how that the cost
the
of the
whole
ambulance getting
Yeah,
over,
the cost
but
is gonna be like $4,000 just to get him to the hospital.
for
Dude, ambulances are stupid expensive. I had how old were you when you realized that ambulances were insanely expensive?
I think when I was a kid, you just thought it was free.
Yeah, because you
You
think of
just-
it as like a police car or like a fire
Right.
truck. You think
Mhm.
of like, oh yeah, that's just the thing that comes when something bad happens. But
Right.
but then I remember my parents got into a car accident and they got the bill and it was like $3,000. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's
3,000?
I luckily have never had to be in an ambulance or had any close situations like that, but I have heard that it is just insane, absurdly expensive. Thanks,
Only once in
American
my life.
Healthcare.
Only once in my life have I been in an ambulance. And it was when I got hooked in the eye at a Rainbows in the Bronx.
Holy shit!
Yeah, do you remember Rainbows?
Yeah, I do. We had them.
It was
all
like
around.
it was like a discount clothing store, and like my aunt was like, she took me to this clothing store. It was on Gun Hill on Meshulah in the Bronx. Terrible place. But she took me there. She was like, "Oh, I want that." And you know how in those kind of hole in the wall furniture stores they had the sticks, the long sticks.
Yeah, with like the
tiny
hook on it
at the end.
Yeah.
Like she brushed past it, and it like came careening down into my eye. And then I had picture day the next day for my baseball team.
Oh no!
So like,
we gotta find that picture.
It's a blurry photo because like I haven't seen the original one in a long time, but like it's just like tiny me squinting with like an infected eye. It's pretty funny.
Yar. Sorry about that. I usually have my pee well in control, but today I woke up a little early and I worked out, and then I drank my protein shake before the show. I usually do it afterwards because when we're recording today, football starts tonight, which is very, very exciting indeed. And so I have to be prepared for that after the show. And that's why I had to pee now.
You should do what I do, and just instead of peeing, you just think really hard about the state of the world and cry it all out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm too beat up to cry. All right. I don't know how to cry anymore.
My tear ducts are swollen shut.
Yeah.
I'm too beat up.
I can't cry. All right, let's get into the news. This is a big one. Everyone wants to talk about this. Number one, sit back. This is a long one, but I have to provide all the proper quotes and all the proper setting and all the rest. So let's get into it. In an escalating battle of words, arch rivals Sony and Microsoft are now publicly stating their diverging cases when it comes to Microsoft's acquisition of mega publisher Activision Blizzard, which Sony strongly opposes, a development we've gone into many times in the past. Most recently, in regard to public filings in Brazil that spelled out Sony's case and Microsoft's retort in full. So you guys can go back to those shows if you want. For the uninitiated, earlier this year, Microsoft announced it would acquire Activision Blizzard, merging it with the existing gaming business that it already has, Xbox, greatly expanding its reach and revenue. The sale will cost Microsoft an eye-watering $68.7 billion if it goes through, dwarfing Xbox's acquisition of Bethesda and outweighing any single investment or acquisition Sony has made by up to 20 times over. While Activision owns its own family of studios and commands some enormous IP, including StarCraft, Overwatch, Diablo, Crash Bandicoot, and more, the major sticking point between the two sides and global regulators is one IP and 4 studios in particular: Call of Duty and the teams that make it, Infinity Ward, Treyarch, Sledgehammer, and Raven. Call of Duty's importance cannot be overstated. It's approaching 500 million units sold in 2 decades, and these days PlayStation is its most important platform. Indeed, Sony players are Activision's single biggest customer base, according to sales data. On that list, Microsoft trails Apple and Google in 4th. So disruption to both Call of Duty's franchise and its potential availability on its most played platform is very much relevant. The problem is basically this. Sony has a marketing and content deal with Activision that predates this sale. The deal essentially seals Call of Duty to PlayStation through 2024, meaning it will receive this fall's Modern Warfare 2, Warzone's follow-up Warzone 2, and then another Call of Duty game in 2024, as the series may skip a mainline entry in 2023. After that, it's assumed Microsoft could potentially take Call of Duty away from Sony, though Microsoft has nebulously spoken about indefinite and potentially even permanent availability on its rival platform. But now we have more clear lines, and both sides are being public with their growing feud. In a statement to website The Verge, Xbox CEO Phil Spencer said in totality, quote, "In January, we provided a signed agreement to Sony to guarantee Call of Duty on PlayStation with feature and content parity for at least several more years beyond the current Sony contract, an offer that goes well beyond typical gaming industry agreements," end quote. What he basically means is that Microsoft promised Call of Duty to Sony beyond 2024, potentially through 2027. But this isn't enough for Sony, and they've responded publicly in kind. Talking to website GamesIndustry.biz, PlayStation CEO Jim Ryan stated the following, quote, "I hadn't intended to comment on what I understood to be a private business discussion, but I feel the need to set the record straight because Phil Spencer brought this to the public forum. Microsoft has only offered for Call of Duty to remain on PlayStation for 3 years after the current agreement between Activision and Sony ends. After almost 20 years of Call of Duty on PlayStation, their proposal was inadequate on many levels and failed to take account to the impact of our players. We want to guarantee PlayStation gamers continue to have the highest quality Call of Duty experience, and Microsoft's proposal undermines this principle," end quote. That not even 5 more years of Call of Duty will satiate PlayStation indicates how incredibly important it is to the health of its platform. And indeed, Call of Duty sells more than almost every PlayStation exclusive in history, even in a down year, so every single year. But this cuts both ways. PlayStation is Call of Duty's most popular platform, and has been for years. Activision relies on that income to the tune of nearly a quarter of its revenue. Microsoft will be removing its own ability to monetize Call of Duty by putting it on Game Pass while absorbing the cost to make and publish it. And so this is obviously a far deeper problem than either side has let on, even with this escalation. However, there's no doubt that there is a blatant hypocrisy central to Sony's argument, even if the scales are far different. Sony's strategy since the end of PlayStation 2's era especially has been all in on exclusives, first, second, and third party alike. Okay, so that's the news. There's a lot to get into here. Dustin, let's go to you first. So let's hear your thoughts on this. This is the raging news right now, is the feud, the going public feud between Jim Ryan and Phil Spencer about Call of Duty. It really underlines the importance of Call of Duty. But I also think that the argument, in my opinion, misses an important component of this, which is that I think Activision needs, or Microsoft in this case, needs Sony more than they're letting on. Call of Duty is at home on PlayStation right now. It's not the Xbox 360 era anymore. And while many players will go where they need to, many other players won't. And you don't want to really fuck with that. So what do you think?
There's a lot of elements of this that I find a little confusing, and maybe you guys can clarify some elements to me, just because maybe I'm not remembering correctly. But I remember a few weeks ago, we talked about how there's this idea of the monopoly vertical, right? And so that was a big element of this deal, is that Phil Spencer, Microsoft, whatever, needed to tell regulators, hey, don't worry, we're going to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation. But now, to me, it seems like that messaging is changed, or maybe we didn't fully know the message, because now it sounds like, well, we're actually only going to promise to keep it on there for this set of time, which from a regulation standpoint seems very different to me. And I don't know. I'm going to get accused of defending Sony a lot, but I'm really just trying to explain the situation, or at least how I see they're viewing it, is that a lot of people want to compare Call of Duty exclusivity to Final Fantasy VII Remake exclusivity. And Colin, you mentioned about the scales being different, but it's still hypocritical. And I agree that it's like, yes, of course, it is hypocritical of Sony to be mad about exclusives, but the scales are extremely different when we're talking about even a game that's hugely successful like Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think I saw on the PSN charts, because I was trying to find exact sales number for some of the recent Call of Duty games, and it's not exactly clear, but the year, I guess it was 2020, right, when Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, it was number 7 for the sales charts on PlayStation Network, and Call of Duty was number 1. And I believe would that have been Vanguard or
World
Black
War II,
Ops?
one of the Black Ops, yeah, maybe, I don't know.
Maybe it was Black Ops. But the point is, even on, I'm pretty sure that Call of Duty on its worst year still sold better.
Oh no, totally. At least
Final
in the
Fantasy VII
modern,
Remake.
at least in the last 2 generations, there's no doubt about that. It's not even close. And
right.
But what my whole point about that is simply that I agree with you, but when you're explaining, you're losing. Sony is not in a position to say like, well, it's different. It's totally different, because yeah, it is different, but who gives a shit? You're making an argument. You're making an argument about exclusivity when you're incredibly stringent about exclusivity. So it just doesn't make any sense. I totally understand why that's a major problem for people. I will say this though, really quick, before I throw it over to you, Chris. Ben Williams wrote in, said, "Hey, Fat, how come Phil Spencer is allowed to publicly discuss and plan exclusivity of an Activision product prior to the closing of the acquisition? Didn't Big Phil tell us he couldn't discuss the same thing in regards to Bethesda prior to the acquisition? Why should we believe anything these suits say?" Bingo. Phil Spencer was lying. And we said that at the time, that it made no sense. I've never heard of such a thing in my entire fucking life. Now, there's a difference between saying, this happened recently with Time Warner, whatever the fuck they're called now, Warner Media, whatever.
Yeah.
That bought CNN, where they're gutting CNN right now. And they have always planned to do that, but they could not communicate that to them. The CEOs couldn't talk to each other. That's true. But you talking about hypotheticals to the press and things of this nature, totally different. So why he can do one and not the other makes no sense, other than that he wants to talk to the regulators and that no one was really Sony didn't care about Bethesda. I mean, I'm sure that wasn't ideal for them, but I don't think they really cared, clearly, because they didn't complain at all. They're complaining a lot about this. So I just wanted to point that out, that you say, why should we believe anything these suits say, regardless of what console or consoles you play on, or companies you like or whatever, just assume all of them are lying. I mean, that's kind of my...
generally a safe go.
Yeah.
That's what I was bringing up, is that, do you remember when it was talking about the regulation aspect, that they're like, oh, no, we're going to keep it on PlayStation. But now that's changed. Am I the only one seeing that?
No, you're not. I mean, clearly you're not. It's bullshit. I mean, that was the thing. You can isolate all the other things going on and saying like, well, that was a lie, right? That was obviously a lie. And that's totally fine. Who cares? It's over. Like the whole Bethesda thing is over. Yeah. But this is obviously ongoing. And Chris, my theory is that, and we'll continue to talk about these things, is just that Sony is going to make this as hard as possible. And I actually saw someone make the interesting point, which is that at the very least, they're going to buy themselves time. And I think that that's what they want to do. They just want to they want to kick this as far into the distance as possible, so that one of two things becomes maybe more likely. The first is that maybe Call of Duty starts to decline. I was talking about this with Micah last night. I'm like, are we really in the thrall of Call of Duty permanently? And she's of the mind that we are. She's a big Call of Duty fan. She's like, I don't think Call of Duty is ever going anywhere. And so that's the thing that's always, so they're gonna have to exist. So they buy time so that maybe they can compete with some of these games they have in the oven right now. And so they're just trying to make it as complicated as possible, right? So that they just...
Maybe.
So what do you think about what's going on here?
I don't know. Well, first of all, I think Call of Duty will come to PlayStation beyond 2027. I think it's largely just kind of like big talk from Microsoft, just so Sony know. I think it's really just telegraphing that to Sony that like, hey, by the way, this is our thing, and we could not renew this deal if we want to. I don't think they will, because I think they know that there's a lot of money to be made over on Sony's platform. I think it'd be dumb to throw that away, and I also think it'd be dumb to just kind of like throw that entire audience under the bus when you have. I just don't think it makes sense for them to actually fulfill on this promise of only keeping Call of Duty on there for a select period of time. Which, by the way, I don't disagree with Phil Spencer, is a pretty long time to have access to a IP that belongs to a competitor. And that's where I kind of think the Final Fantasy comparison doesn't, like, it actually does make some amount of sense. There are different scales entirely, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, Sony only gets 5 more years of access to Call of Duty, which is owned by a competitor's platform. But Microsoft doesn't have access to an entire franchise that isn't even owned by Sony. There's almost less reason for that to even be the case. Whereas like Call of Duty is still going to be on PlayStation for the foreseeable future. So like to me, it's like that's an environment where Sony can't. It's not good for them to argue.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's the point I was making. It doesn't make any sense. Right.
There's just no question that Sony comes out of this looking poor. Yeah. Like it's a bad look, because we all know Sony's strategy, and Microsoft comes across as, yeah, I mean, they are only promised you this game for however long, but if this deal goes through, it's their game. Like they could justifiably they could just as easily just not put it on the platform at all, and it would make complete sense as to why that would be the case. The fact that they're even on the other platform at all, from a player standpoint, is going to be viewed a lot more sympathetically, or at least like a good guy thing to do, than Sony complaining that it's only for a limited time. Like it just comes across as a little bit whiny, and it just like
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. It's not a good look. They shouldn't have said anything publicly, Sony.
I don't know. They're trying to buy time though, like you said. So
I think that's all it is.
I have to bring this up again, but I just find this aspect about the regulation thing so weird, right? Like, maybe again, this is not something that I'm like super well versed in, but if regulators were concerned were about Call of Duty and the vertical monopoly that we talked about before, and during that process they were like, oh, we're going to keep it, and now it's like, well, maybe not. Well, then wouldn't that kind of change the tune of that? It just seems strange. I feel like I'm leaning on this. Oh, God.
I would just say, like, I don't, because he said we have an agreement to keep Call of Duty through 2027. That doesn't necessarily say that after that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? Like it's really just stating the terms of the current deal. So it's like, it doesn't necessarily come across as legally anyway. Obviously, like these people all know how to speak in ways that are kind of like very, very pointed and very, very specific, and they know how to like color in the lines with the things that they say. But I think it's intentional. The wording is very intentional. It's like, we have this deal to give Call of Duty to PlayStation through 2027 at the very least. It is 2022 right now. It's a very, very long time. That is there at least through 2027. And like I said, I don't think it's actually going anywhere.
Well, I don't either, because this brings in... That's why this is such a complicated battlefield right now, with a lot of different things kind of going on, is that I'm still of the mind that 2027 Game Pass is going to be on PlayStation. Like, there'll be some sort of special. I still believe that. Like, I still totally believe that. I'm willing to make that bet. Doesn't cost me anything to make it. 5 years from now, long time. I think, honestly, the only thing that stops some sort of boutique Xbox Game Pass on PlayStation right now is Sony. I think that if Sony and Microsoft, this makes collaboration between the two of them much less likely, by the way. That's another thing that needs to be taken into account, is that the corporate cultures don't seem to like each other very much right now. And that might have some sort of carryover effect, because they've been playing really nice, especially with crossplay. And, not that Sony's had much of a choice, but MLB The Show, and but Microsoft kind of rubbing their nose in it by putting it on Game Pass. I mean, Microsoft hasn't exactly been innocent, let's say in quotes, in all of this, but that's part of the job, is to instigate the fight. They were losing. And so I don't blame Microsoft for doing any of this stuff. But here's the question I have. And Tyler Hook wrote in about it. He said, "What's up, fellas? So now Xbox is saying that they will keep Call of Duty multi-platform for only 3 years. What do you think of the change of heart, or was this always the plan? Would it ultimately be a smart financial move for Microsoft, or could cutting off one of COD's largest user bases cost them money in the long run?" Well, just to reiterate, it's 3 years beyond the agreement. So we're really talking about 2027 is the last time. So 2028 would be the first year that a Call of Duty game could conceivably not come to PlayStation. According to, right? What'd you say?
Yeah,
right.
So, conceivably, yeah.
Right, conceivably. So it is a long ways away. Like I said, Modern Warfare 2, Warzone 2, and the 2024 one, which apparently is in Iraq. I don't know if that's true. Which would be fucking awesome. Is going to be on PlayStation, and then beyond that, 3 more years they promised. So that might be 1 or 2 more games. Who knows what they're going to do, or if they're going to continue to annualize them. But here's what I would say about the financial aspect, though I think Sony is in a poor position to argue this and all of this. I think Microsoft is in a poor, I don't want to say a poor financial position because they can withstand great losses, but what is the plan here? So you're going to take Call of Duty, put it on Game Pass so no one's going to buy it, right? So you withdraw all of those sales and you forsake them for subscription. That's fine. That's your whole model. You have to pay for those games to be developed now and publish them so that they're your games to make now. You don't have that revenue coming back, and then you're going to cut off a fourth of your user base. I don't understand how that works financially. That's where I think they're in trouble, because they're so brutish in their size, and I think Sony can make this argument to regulators that they're doing things that make no sense. Like if you're buying, for instance, Bungie cost Sony, what, $3 billion and change? So 5% of what it costs to buy Activision. Sony immediately in the press release for it said, we're not bringing any of this shit internal. In fact, we're not even bringing them into PlayStation studios at all. Their games are going to continue to be wherever they want them to be. Microsoft would be able to make a different decision there. And Sony could make the argument with Activision. They're spending almost $70 billion, incredible amount of money. They're going to remove a bunch of revenue sources from it, and then they're going to keep making it and then put it on their subscription service. That is a vertical monopoly in some way, from stem to stern, right? Like there is some sort of regulatory argument to be made there. Mm-hmm. My big question, though, guys, is just, it goes to what Micah was saying to me about Call of Duty, is like, this only matters if we imagine a future where Call of Duty will always be as relevant as it is now. And is it really always going to be the case? And again, I'll say she says yes. And Sony itself, everyone's forgetting about. Remember, Sony and Microsoft were making the arguments in Brazil and then afterwards. And Microsoft said something interesting and Sony said something interesting. What Microsoft said, and they admitted it, and this is something Sony would probably have to bring to bear in terms of if they want to kind of show how they're using a bunch of money and flooding it into games to kind of withstand losses and disrupt the market, is Microsoft said themselves that Call of Duty can't be made and like under their roof, in so many words, and not be sold elsewhere. Like the money doesn't make any sense. And that their hope is that they might be able to figure that out. That was basically what they said. And Sony had said that the disruption to the market is so great that they feel like a game like Call of Duty cannot be replaced. Like nothing they do. I mean, that's a pretty big admission. And so one thing is clear to me, that this is a bigger deal, I think, becoming a bigger deal than I think anyone maybe anticipated. And while I expect that the sale is going to go through ultimately, I think there is a material percentage that it doesn't at this point. And I think I feel that way for the first time. In other words, it's not a coin flip. I don't think it's anything like that, but it's not like impossible to imagine that they pay the fee and get out of this thing if this is going to be too much trouble for them. So there's a lot of different things to consider, but I don't think anyone is holistically really looking at all of the different elements, monetarily, regulatory, and then of course just the political situation within your own industry and how that freezes things, and this is the thing I'm interested in, guys, and this is why I think, Chris, to your point that Jim Ryan's in a poor position to argue this, is because I think this is just going to make them double down. Like if this goes through and they really do lose Call of Duty in a few years or whatever, and Sony knows that's going to happen, they're going to go buck wild, I think, and start getting as many exclusives as they can. And I think just kind of go scorched earth with it. And I don't want to see that instigation, or that, I shouldn't say instigation, I should say that elevation of this already rolling hill, or rolling rock going downhill. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's just so weird to me that, because to me, PlayStation is more important to Call of Duty than Call of Duty should be to PlayStation. Like, I don't. The Nintendo Switch sells like crazy, and there has not been a Call of Duty game on that platform for ages.
Since the Wii, I think, right?
Long time since the Wii. I'm pretty sure. Maybe Wii U maybe had one.
Yeah,
but like
I think they had one.
They had
like
one.
Black Ops 2 or something.
Yeah, it was like an old one. But like, I really don't see. I think PlayStation. I think Call of Duty is a big presence on PlayStation, specifically just because Xbox shit the bed so hard that a lot of Call of Duty fans had nowhere else to go. So they went to PlayStation to play these games. And so like, I feel like their perception of how important Call of Duty is like a little bit overestimated. Like, I think it is a massive juggernaut, and I think it's huge, no doubt. But like, if Sony was to, or if PlayStation was to lose Call of Duty, I don't think it would be as massive of a blow to them as they think it would be, because there's a huge contingent of PlayStation players who are in this ecosystem purely for not even just the single player games, but just live service stuff that's available everywhere. Even Warzone and Warzone 2, which will conceivably last for years upon years, those are going to be on the platform, even if it does go away in 2027. Like, I don't know. The fact that Nintendo is thriving so effectively without it has to be considered when all of this weight is being placed on Call of Duty as this thing that absolutely needs to be there. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that was it.
Well, I was going to say, I think Microsoft is actually kind of playing that up, because people have pointed out that Microsoft in their regulatory filings does bring up 3 competitors. And I think they're angling for this argument being like, we're not the only other gaming hardware manufacturer, and that there is this other closed garden that's notorious for exclusivity, by the way. But I think Nintendo is just its own thing. Like, I really authentically continue to be surprised by their success. Like, it shows me that I'm an old man. Like, I'm totally detached from it now. Like, I look at it. Micah buys a lot of Switch games. I'm like, what is going on here? It's like, oh, it's Yoshi's Woolly World. It sold 7,000 million copies. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, and meanwhile, like, they're selling 20, 30, 40 million copies of their games. It's like that to me is nuts and total insanity. I cannot even believe it. And Sony's in between a rock and a hard place. Here's what I think they're up against. Their strength is in the kind of game that is becoming less and less important. And they're obviously trying to diversify as quickly as possible and purchase studios that will help them. And it's working to some degree. And we're going to see Helldivers in some games that come out and I think try to kind of bring them to this game as a service space, because really outside of Drawn to Death and Kill Strain and a few others, they've not been there and they don't know what they're doing. It's hard to even imagine them there.
Yeah.
It's like
they have no presence
in
that field.
And they look at Call of Duty, I think, and they look at Fortnite and these other games and they're like, we are making so much money by doing nothing. Meanwhile, we spend $250 million on our next AAA game and we'll make $100 million in profit, which is great. But they're looking at it and they're saying, dude, we can't survive at this scale. They're going to bury us. And I think that they're in trouble. I don't want to use that term. I'm going to back that up. They're not in trouble, but this hasn't shaken out yet. And I know Michael Pachter is one of those guys that really believes that like Sony is in a little bit of trouble now. And we're going to see, like, Microsoft just announced their Game Pass family plan. They're going to try to bury Sony with value. I think Sony has to continue to say, like, quality. I've been saying this for years. I don't know why they don't do it. Right? remember Microsoft themselves, I don't know if it came out in the Epic filings or whatever, but remember that Microsoft themselves in a leaked memo about The Last of Us Part 2 said something along the lines of, we're not making anything close to this game and nothing close to this game has ever come out on Xbox. Something in so many words. So they know what time it is. They're trying to change the parameters of the fight, but I think they're doing it very effectively because the parameters of the fight are changing in their favor generally. And I think that's why Nintendo has no urgency in bringing out another Switch, because it's not really contingent on power so much as it's contingent on just stickiness. Microsoft needs that engagement or Game Pass can't succeed. And Call of Duty is a wise play for them. Yeah. And them making it available beyond the terms of the deal is more than they have to do. But I would put the brakes on anyone suggesting that that's them being nice. That's them keeping the economics working in their favor because they can't suddenly cut PlayStation off just like that. And so it's just so complicated.
No, yeah, business stuff is rarely about it's never anybody being like, oh, they're being mean or they're being nice. But it is a game of optics for everybody else where to your average person who engages in that form of communication where it's your average person doesn't really engage in a lot of business talk. So they can only relate to basic kind of normal human interaction. When they see Microsoft offering a massive amount of value after the amount of time that they have to for a decent amount of time, that's going to read as nice guy Microsoft to the average person. Because of course that's how it's going to be interpreted. And when Sony complains about it, it's going to be looked at as whiny, even if there's valuable or even if there's valid concerns, even if there's selfish reasons for both of these things to happen. If there's selfish reasons for Sony to complain about this to maybe sow some doubt in regulators' minds, if there's selfish reasons for Microsoft to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation to kind of guarantee a financial security net while they figure out how to make things exclusive, which is, I'm sure, probably in some form something that they've talked about. It's always going to read to the audience in a very, very different way. And in the game of optics, I just think there's no question in this whole kerfuffle that Sony comes out looking pretty bad, even if it's not necessarily actually all that bad.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Sony looks good at all. I think they should have just never said anything publicly. Let Microsoft say whatever they want. I don't know why they felt like they needed to correct the record. I think the idea was, it's very intentional. Sony's PR, hi guys, very intentional. And they're very calculated. They're smart. And he didn't say this on accident to GamesIndustry.biz, to a business publication. But that they felt like they calculated that they needed to say something, I think is a little weird. Because I think their calculation was, we need to stand up for our gamers. Because that's what he says, is our players are at a disadvantage like this. But it's dude, that's not their problem. That's your problem. Yeah. And it's you got to figure that out.
That's also part of what I'm talking about, where it's I think they tried to spin it in a way that oh, it's Jim Ryan being nice. This is always the spin, by the way. It's whenever people talk about PR, they're always thinking about it through the lens of anybody who's on the receiving end of it. Anybody who happens to catch a glimpse of it, happens to read the news. Does this come across as mean? Does this come across as nice? And I think they were we're standing up for our gamers, and that's nice, but it's it's not. Yeah, it's not really. It doesn't hold water because you're the person saying it.
Right. It's him in his position, and I also think Jim Ryan, and this is just an optical game. It really doesn't matter, but he's not Jack Tretton. He's not Jack Tretton. No one wants to hear from you. It's not an insult thing. It's just that when you speak, you clearly don't know the product. You clearly don't understand your player base. You are a bean counter, and that's okay. See, there are great bean counter CEOs. Jack Tretton wasn't a creative, right? He wasn't. He was a businessman, but he understood how to talk to people and understood he didn't see Gran Turismo, one of your famous series, on TV, on a TV running on old hardware and asking aloud, why would anyone want to play this? He's not in a PR photo holding the DualSense like a moron. No one holds it like that. He's not always answering or typically answering, what are you playing? Or I'm playing the most recent game. We don't really want to hear from you. We want you to do what you need to do behind the scenes, but you're not one of those personalities. And from my perspective, it's not like any of us really feel like you've advocated for us, generally speaking, anyway. I think we're going to enter a different period. I continue to say that a lot of the silence is engineered because the games that they're ready to announce are not going to be the games that you think.
Yeah.
Be
very prepared for a lot of stuff that looks not like The Last of Us, my guy. Like, you're going to see a lot of weird looking Fortnite-esque stuff. You're going to see a lot of janky looking free to play. I mean, it's just the nature of it, really.
I'm sure some of them are going to be very high quality, but I just think, that's why I think, Chris, that The Last of Us Part 1 is kind of precious right now. Like,
yeah.
Like, you're going to long for that shit in 5 years. I'll tell you that. Like, ship that. You know, like we're going to look back and be like, oh my God, I'll take any single player game. I really feel like that's going to end up be what ends up happening ultimately. And that we'll always get single player fare, but it's not going to come from the first parties because they are so singularly focused on games as a service. And it's obvious. It's just obvious.
I don't know. I actually kind of disagree with that. I do feel like that. Well, I just feel like a console manufacturer needs to have those single player experiences just to draw them to their ecosystem specifically. I think what you say is like, because we're under the assumption that all of these live service games that come out of PlayStation are going to be exclusive to Sony platforms, and I just don't entirely think so. I think it would be kind of a dumb, like it would defeat the purpose of even pursuing the live service model in the first place. And I feel like people come to PlayStation because of The Last of Us, because of God of War, and because of these single player experiences, and then they stay in that ecosystem, and then they jump into Fortnite, and then they spend all their money on PlayStation Network through those games, and then that kind of like encourages them to stay, and then they're kind of enticed to stay with, you know, not only because they've established themselves in this network, but also they have stuff promised and they have stuff coming. I think we'll always have first party single player stuff, especially out of Sony. Like, I think it would be weird if they just never did that. They've been doing it for so long.
Well, I think we'll always have something, but I guess what I'm saying is that the era of every one of those games being reliably single player tentpoles is gone. Like, the tentpoles will always exist, but I think half of them or more are not going to be what you want. And I don't think that's
fewer.
Right. Probably. It's like we always had MLB The Show. That's not for everyone. You have Gran Turismo or something like that. That's not for us. But I think you're going to have more of those. Not for me, not for me, not for me, not for me, not for me. You know, I am skeptical. It's what I said on the Fortnite episode of Sacred Symbols Plus. The money is unreal. If you sell
it's really
7 skins in Fortnite, you make the same amount of money selling The Last of Us Part 2 at full price. That's nuts.
Yeah, and then there's like no review cycle. There's no reviews for skins, so it's like big fucking deal. Like, people just like part with that money. It is kind of
also, you didn't make it as well. So it's just free. It's not like they made The Last of Us. So like they had to pay for it, but this is just existing.
Yeah.
This kind of economics of scale is making me very nervous, Chris, I must admit. Dustin, do you have any closing comments? I haven't heard from you in a while.
No, I think I've said everything I need to.
When are they going to add the Queen Elizabeth Fortnite skin?
Oh my God. Soon.
Very soon.
I saw they're already calling the next guy king. I thought don't you have to be, don't write in about this, please. But don't you have to be, isn't there like an event where you get, you know, what am I thinking of? I can't think of the
Court of Owls.
The coronation is what I'm thinking of. I'm glad you said that, because that's what I was thinking of. Yes, the Court of Owls is what I was thinking of, indeed. All right, number 2. In the shadow of its big showcase comes bad news from publisher Ubisoft. Chinese tech conglomerate Tencent now owns a bigger piece of it than it already did, as it expands its reach throughout our industry. So here's how it happened, according to a press release. Ubisoft, a French company, was founded by the Guillemot family in the mid-80s. Indeed, Yves Guillemot, CEO of Ubisoft, is one of the most well-known executives in gaming. But the Guillemot family doesn't actually own their portion of the company personally, but rather through an external entity called Guillemot Brothers Limited. And it's that company that Tencent has targeted. By acquiring a minority share in that family-run business, Tencent has been able to expand its holding over Ubisoft from its existing 5% and has also been given the green light to increase its direct holding by 5%, bringing it to 10%. In other words, before all this happened, Tencent owned 5% of Ubisoft. Now it owns 10% plus 49.9% of the majority holding company, which gives it board seats I'm sorry, which it won't give it board seats rather, but increased voting power and the ability after a time to increase their holdings even more. This is relevant because the last time Ubisoft was approached by a corporate partner, it was done so via a hostile takeover attempt. You may recall that fellow French company Vivendi waged a years-long campaign to acquire more and more of the company before abandoning its position short of 50% control in 2019. Ubisoft, known for its Assassin's Creed, Tom Clancy's entire stable, and more, employs nearly 20,000 people across scores of studios around the world. Tencent, a Chinese entity heavily intertwined with its government, has quietly become one of the biggest gaming corporations in the world. While most of its popularity and revenue comes from mobile and PC gaming outside of Western territories, their aggressive entry into the Western market largely comes packing a new, whitewashed name, Level Infinite. Dustin, what do you think of this? Tencent continues. I don't know how much more we have to really say about this. It's just continuing. They're doing it much more cleverly and nimbly now. To reiterate, they bought 5% more of the company, literally, and now they own just 0.1% short of a majority of the holding company that owns a majority of Ubisoft. So while they have no seats on the board, which they went well out of their way to discuss actually in the press releases, this just rubs me the wrong way. I like Ubisoft, so it's getting a little close to home with Far Cry, some Tom Clancy stuff. So what do you think?
I feel like I wonder if part of this move is a lack of confidence in the future of the company. And I feel like a lot of this is written on the walls. If you look, just recently, they canceled the development of both Splinter Cell VR and Ghost Recon Frontline. They stopped production on that Battle Royale game that I always forget the name of it. It's like I
know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Who cares? Yeah.
It was here and gone.
Hyperscape.
In Hyperscape.
Is that's
exactly
right.
what? Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of. There is the talk of this. I mean, I guess we'll know a lot of their plans during this show. Just the current version of ourselves don't know, but we'll talk about it. Is that there's a lot of talk about different live service aspects. It seems like Assassin's Creed, they're just kind of throwing a million things at the wall all at the same time.
Surprising.
And so you got to wonder if maybe they're thinking, we're not sure about the future of our own company right now. We've had to cancel a bunch of shit, and who knows how people will react to this new stuff. So let's go ahead and make some cash while we can. I don't know. It seems weird. It's really unfortunate that it's Tencent, of course, for the reasons that we talk about seemingly every episode of this show. But it's especially unfortunate that they were able to fight off a hostile takeover, and now they're just kind of selling it out to communists. So it is what it is.
Yeah, it is interesting when you think about employing so many. We always talk about your biggest expense for a developer is your human capital. You don't have factories. You're not buying materials, and you don't have mines and offshore drills. You have to employ people to make your products, and when you're employing that many people, you have to have lots of different hits. I think we were discussing, Chris, on recent episodes that their games seem to compete with each other. And what I was specifically surprised with, we'll have more information obviously later on with Assassin's Creed, which might be embedded in this podcast by the time you're listening to it, but it seemed like they understood what they needed to do with Assassin's Creed, which was to say, like, we should leave this franchise alone and treat it with more care. And now the rumors are, it's like, oh no, there are going to be 4 more Assassin's Creed games. And it's like, what happened? I think it suggests that what Dustin is saying is true, that there might be a sense of urgency there. And you guys aren't excited to play X Defiant? That's not getting you amped up in your loins. So, Chris, what do you think about what's going on with Ubisoft?
I think the idea of a Chinese company owning Tom Clancy is really amusing.
Oh, it's hysterical.
But
he's dead, but he would probably have loved that. Yeah. Having read many of Tom Clancy's works, he would have loved that. So
yeah, crazy. But I mean, I don't know. I don't want to bang this drum a million times. I think the audience knows how we feel about this stuff. It sucks.
Totally.
But, totally. It's just how it goes, I guess. This is our reality now.
Understand that I know it's redundant. It is the news.
Yeah.
It
was important to mention.
Definitely. It's getting close to home. Like when you're getting shelled by an enemy position, and they're slowly getting the math right on their tools, so that they're getting the closer and closer to you. That's how I feel now. Where one of the bombs is like kind of like right there for the first time. Dustin?
For me, it was From Software last week. This week for you, Colin, it's Ubisoft. And Chris, you're up next. Unless it's already happened to you and I'm not thinking of it.
Yeah, well, it's funny.
There was a whole Bungie thing, but
he got out of that. That's what's so funny. See, Chris is a fucking escape artist. In addition to being able to will everything into existence that he wants, a Chinese company actually bought part of his favorite company and then sold it. You know, so that's even more unbelievable. It's so interesting. Yeah,
it feels good. No, but I mean, I lost SNK. It's not right. Tencent exactly, but that to me was like that was it. So like I lost. I
honestly think it's worse. I think in some ways the worst offender is the Saudi wealth fund.
To me it is.
That's a dark fucking society, dude. No offense. I know we have Saudi people listening to the show. I mean, no offense to you as individuals, but when you're executing 130 people in a day in public by beheading them and making it's like that's.
Like to me it's worse purely because it's more direct. Like we talk about Tencent being like a wing of the Chinese government. That's true, but it's pretty likely that nobody who works at Tencent is like giving the okay on like executing like Uyghur. You know what I mean? Like it's a very
no, I totally understand.
It's very extraneous in the same way that a lot of people might from overseas might justifiably have some issues about buying from American companies based on some of the stuff that goes on over here. Like I totally but it's not direct. It's not as direct as like the guy who owns SNK straight up did this. Like it feels so much worse. It's like, it would be like if, I don't even know. It would be like if Frieza bought Bungie or something. It'd be like, what the hell? Like that's so bad. But I don't know. Like it's,
DBC's coming up a lot on this show recently. Yeah,
it's because it's popping right now.
Because Chris is an anime fan.
Yeah,
I've always loved DBC.
Mm-hmm. I have too, by the way. That's a little known secret. People only know that when they see the old pictures I post or have posted in the past from my room in the 90s, where I have DBZ posters everywhere, and people are like,
you couldn't not have like from like mid 90s to like 2005. You had a DBZ poster in your room or of some kind.
Totally.
Oh yeah,
I loved it. Not so much anymore, but one day I'd like to go back and try to like watch some of it again. I used to love it so much. All right.
Kai is pretty good. So it's like a abridged version of it that cuts out all the filler.
Yeah, yeah.
It's still a great show, sincerely.
I need a version of Lost less like that because we're watching it for Knockback and I'm like, oh my God, this is so fucking long. Yeah. It's good. It's pretty good, but it's just like, God, I wish someone else could recut this. And I was saying, wondering aloud, I'm like, it would be funny if they called it like the AMC collection, where it's like, make this into an AMC show. Cut it and cut each season into 10 episodes.
Imagine watching that show live. Like I didn't watch it live on air, but like imagine being like, oh man, that was a cool plot thread. I can't wait to see next week when they don't address it.
Yeah, I was watching it on TV at the time, and it's
God help you.
It was an experience. Okay. Number 3, this one came as predicted. As we recently theorized on the show, a new Firewall game simply had to be in development for PSVR 2, and now we have confirmation that it is indeed the case. According to a post on the PlayStation blog, developer First Contact Entertainment revealed Firewall Ultra, its PSVR 2 exclusive Sony-published shooter slated for release at an unknown time, but likely in 2023, upon PSVR 2's launch or perhaps soon thereafter. For the unfamiliar, Firewall Zero Hour, launched on PSVR in 2018, is arguably the platform's most popular Sony-owned game. It's been consistently supported with new content and has a robust player base to this day. And now we know the VR FPS will receive a sequel, at least kind of. That's because Ultra is being positioned as, quote, the evolution of the Firewall franchise, end quote, one that's set a half decade after the original game. But it sounds like the original game literally, quote, the contractors and locations you've grown to love have evolved and moved into the next generation. Since PSVR 2 offers a much higher level of visual fidelity with 4K HDR, we've completely remade all character models. The maps have also seen a complete overhaul with new areas and new textures. There will also be new locations and contractors, but it wouldn't be a Firewall game without the weaponry and equipment, which will also feature a much deeper level of customization, end quote. So it sounds like Firewall 1.5. The game will run on dedicated servers and will include PvE functionality, a first for the fledgling multiplayer-only series. It's unclear if First Contact has any future plans for its other PSVR FPS Solaris, which came out in 2020, but they seem like a possible, potentially logical acquisition target for Sony if it wants to continue to beef up first and second party PSVR support, which it has also done with the likes of Firesprite and even Insomniac. Chris, we discussed last week, I think, or maybe 2 weeks ago, that First Contact was wink and nodding that they had something big to say. I think a lot of people assumed that it was the sequel to the game, which it was, I was also hypothesizing that Sony would maybe buy them. They're one of the very few teams right now that I think would make any sense for Sony, just logically, other than just trying to absorb shit. I think that they make an important game. You have a relationship with them. I wouldn't be surprised if when this game came out, Sony did buy them. Sony likes doing 2, 3, 4 game tryouts. We saw that with the likes of Sly with 4 games, I think. Or I'm sorry, it's Sucker Punch with all 3 Sly games plus Infamous before they were purchased and so on. So what do you think? Are you going to check this game out? I have it with PvE. I think I will check it out, actually.
Yeah. I think so. I think I definitely want to get more involved with VR, and I think PSVR 2 is probably going to be the most natural, easy way for me to do it. And this sounds cool. Like I think we do need to temper our expectations for VR games though in general, because like I feel like a lot of work goes into them, and so I feel like a lot of people expect like you said, it sounds like Firewall 1.5. I feel like most VR sequels are going to feel that way. I feel like they're going to be more iterative than they are going to be like groundbreaking shifts, rebuild from the ground up type experiences. Like if you see a sequel on VR to that Horizon game, I would imagine you're probably going to be seeing a lot of the same assets organized in very different ways to kind of, it's just a very different style of design. So as long as we're all on the same page with that, I'm looking forward to it. I do want to dabble in VR more than I currently do, because right now it's really just Beat Saber and Resident Evil 4 VR, and there's obviously Half-Life Alyx is great, but it's not really something that you play every day. So seeing a multiplayer shooter with some new PvE stuff, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be a PSVR 2 day one guy. My PSVR unit doesn't work, so I've thought about buying a new one, but I'm like, that's just such a waste of money. Like, what is the point of doing that? I got to get the camera. Like I said, the website won't accept my barcode for my free camera and all, or adapter and all the stuff. So I'm just going to wait for the PSVR 2. I'm definitely going to get it when it comes out, though, and I do want to check this game out. Dustin, I'm curious what you think. I feel like I don't want to overstate the case, but Firewall could be a potentially pretty important game for PSVR because it's something they own. So, and like we said, they put, I think, 8 seasons of content into the game. They've supported it. They obviously got a new contract. They still exist. And I imagine this game is going to be pushed pretty hard at or around launch. So I'm wondering if you're going to check out Firewall Ultra.
Yeah, I am really interested in this one. I think that one of the biggest improvements, even if a lot of the game is the same, like you were saying, it's a 1.5, the controls alone are going to completely revolutionize this game. Because before, with Firewall 0 Hour, your options were playing with the DualShock, which is not really ideal for simulating the feeling of holding a gun, or the aim controller, which is obviously a lot better from a simulation standpoint, but it also isn't perfect in that you can't really throw a grenade or something naturally with an aim controller. It's not really designed to be like that. So taking all of those aspects and instead having true controllers that have an analog stick on each hand, and combining that with a much more forgiving and standard tracking system where you can face any direction and not have to be necessarily directly pointed at the TV, it's going to be leaps and bounds better in almost every conceivable aspect, just on paper, from the original Firewall. So those reasons alone have me very intrigued by this game. I only played Firewall once, actually, now I think about it. It was at PlayStation Experience in their press area. It was my first time at a press demo thing, and I totally got the experience where the developers afterwards are like, hey, you guys are pretty good at this game. I was like, no, I've listened to Colin before. I know this song and dance.
Yeah, get away from me. Shoo.
Yeah.
So I must say, when PSVR came out in 2016, I was into it, and I thought at the time, I'm like, it's clumsy and annoying, but I think I'm going to use it a lot. And the reality is that it was just too great an obstacle. The experience wasn't good enough for me to just deal with the rigmarole of having 7,000 cords in the way and all the camera and the lighting just right and your PlayStation Move controllers. And it's just like, oh my God, it's really something. I can't wait to get this new machine and kind of start that again and just see if maybe the lower barrier, ease to use, all the cool stuff they've done with it, like the eye tracking. They were saying in the Firewall blog post that you'll be able to change weapons with your eyes, which is fucking cool. I mean, I don't really even understand how that's going to work, but there's a lot of cool potential with PSVR 2, I think. And so I just want to see what we're going to have Horizon. I really do think we're going to get Half-Life Alyx. I think PlayStation understands that must happen. I think Valve might stand in their way, but I would imagine that they were making a play for that game. And it would be fine for them to make a play and maybe get Orange Box style stuff on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 as well. That would be cool. But who the hell knows? So we'll keep a close eye on Firewall and we'll have more to say about that. And I really do believe, I'm not an expansionist, as everyone knows. I think First Contact is just one of the very few teams that I think it would make sense for Sony to buy. But as we've seen with all the acquisitions and investments, it doesn't really seem like Sense is Sense, SENSE is the prevailing desire. It's just the money, the Sense, CENTS, I guess, that is the more prevailing desire. But if you're looking at things logically, like for instance, buying Bungie made no sense. It makes sense when they explain how they want their expertise, but you couldn't have really perceivably guessed that. But I think you could guess that this will happen. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Number 4. Eagle Eyes at Digital Foundry have made an interesting, seemingly definitive discovery. Returnal is coming to PC. Now, we already knew this for multiple reasons. Prime amongst them, the fact that Returnal for PC is in the NVIDIA leak, which has proven real time and time again. We also know that Sony is ratcheting up its PC releases in a major way, anticipating PC sales in the fiscal year we are in right now to be 5 times higher than last year. Finally, they acquired European PC specialist Nixes, and their entire job will be to port games to PC, so it's happening. But if we need more proof, Digital Foundry's Alexander Battaglia found it in the form of a GDC presentation. GDC, or Games Developer Conference, is a famous organization that brings devs together to share knowledge in the form of lectures, seminars, workshops, and more. And in their recent Visual Effects Summit, Housemarque deployed 2 of its own to give a talk called Can We Do It With Particles? VFX Learnings from Returnal. As noted by Battaglia, they specifically talk about an incoming PC port of the game, confirming what we already knew from the NVIDIA leak, contributing to the expected revenue boost, and so on. Of course, such a mention would typically fly under the radar of the press and enthusiasts alike, but consider it confirmed. Returnal is coming to PC at a time unknown. Launched in 2021 exclusively on PlayStation 5, Returnal is the newest game from Housemarque, a studio Sony now owns, which had long worked with Sony in a second-party capacity on the likes of Super Stardust, Resogun, and more. Indeed, Sony purchased Housemarque only after Returnal came out, and the team is currently early in development on its next project. They actually talked recently to Video Games Chronicle about what their next game might be. I didn't get too deep into that, but Chris, let's go to you first. It's happening. I mean, I think we knew this. I wonder when is the right time. And I feel like this one has some potential on PC. We overestimated the Spider-Man sales, by the way. God of War is still the most popular PC game. So that's interesting to me. Mm-hmm. But this one, I don't think this is going to break any records, but I feel like PC gamers are going to find something they're going to like here. Returnal is fucking great. And it's just so nimble. And I can only imagine it playing at the highest settings with the crazy frame rate and the resolution through the roof and all the rest. So what are you thinking about the possibility or seeming confirmation of Returnal coming to PC?
Oh yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. I think it's just such a combat-driven game, and I, even when I was playing it, I was thinking like, this does feel good on a controller, but it's one of those games that I would bet would feel really good on a mouse and keyboard. Like for whatever, like I'm not usually a mouse and keyboard person for most things, even most shooters that I play with Call of Duty and Halo and Destiny. I typically prefer controller, but there are certain games that are designed in such a way, like, you play Half-Life and you're like, this is a mouse and keyboard game. Like this just feels weird on a controller. And Returnal felt good on a controller, but I remember feeling like, man, this type of combat, this snappiness, man, like this would work really, really well on a mouse keyboard. Also just in tandem with the abilities and obviously the high settings and high frame rates and all that stuff. And even just like the prospect of maybe like playing it on an ultra wide monitor with like a wide FOV. It's like, oh, dude, like that would be something. And I think it'd be great. I think it's a easy fit for PC. More than, I would say even more than most of pretty much everything that they've put on PC prior.
Yeah, Helldivers was like the other game, the first one that randomly came to PC that I feel like makes a lot of sense. Like I wouldn't be surprised when that's announced, if that, because that already leaked, but if that, and that's also in the NVIDIA leak, but if that's announced and coming both to PS5 and PC at the same time, and I think
day and date.
Yeah, and I think you're right that this is going to happen more and more. The mouse and keyboard stuff's a really good point though, Dustin. I know you're probably into that as well. I'm like the Wojak meme with the tree growing out of my brain when it comes to mouse and keyboard controls. Like it doesn't compute. It takes me a long time to be like, all right, I can play like this. I think the last time I played with a mouse and keyboard was maybe Battlefield 1, which I played at like an event with a mouse and keyboard. And that was 6 or 7 years ago or something. So I'm very dumb in that respect. What do you think about Returnal coming to PC? Is it going to have you give the game a new look? And do you agree with my point that I think that they might find a bit of an audience there?
Yeah, I think they definitely will. As Chris said, games like this, which having the accuracy of a mouse and keyboard, the quick twitchy response, I think this game will absolutely flourish on PC. For me, I hope there's a mod that you can fix the stupid loot pool of weapons so you don't have to get a lobber every other round. That's the thing I would mainly be interested in. Maybe it would discredit my scores or whatever. Not that I even really care, but that would be the number one thing I would want to do. Alongside, of course, seeing it like 4K, 120 frames per second, stuff like that would all be absolutely fantastic. So yeah, this is one I would definitely be interested in playing on PC at some point.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested in the sales figures, the concurrence on Steam, all the rest. Again, that money has to come from somewhere. That expected $300 million in revenue from PC gaming has to come from somewhere. And there's a big hole to fill between now and March 31st. And it might be a Returnal sized hole and maybe a Helldiver sized hole and an Uncharted sized hole. I'm sorry, Chris, what were you saying?
No, by the way, I know we talked about underestimating the Spider-Man sales, but some of these mods are starting to get really good. Some of these mods that I've seen, like I saw Walter White. Oh, man. And it's like, this is amazing.
Yeah, I've seen some good ones. Like Kermit was a good one and a few others.
Oh, yeah, Kermit.
Yeah.
At the intro sequence, and he's like, I am vengeance.
You were right. Yeah, your instincts about that game being like a gold mine were right on. God of War was fun with that too, but this is even better. Just watching someone swing around and yeah, it's good shit. Okay. Oh, but since we're bringing up Spider-Man, by the way, just actually, I think we're going to talk about Spider-Man later. So you know what, I'm going to save it. I think we're going to talk about Spider-Man later. If we don't, I'm lying. Okay. Number 5. At long last, Polish developer CD Projekt has confirmed DLC for its popular WRPG Cyberpunk 2077, which launched on PlayStation 4 in late 2020 and on PlayStation 5 earlier this year. As relayed by website Video Games Chronicle, the DLC, called Phantom Liberty, was revealed during a stream and is described as a quote-unquote spy thriller, once more featuring Keanu Reeves' Johnny Silverhand. Little else is known about the expansion, including its scope, price, or release date, but there is one interesting wrinkle. The DLC won't be available for last-gen hardware, meaning PlayStation 4's beleaguered version is being sunsetted with the newest patch 1.6. Support will continue for PS5, however, with more patches and updates on the way, but CD Projekt has confirmed that Phantom Liberty will be the only expansion for the game, and that none other are currently in development, meaning that it's highly improbable of a return to it even after it has sold nearly 20 million copies. Tortured upon release and in unacceptable shape on PlayStation 4, Sony banned the sale of Cyberpunk digitally weeks after it was released and didn't reinstate it until 6 months later, a nearly unprecedented step. This news came on the back of 2 other CD Projekt related notes in the past few days. First off, as reported by VGC, Cyberpunk 2077's lead producer, Jezrej Mraz, and that's just the best I'm going to be able to do with that, has left the studio after 15 years. He was also lead producer on The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, which came to PS4 in 2015. Speaking of which, the second piece of news is that The Witcher 3's long-awaited PS5 port is still slated to launch this calendar year, though they are running out of time to reasonably date it. You may recall the port was put into peril upon Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The game was being ported by Russian studio Saber Interactive, which likely lost the contract as a result of the geopolitical considerations, including sanctions and social acrimony. So there's some DLC. It's that Jeremy C. wrote into us and said, "Hey, Slitter Chooms, just wanted to get a read on where you guys are, and even Colin is at with your excitement on Cyberpunk's future. Are you planning to play the upcoming DLC when it comes out? And what do you guys look forward to the most about possible improvements they might put into Phantom Liberty? Thanks, guys, and make sure to Delta before the cops see you messing around with that chicken. I will. Thank you. I actually get all the terminology because I've played the game now.
Yeah.
So, and platinumed it. So I played it deeply and really liked it a lot, as I've said. So, Chris, let's go to you first. My take on this DLC is that if it's not standalone, I don't think I'm going to play it. It's just hard for me to get excited about going back into an open world I've abandoned. And it's just taking too long for this shit to come out. I'm becoming skeptical of single player DLC. I don't mind single player DLC, and I know people hate day one DLC, but I would much rather have day one DLC than year 3 DLC. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, for a single player.
Yeah, like move on. So if it's not its own First Light style package or a Wolfenstein Old Blood style thing where it's just going to be its own game, I'm probably not going to play it. And my hope is that it is. It's like a $30 or $40 game. That would be great. And that would explain why they only want to do one, and also why they're not into supporting it more traditionally, even after 20 million sales, because that suggests there's a pool of people that will continue to buy from them. So what do you think about the DLC? What the hell is it called? Phantom Liberty.
I'm into it. I would like to jump into it, even if it's not a standalone. I think I have Cyberpunk installed still, so I just like that game a lot. And I would be down to return to it, but I have to say, this is Cyberpunk, so I will likely wait. I will likely wait to see what the reviews are. I will likely wait to see like what the situation is. They have not exactly, even though I did like Cyberpunk 2077 for what it was, and even though it was not entirely the version that it should have been when I played it, I enjoyed it well enough, but they haven't earned my like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go out and buy that day one. Like, I'm gonna obviously wait to see what people have to say about it and make sure it runs well, make sure it's finished, make sure everything's squared away before I jump into it. But I'm excited for it. I do like Cyberpunk. I thought that world was really cool. I think those characters are really awesome. I think the fact that they got Keanu Reeves back is really cool, because I was anticipating a Peter Dinklage Destiny style situation where there was like, we can't get him back, so we're just going to put Nolan North in here.
Is that what happened with Dinklage? I thought he was removed because it was awful.
Well, it was. There were two. I think there's like conflicting information, but it's generally agreed upon that like he was just too busy to just return.
Interesting.
So even
Dinklebot.
if he didn't, Dinklebot. He wasn't very good, but I kind of liked how charming it was.
Yeah, it was very dry and monotone, right? Like, it
was very dry and monotone, and even to this day, like I kind of like, I don't know, I like Nolan North is fine as that ghost character, but it's also like I hear him in everything, so I kind of, even if Dinklebot sucked, I kind of preferred it to the same voice I hear in everything. Even, by the way, several times in the same game, because he also, I think he replaced Cade as well.
Well, even in The Last of Us, I'm playing The Last of Us Part 1, and I'm like, I fucking forgot you were in this. Like they couldn't keep you out of this even. Jesus Christ.
Crazy. But I mean, no disrespect to Nolan North. He's a great voice.
Oh, he's awesome.
He's just everywhere. So it's
I think they've become more cognizant of that. If you look at a lot of these guys' filmographies or gameographies, whatever you want to call them, it seems like they do far fewer games now than they used to. Like they used to, especially Nolan North and Troy Baker used to just do fucking anime up the wazoo and like be everywhere. And I think that overexposure, people start hearing you and it's bad for you, Yeah. So, all right. Dustin, do you have anything to add about this DLC? Did you play Cyberpunk 2077? I don't really even remember at this point.
I played a decent amount of it.
You weren't on the show, I don't think. I don't think you were on the show when it came out.
No.
So I'm sorry.
I don't think so.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So I didn't finish it because while I was having a decent experience on PC, I knew that the updates were coming, so I decided to put it down. And it's funny because I was just thinking it might be time to go back. And then this expansion gets announced, and alongside it on their stream, let's see who the game director said they were doing a complete overhaul to the cop system as well as vehicle to vehicle combat. That's in the pipeline now for the game. It's like, well, guess I'll wait. Just wait a little longer. So maybe when this DLC comes back is when I'll actually dive back in. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure that right now is a perfectly fine experience overall. But for me at this point, what's waiting a little longer? Like, why not just wait until it's in its fully ultimate form to go back? So I saw some people that were surprised about Keanu Reeves returning after everything that's happened. To me, it's easily explained that it was probably just part of the contract that he agreed to do a game and an expansion.
Yeah,
so,
he might also not care. He might also have personal connections with those people, and he might know their side in quotes and all the rest. So yeah, I'm not super surprised about that. I really liked his performance in the game, but it is. I do recommend playing it now if you guys want to. But to Dustin's point, I would have. I played it just coincidentally. If this news had come out before I had started playing it, I would have stopped, or I would have not played it because just to wait. It's like going. I remember with Fallout 3, it was really annoying. I don't know if you guys remember Fallout 3, you couldn't play the game after you beat it. They had to patch it so that you could do that, because that meant that you couldn't play the DLC without starting a new game and a new character and all sorts of weird shit with Operation Anchorage and all that. So I just hate going back to DLC. I'm done with Cyberpunk.
Yeah, and I feel very similarly about it's kind of what happened to me with Control. Like, I really want to experience that Control DLC, but the save file that I had on PS4 just vanished. Like, it's not in the cloud, even though I set it to upload. So I'd have to either dig my PS4 out and transfer that save, which is like, I don't even know where that fucking thing is at this point. Or I would have to replay the entire game, and it's just like, I like that game, but it's not been long enough for me to replay it and like fully enjoy it without feeling like I'm going through the motions again. And it's just like, it sucks because I want to play that DLC.
Yeah, it's I hate to say this, but I don't really hate the idea of day one DLC. I know people think like everything should be in the game, but this idea of having like a full expansion ready to go, right? Or like in the months, just a few months later, that's ready to go. So you're in the mood. And it's like, if you want more, here's more. If you don't, just ignore it. That was too hard for people. I never really understood why that was, It's just that to me was strange. And it would be cool to go back that way because I'm just not a DLC guy because of that. All right, number 6. Website Video Games Chronicle has relayed something interesting considering the ever-rumbling rumors surrounding a potential Silent Hill 2 remake, which is purportedly under development at Bloober Team on behalf of publisher Konami. The rumors actually come in the form of concept art, which, according to insider Dusk Golem, quote, are from an internal pitch demo from Bloober before they got greenlit, so it's literally a no-budget proof of concept thing. This isn't what the final game looks like, end quote. The art isn't anything crazy. It's a third-person horror shooter that looks a lot like Resident Evil 2 Remake in spirit, though the resolution is incredibly low. Interestingly, for purposes of this podcast, is that Silent Hill 2 Remake is purportedly a timed PlayStation 5 console exclusive. The original Silent Hill launched on PS1 in 1999 and was written and directed by Keiichiro Toyama, who would later leave Konami to go to Sony, where he would create 2 fan-favorite franchises at now defunct first-party Team Japan Studio, Siren, which first came to PS2 in 2003, and Gravity Rush, which first came to Vita in 2012. These days, he runs his own team, Boca, I don't know how to say that exactly, and is directing, you guessed it, Slitterhead. Silent Hill 2, widely considered the best entry in the franchise, came to PS2 in 2001, just weeks after 9/11. However, Silent Hill has been dormant for about a decade now, with its last releases coming in the form of 2012's Downpour on PS3 and Book of Memories on Vita, though Sony once attempted to fund and publish a collaborative revival with Konami called Silent Hills, which was set for PS4 as led by Hideo Kojima before he left Konami following Metal Gear Solid 5's launch in 2015. That aborted attempt at a revival, of course, netted one of the most famous game demos ever, 2014's PT. As for Bloober Team, the Polish studio has gotten much bigger in recent years, having earlier made downloadable console and handheld games including Amen on Vita, the horrific PS4 launch game Basement Crawl, and more. However, when they released 2016's Layers of Fear, they reached a new level of renown and have since launched a 2019 sequel, as well as a horror game based on the Blair Witch Project, and their 2 other proprietary horror games in the form of PS4's Observer, launched in 2017, and PS5's The Medium, launched in 2021. Big Roo wrote into us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Says, what's up, Slitters? The Silent Hill 2 remake speculation is gaining more traction. This past week, leaked concept art, apparently from Bloober Team, made the rounds on Twitter. The images show an over-the-shoulder perspective of the game's protagonist, James Sunderland, as well as one of the iconic Bubblehead nurses. Leaked images on Twitter are generally a dime a dozen, so let me add a little more smoke to this potential fire. This month, a Konami-licensed Bubblehead nurse statue is expected to release. This was announced and available for pre-order months ago, but all this leads right up to Konami's presentation at Tokyo Game Show next week, which will include a new unannounced game. As Colin has said for months now, Konami seems to be gearing up for a return to the scene. A Silent Hill 2 remake done right would be my number one pick to make an immediate splash, but what say you boys? It's worth noting, Dustin, that there's also rumored to be a Silent Hill project at Annapurna that might be episodic. So, Dustin, you're playing Silent Hill 2? I'm wondering what you think about these increasing rumors, including the ironic news that this is a timed PS5 exclusive.
So, I think that, first of all, the thing with Bloober Team, so you have Silent Hill 2, which is, if you search any top 10 list of horror video games in general, it's going to be on there. In fact, just me mentioning that I was playing this on Twitter elicited so many responses from people saying that it was either their favorite game of all time in their top 5 favorite games of all time. So clearly, touching this game at all demands a high level of respect and needs to be done with the utmost care and importance. And overall, I really have nothing against Bloober Team, but I don't think they're the team that should do this. They have not proven themselves to be able to handle something like this with I'm not saying that they might try to put the amount of care in, but based on their previous games that are all very, very mixed reception, they're not the team to do it. I would absolutely love if it comes out that they're the ones doing it. I want to be wrong. I want them to prove me and everybody else wrong. But it's just sad that Konami could shop this game out to practically anybody, anyone, to get the chance to work on Silent Hill 2 remake, and you're giving it to Bloober Team? I don't know. It's disappointing in my opinion. But again, I would love to be wrong about this. And I think that as far as the timed PlayStation 5 console exclusive, without getting too much into the conversations we had earlier about Sony just gobbling up anything they can, it makes sense that this is one they would want. Silent Hill, while it's been on other platforms, is most closely associated in a lot of people's minds with PlayStation. So this is a no-brainer. But I don't know. It seems like they're clearly Konami. Something's going on over there. They're interested in doing stuff with these IPs. I hope that they take the amount of care and just don't make this more of a cash grab than anything else.
What do you think, Chris?
I don't know. I feel like Bloober has certain strengths. And what I mean by that is when I was playing the Medium, I thought the Medium was a genuinely terrible game. But they did get the atmosphere right, at least in the early parts. I remember in the early part of the game feeling like kind of optimistic about it because it's like, oh, this kind of feels like Silent Hill. And this kind of feels like it's very quiet. It's very ambient. It's very old school in the way that the camera is set up. And it's like, this is kind of cool. And I do feel like as long as they're not in charge of like creative decisions regarding like narrative, story, stuff like that, and stuff that's already kind of set in stone with what Silent Hill 2 is, it's a remake. I feel like they could reasonably do a pretty good job at this as long as they stick to what the game is and, you know, maybe make really, really conservative changes, like very, very, like obviously they're going over the shoulder, which is pretty different, but because I'm pretty sure the original, so it's been a long time since I played Silent Hill 2 or even seen it, but I'm pretty sure the camera's pretty high up or like, is it am I right on that? Like what's the,
yeah, it's not over the shoulder, is it?
No, it's not over the shoulder.
It can't be, yeah.
It has this weird mix of like static camera that doesn't move, and then it will like float around all weird. It's not great. Honestly, yeah. And really it won't be hard to improve that aspect.
Right. So, I mean, to me, it's like, yeah, if they do, I don't know. Maybe I'm too optimistic about it, but I think they could do a good job. They're really good at setting atmosphere. They're really good at kind of like setting tone. It's just that the tones that they choose to set are just typically really bad. Like, so if all of that established work is kind of done for them, I think there's a pretty good chance that this could be cool. I'll put it this way. I'm happy to hear that the Silent Hill game that Bloober Team is making is not an original work. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like I would rather them touch up something from the past and have most of the hard stuff done for them than have them kind of whisked away with the license to do whatever it is they saw fit. Because I that is something I don't think they could, based purely on their track record. It's something that I don't think that they can handle.
Well, we'll probably find out, or maybe find out more at TGS, because Konami has promised but one big announcement, I think, at TGS rather, and it might be this, number 7. Speaking of Konami, the publisher has been teasing an announcement regarding a beloved classic franchise, and if timing and recent events are any indication, that revival may very well be in the form of a new Suikoden game. As reported by website Video Games Chronicle, Konami filed a Suikoden trademark in Japan earlier this summer, and when combined with the fact that Konami revealed a certain voice actor being on hand to help them announce this project, it seems likely Suikoden is indeed coming back. In what form, of course, remains to be seen. The series has been dormant for a decade, and indeed, a mainline Suikoden game hasn't been launched in 14 years. Suikoden, a JRPG franchise, began on PS1 in 1995 in Japan and 1996 in the West, and was followed by a sequel in 1998 and 1999 on PS1, and 3 more games on PS2, launched in 2002, 2004, and 2006. Spin-offs also saw release primarily on handhelds, though only 2. PS2's Suikoden Tactics from 2005 and 2008's Suikoden Tierkreis, I don't know how to say that on DS, came west. The series is perhaps best known for its expansive cast of playable characters, numbering more than 100, but its seeming abandonment, especially when you considered Konami's longtime stasis following the split with Kojima, encouraged spiritual successors to come to pass, most notably Ayuden Chronicle 100 Heroes, which comes to PS4 and PS5 in 2023, and which has been preempted by a smaller title, Ayuden Chronicle Rising, which came out earlier this year. I have bought that, but not played it. The former game was in fact kickstarted by nearly 50,000 backers to the tune of about $3.5 million. Dustin, your timing is amazing with Silent Hill and with Suikoden playing those games. Now, I must admit, I've probably said this on previous podcasts, but when I was a kid, you never heard anyone say anything. So that, Ninja Gaiden, Mario, all this kind of stuff. I used to call it Suikoden. That's what me and my friends used to call it. I don't know. I don't think that's that outrageous, but so Suikoden, I had to retrain myself to say that, but this was a game that was relevant to me and my friends growing up. It became less relevant to us on PS2. I think I bought Suikoden 3, but I never played it, and I don't think I even opened it. That was during the era when I would just buy whatever I wanted and just not even play half of it. So what do you think about this idea of this game coming back, being revived, and what would you like from it, especially because you're now playing it?
So it is one of these weird situations, almost, I guess, similar to Dead Space and the Callisto Protocol, that there was clearly fan demand, and so the creators of the original broke away and made that. But then at the last minute, the publisher's like, oh, well, maybe we will do something now. Oh, now that they're doing this, and there's interest behind it, right? Like, I fully doubt that Konami had any plans for any kind of Suikoden stuff until they saw all the interest and excitement around Ayuden Chronicles, and then they decided, well, maybe we should make a move with this. What it is kind of the more interesting question to me. I could see them doing some kind of remaster port of the games. I mean, at least to start, I think that would kind of be the best situation for at least Ayuden Chronicles, is if they did port over the original Suikoden games in one way or another. That way people could check them out, and that way they can kind of cash in on the interest, but not necessarily put any kind of damper on Ayuden Chronicles. But at the same time, if they are doing a new Suikoden game, maybe that could be an answer if Ayuden Chronicles isn't that good, and that there will still be this other option as well. But I don't know. I'm curious. It's weird. Suikoden is one of those series that I really had no idea about at all until I got more into listening to industry podcasts and becoming deeper involved in different gaming stuff. I didn't know anything about it, but it seems like it's kind of this, the people that play it and know it put it at like really, really high on their list. This, again, a game that when I tweeted, or I think I maybe put in a YouTube video when I got Suikoden 2, that many people left comments saying this is their favorite JRPG of all time. They feel like it's underappreciated. And so maybe it's time for Suikoden to truly be in the limelight.
Yeah, the second one is definitely the most beloved late 90s PS1 game. And the last one I really remember, in my own mind's eye. But what would
do you still have it?
Yeah, I think I do at Dagan's. Yeah, I have all my RPGs from PS1.
$300 game right
really?
there.
Oh my God, I have every PS1 RPG you can even think of. Like pretty much not even, almost no gaps, I would imagine, in that. All the way up through like even Final Fantasy Origins and stuff like that. Like I have those kinds of random games.
Nice.
Which, and for people that don't know, that was a 2003 random ass PS1 game that came out in 2003, years after PS1 really stopped getting support. And it was Final Fantasy 1 and 2. And that was fucking really cool to get. But so my thing with these Konami rumors is, and specifically with Suikoden, is that Konami has been, though disappeared from the AAA space, kind of active in the collection space. And the recent Cowabunga collection is a Konami collection, at least published by them. And they've done really good stuff with Castlevania. They've done things with some other products as well. And I really feel like the best way to return is to just re-release those games. Do what, actually don't do what Square Enix did to the Final Fantasy pixel remasters, but just kind of release the games again. You can up-res them and fix them and tweak them if you'd like, and give people a new knowledge about what is in the past and what they've missed, because Konami has really let themselves get flanked multiple times by creators making facsimiles of the games that they're known for, right? Or losing sight of a certain creator that's important to Konami. They got outflanked by Kojima. They got outflanked by Iga, Koji Igarashi, making basically Castlevania. And then it's happening again with Ayuden Chronicle. But here's the thing, to your point, Dustin, is that it'll never replace the real thing. Even if those games are better, people are always going to be curious about Suikoden, Castlevania, and all the rest, right? So when a Castlevania game comes out, it doesn't matter that Iga is making a better Castlevania game. People are still going to play that original one. And I think that's what they've almost realized it too late. It's like they realized it before someone did it to Contra. Like that's what they've stopped happening, I guess. And Bomberman or something like that. But they've let it happen to their big series. And I don't think anyone dares try to do Metal Gear, because it's just going to come off like a try-hard game. It's almost irreplicable.
I mean, they kind of did that themselves.
Yeah,
they made their own Metal Gear game.
Yeah, they did, which I bought.
Yeah,
that was like one of my earliest memories of the show, actually, because I had it on my desk forever, never opened it. Chris, you don't have anything to add about this, do you? You're not really interested in Suikoden, I assume.
No, I don't really have a lot of experience with Suikoden. I knew about. It's funny that you say you used to pronounce it differently, because I had a friend who would call it. He would emphasize the Koden part. Suikoden.
Suikoden. Yeah.
It's Suikoden.
We're all just flying by the seat of our pants,
dude.
I don't know what the hell it is, but I've seen some gameplay of it, and I was like, yeah. But I think at the time it was just like too confusing for me. Like anything that had like a screen with like 40 numbers on it at once was just like, I want to be Spyro right now. It's just like, it's too complicated for me.
Dude, you guys make sure you check out, and for the audience out there, the American box art for Suikoden 1 is awesome. I mean, it's awesomely bad.
Oh, is it like
it's
Mega
so
Man?
Clear? No, it's obvious that they needed, when they were publishing the game, they thought we need a cover that's going to appeal more to American audiences. And so it has like this weird Dungeons and Dragons feel to it. And the game does not look anything like the cover
I have this
at all.
I have these games for sure.
It's really funny.
Suikoden 2 I remember really well.
This is a crazy looking.
Yeah, man. And it's worth noting. I mean, if you guys still have your PS3s and Vitas, there are, I think, PS1 classics for both of them, so you can play them that way. Is that the way you're playing them, or are you playing in the hard copy?
No, I'm playing the real deal.
Wow, look at you.
I sold a bunch of stuff on Mercari to buy because it's just so painful. I think Suikoden 1 was around 100 for me to get.
It's just going to get worse. I mean, especially with inflation, I hate to say this. I don't want to like instill bad financial discipline in anyone, but it's actually came from Peter Schiff, who's an economist that I follow. And the idea that if you want something, you might as well buy it now, because it's just going to get more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks, but that's just true. Don't overextend yourself. But if there's something you're waiting for, maybe now's the time to consider it. All right. Number 8. I'm throwing this in simply out of respect, my own respect for the developer. In a bit of a surprising and welcoming news, publisher NIS has revealed that it will be bringing the classic PlayStation 2 Vanillaware game GrimGrimoire to both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 in the West. Already launched in Japan on PS4, so-called GrimGrimoire once more will launch at an unknown point in 2023. GrimGrimoire, which came to PlayStation 2 by way of publisher NIS in 2007, is perhaps Vanillaware's most contentious game, an RTS that takes place in 2D. Indeed, GrimGrimoire was also launched in 2007 by way of... GrimGrimoire was Vanillaware's second game, and its first on console, and was later followed up by the likes of Odin Sphere, also launched in 2007 by way of Atlas, and 2009's Muramasa on Wii, the former of which later came to PS4 and Vita, while the later migrated to Vita. They went on to release Dragon's Crown on PS3 and Vita in 2013, which later came to PS4, and most recently launched the unusual visual novel / RTS 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim on PS4, which came to the West in 2020. I don't know if either of you guys care about this game, but Vanillaware, I just love Vanillaware and want to give them a shout out. I still have not played 13 Sentinels, mostly because it reminded me in the way people described it, at least partially, as GrimGrimoire, which was the only other Vanillaware game I really didn't care about very much. But I'm such a huge fan of Muramasa, Dragon's Crown, Odin Sphere. These are awesome games. The art is beautiful in those games. And Carlos wrote in, though, and says, hi, CDC. With Microsoft's soon-to-be acquisition of Activision Blizzard King, it's safe to say that they will be the owners of some of the most prolific RTS IP in gaming. Halo Wars, Warcraft, Age of Empires, and StarCraft, just to name a few. This is a space where Sony's first party is sorely lacking. My question is this: should Sony be partnering with storied RTS makers like Microsoft has done with Creative Assembly and Ensemble Studios? This would fall in line with Sony's newest push into the PC market, and even if they don't want to develop PC-only games, Microsoft has proven that you can take a successful RTS game and put it on console. Who knows, they can make it a live service RTS, which would fall in line with their new goals. It seems like a mistake just to leave this important genre uncontested. Thanks and have a good day. So obviously GrimGrimoire has nothing to do with Sony, but you wrote in at the right time, Carlos, because I wanted to ask the boys about this. Chris, do you feel like Sony is missing an RTS, and do you feel like RTSs generally work on console?
I feel like they generally don't. I feel like RTSs are really PC driven. Halo Wars 1 and 2 were very, very good for what they were, certainly, but they were very simple in terms of what an RTS really was. Like, there wasn't Halo Wars and Halo Wars 2 were not as complicated as any StarCraft game. Like, they were very, and that's not a bad thing, by the way. It's like, it works for the scale of what the game was, and especially for the type of machine that it was going to be primarily played on. But are they missing an RTS? Yes, but I don't think it matters a great deal. Like them not having a first-person shooter matters way more than them not having an RTS. And I would even say it's debatable how important it is that they don't have a first-person shooter. You know what I mean? Like, even that's kind of in question with just the existence of all these other stuff. Call of Duty, presumably being on there for a very, very long time. Do they need one? I would like to see one, but is it super necessary? It's not really their bread and butter. Mm-hmm. It's not what they've established themselves as doing. So, I mean, it could be cool to have a PlayStation-centric RTS that's on the console, but I don't know if it's, I don't know, maybe I'm off, but I just feel like, generally speaking, RTSs just aren't as big as they used to be. And I think even in the PC space, they've kind of fallen off. I don't know if that's because there's just a lack of support there in that genre, and that could be boosted by somebody else kind of coming in and shaking things up, or if it's just a matter of people's tastes just shifting away from that. But they're not the juggernauts that they used to be. And even the only ones that are around, and even like the only modern juggernauts in that genre are the ones that were juggernauts back in the day and have withstood the test of time. Things like StarCraft. So I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Yeah, well, I'll pass it over to you, Dustin. I mean, I kind of agree with Chris's notion that it's just not a strength and not a need, and not something to really be played on controller, generally speaking. I think tower defense is like the natural bedfellow of RTS on console, and so you don't. Tactics. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, anything turn-based and slowing things down, because you really do fundamentally need a mouse. But I would love for Sony to lean into mouse and keyboard stuff, just because I think it could really help them, and I keep encouraging them to do that. So maybe that is something that could come from like second party. You spend $25 million on some AA game and see what happens. I don't know. What do you think?
So I think the proof is in the pudding on this one with Halo Wars 2. Well reviewed, not amazing, but a 79 on Metacritic. It has Halo in the title, and it only sold 150,000 copies for Microsoft on week 1. So
and
it's
that was
clear
that was pre Game Pass as well, if I'm not mistaken, or that was like early days of Game Pass when it wasn't nearly as big of a juggernaut.
Yeah.
So yeah.
People, I mean, you have a well-received RTS game on consoles that with one of the biggest IPs attached to it with Halo, and it didn't sell very well. So clearly there's not very much of a market for this type of game. So I think that Creative Assembly, even they're not releasing like Age of Empires or anything on console anymore. I think that that's kind of a dead idea or initiative, is to get RTS on consoles at this point at all. I know. So I don't think Sony would want to do that at all.
Yeah, we'll see. It's an interesting question. Carlos, I liked your timing just because I wanted to give a shout to GrimGrimoire, which is in its own way an RTS. Okay. We'll end this episode of Sacred Symbols like we do each and every week with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. For those that don't know how to submit, I put up a thread each Wednesday for patrons. You put your comment in the thread, and then I read through them, put them in the post, delete that thread. The next one goes up on Wednesday, and so on and so forth. You can DM me if you'd like, but to submit for the show, you use the thread. Ryan Daly did just that. He says, "Hey, CDC. I've really got to say that lately, between the escalating nonsense between Sony and Microsoft, the lack of new releases, the cesspool gaming Twitter has become, and the aggravating discourse that develops around so many games, most recently The Last of Us Part 1, the entire zeitgeist of gaming right now kind of has had all the fun sucked out of it. What do you guys see as a way out of this? I'm not sure if it was just my youth naivety, but I seem to remember the general conversations around gaming being so much more fun and positive in previous console generations. Thanks for always being a bright spot in these strange times in gaming." Thank you, Ryan, for writing in. Naivete, I think is what it is. Naivete. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ryan. You actually said that. I said it wrong. I must say, and Dustin, we'll go to you first. I feel it. I mean, we've discussed it in the past. I want to continue to chronicle our feelings about it and see what we're thinking. This is a weird year, and it's got a whole weird vibe to it. But I really think that, and I hate to say it, it's just kind of endemic to the entire everything, just society. Everything's kind of fucked. Everything's upside down and weird and backwards and just off. And why wouldn't gaming be the same way? Like, why would we be immune? It was nice towards the beginning of the pandemic. In some sense, games were coming out and you had a way to kind of escape. But I think everyone's just kind of worn down and worn out, a little more pessimistic, a little more dire. We've all kind of gone through something. That's the important thing. I hate to kind of be so serious, but we've all kind of gone through it, right? Like we all shared a common experience that generations in the future will ask about. Very similar to those who went through the Depression or fought in World War II or something like that. Not that they're as extreme, of course, but something you might remember. And I just think it's penetrated all the different aspects of what we enjoy, and so that pessimism leaks through. And I feel it in gaming. I don't know if you agree. What do you think?
So I think that I saw a tweet. Actually, this is from yesterday. Friend of the show, Gene Park, said, "Sony and Microsoft both aren't having amazing news cycles right now. Halo Infinite is a trash fire, and Xbox has a content problem that will last through 2022, while Sony is now known for complaining about Call of Duty and charging people more money for 2-year-old tech." And I think this is a good point right now, that the atmosphere in the quote unquote fandom or whatever is very negative right now, because there's just a lot of negative aspects about the industry right now. And I think that is worth pointing out and observing, right? I mean, there is a way that you can disconnect. You can just stop listening to this podcast, stop going on to gaming Twitter, and just buy the games and play the games that interest you and kind of shut that out. Obviously, that's not necessarily ideal, but I don't know. For me, there's always going to be things that happen or people's takes or whatever, toxicity that annoys me. But deep down, I love gaming and being a part of this culture or whatever you want to say, that to me, it's part of it. I don't know. The bad stuff is interesting to talk about. Our really long conversation about Cryin Jim Ryan earlier. It was really fun and interesting. You know, dude, we're gonna get copyright striked again.
There it goes.
The good and the bad are interesting to me for sure, and so I don't know. I know that people have different perspectives on that, and negativity can get to people in different ways, but I don't know. I try to have a more observational standpoint from it and try to glean what interesting parts we can.
Yeah, that's very well said. I do especially take to your point of like, just if it's getting to you that much, because I find it interesting too. The ups, downs, lefts, rights, like I love the games industry. I love studying it. I love reading about it. I love the games, obviously. So it's cool with me. I mean, but I definitely feel the negativity, but you're right. Just disconnect yourself from the sources of negativity and play the actual games, and you will deal with none of the negativity. I mean, that's when I'm sick of politics or I'm sick of like the realness of life or whatever, I just withdraw from those sources of information, and ignorance is bliss. I hate to say it, but it's true. Chris, what do you think about the zeitgeist of gaming right now? To Ryan Daly's question, is it, or has it had the fun sucked out of it?
Yeah, I think to some degree it has. I think it's largely the fault of the modern internet. I think the second big companies, specifically online, big social media platforms, realized that they could maximize engagement by provoking or specifically boosting things that were provoking in nature to elicit responses and more passionate engagement on their platforms. I think that's the second that everything kind of fell apart, because even in the early days of like YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, I think like, and not even necessarily early in the grand scheme of their overall life cycles, but I'm thinking like maybe even like 2010, 2011, there were negative things happening in the games industry. People were shitting all over Connect because it was dumb. Like there was a bunch of stuff, but it didn't feel as toxic. And I think a reason for that is because they hadn't figured out that model yet. They hadn't figured out that like, oh, hot takes, like that wasn't a thing. People just shared what they thought because that's what they thought. It wasn't a hot take. And there weren't like entire industries built around, selling realities based off of those takes. Like, oh, like imagine somebody goes like, oh man, the Connect, it really sucks. And then there's an entire group of people that identify themselves based on them thinking that the Connect sucks. It's like, we're the Connect sucks group. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? I feel like that's what's happened.
That's true.
I feel like largely a lot of negativity has now found a home with the rest of itself in a weird way. And now it's like this weird kind of situation where, if you say something negative about one thing, it's not just an opinion. It's like provoking an entire community, or it's like provoking an entire fandom, and it gets shared, and then that gets engagement. So it gets boosted in the algorithm. And so that gets engagement. So people are more incentivized to do that. And then there's like a profit model. So it's like, oh, I got to be angry in order to make money. And then like with the economy being bad and everything else being bad, it like folds into, it's like, well, why wouldn't I make money provoking people's anger if I can do it? It's like everything else is harder. So it's like, it's all this big, it's a huge clusterfuck. That's like, I don't think it's exclusive to video games. I think it's just the nature of how the internet has evolved. And, I just think, there's no, just because something evolves doesn't mean it evolves in the right way. And I think that's kind of what we're at with the internet right now, where it's like, it's definitely different than it was before, but it's definitely not, I don't think it's better.
No,
like I think the internet's worse than it used to be, to the point where like I used to go to the internet to withdraw from real life, and now it's like, now I go to real life to withdraw from the internet, and it's like, that's fucking crazy. That is insane. And it's really that's all there is to it. I think in the same way that we talk about how, in the conversation that we had about Elden Ring and how like open world game design has evolved off of the Ubisoft model. I think the internet has evolved off of the tabloid model, and I think it sucks. But that's where we're at right now. And hopefully at some point in the future, it can maybe undo that, or maybe it can shift in some massive way that we're not predicting again, and hopefully a more positive way. But this is where we're at right now, where just negativity sells. And so the best way to the best way to avoid it is to avoid it.
Yes.
Is to just kind of log off and engage with the things you enjoy. And that's about it.
Chris, will my thumbnail of Cryin Jim Ryan provoke people? That's the question I have right now.
It will. But it will. But if you posted this exact same title and this exact same thumbnail in 2010, it wouldn't.
Steep.
I'm convinced by that. I'm convinced. Like the videos that I used to make are like political. The political videos I used to make. If I made those in 2010, people would not have been like, "Oh, you're an alt-right Nazi." People would have been like, "Oh, it's like a Jon Stewart type thing." Cool.
People often on Twitter think I'm trying to provoke with my Jim Ryan picks when really I just find it funny.
No, we just find him hysterical. Like, I find Jim Ryan just comical. No offense to him. He doesn't. Why is he even makes millions of dollars a year? He doesn't care. But Jim Ryan's a total comedic foil for this.
Yeah. He's like a Whose Line Is It Anyway character or something. Like he's like some improv guy. It's like, I'm gonna hold my dual sense. Like that is such an insane thing for a human person to do. Hold their controller that way.
You know, I feel bad for him because I'm sure the photographer was kind of like telling him to do it, but I'm like, you should say like, no one, you have to wrap your fingers around the triggers. Like no one holds their controller like this. It doesn't look right. You should know that. It's just, what a goofy picture. And then that made it through PR and everything, and they put that out. Anyway, sometimes I really wonder, man. Dan Excel wrote in and said, "Hey boys, PlayStation has made it clear they are moving forward with live service games, but how can they look at what's happening over at 343 with Halo and not flinch? What kind of lessons do you think they are learning from watching what's happening? Thanks for a great show." Chris, this is a perfect one to pitch at you. You just did an episode with Maddie and Cog on Halo and Ains, right?
Gaming.
Right. About Halo and kind of the in motion destruction, it seems like, of 343. Is this something that people should be scared of or I shouldn't say people, but should Sony be wary of what's going on at 343? Or is it really just a matter of that specific studio? Because it just seems like my outside perspective is it's just that studio. Like there's something wrong with 343. There's obviously something wrong with them. And it's amazing to me. I hate to I don't want to play fast and loose with people's jobs. It's we're sitting in an ivory tower, moving people around on a hypothetical chessboard. I totally understand that. I'm not trying to be anything more than speaking from the heart when I say that I can't believe 343 even exists anymore. Like you would think that the most serious way you could fix Halo, if you were Microsoft, to be like, this is enough. Like this is enough. Like we're going on like a skeleton crew internally that will maintain the servers and do all this stuff, and we're just going to have to try again. Like this is, so I don't know. Yeah. What do you think?
I think they're in a, I don't know, like in what context? In the context of what Sony should be learning from?
Yeah, like what do you think? Do you think that do you think that there's a real problem with 343, and is it something that Sony should be paying attention to, since their competitors, their arch rivals' marquee game is in serious trouble, and it has been for 10 years.
I think man, there's a lot to say. I mean, we really went into it on the Defining Duke. So if you want to hear more in-depth stuff, I'd suggest checking out that episode. It's a very good one. But I would say that Sony should be paying attention, because I think 343 and Microsoft specifically, tailoring this game to a live service model is a lot harder than it looks. I mean, there's no. I mean, you look at Call of Duty right now, which has, I believe, one live service, they did it twice, because they had Black Ops 4's Warzone type equivalent, and then they kind of retired that, and then they did Warzone, and then we're getting a Warzone 2 presumably at some point in the near future. They're able to keep that game running effectively because they have 8 studios working on it. They have 8 studios working on Call of Duty, as far as all the individual games and the live service. And 343 is one studio. And the fact that Microsoft is not investing in that studio to the degree that they really should be, because I think there is something wrong with 343 from managerially speaking. I think there are some decisions there that deeply confuse me. Even just simple things like, why would you launch your free-to-play game that will no doubt have millions upon millions of players on day one? Why would you launch that game with only 3 matchmaking playlists? Just like little things like that, where it's like, that's not a publisher decision, that's a dev decision, and it's a baffling one. But at the same time, it's also a lesson to everybody else, where it's like, if you want to get into this field, you have to fund the fuck out of it. You have to. 343. There's a lot of conversations about 343 needing to allocate resources, right? That's in their most recent update video. They're like, we're cutting co-op campaign split screen because we want to allocate those resources elsewhere. And to me, I'm thinking, like, you are a Microsoft first party studio. Why do you have to allocate resources at all? You should be able to say, hey, Microsoft, we need this. And Microsoft should go, okay, here you go. Because it's Halo. And if Halo can't do it, or if Halo's struggling right now, then that's, that should be alarm bells for Sony if they're trying to get into this space, because that is going to be a lot of upkeep. It's going to be no small feat trying to get one of these off the ground. So, I mean, continue, proceed at your own peril is what I would is the lesson I would take away from it, because it's clearly not easy, especially when you're trying to retrofit an old series into something that doesn't quite suit it. I pitched on the Defining Duke Ultimate that they should straight up go Final Fantasy 14 and unrelease it. That's what I would suggest, sincerely. Unrelease it and cook it until it's actually ready, so that it succeeds when it's back out in a way that it really should have.
Yeah, you're right in the sense that the game can be saved. It's happened on more than one occasion.
It will absolutely. Like, Halo Infinite will not die. Like, it'll be like, dude, it plays really well. I think that's the only reason why it's survived. It's because its base gameplay is really good. And the way I see it is, like, if Final Fantasy 14 can come back in a way, like, Final Fantasy 14 sucked, like, unmistakably. Like, that was like a average, like, I think it got like a 4.0 at most review outlets before it came out. It was unplayable. Like, it didn't have any reliable quest structure at all. If that game can come back and be the most popular game in the world from, like, a Japanese MMO perspective, there's no reason why Halo can't come back in a healthy way. But I don't think it can come back in the way that they're trying to, with these like incremental updates. I think they need to really make a bold decision. And that's for 343 specifically. But when it comes to Sony entering into this fray, just, take notes. Be aware of what you're getting into, because this is not simple.
No, it's certainly not. But don't you find them? I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll kick it over to you, Dustin. I mean, I find there's something up with that studio. That's what I find so peculiar. And I think Chris and I were kind of on the same track, where he thinks that they should kind of bring it offline. And to me, I'm like, the best thing you could probably do is to just apologize and promise that what is out there will work fine, and then just make something else. And you could take the whole core of it, but it's like, you could revive it. But I'm also questioning from their perspective, the wisdom in that, when you're not really making money on it, it's fulfilling a certain place in your existing subscription. This is where things get so complicated. It almost seems like games like this are intentionally fucked to keep you subscribed. I mean, the sardonic part of me feels that way. But what do you think about what Sony might be able to glean from what seems like 343's downfall from the outside?
I think that Chris covered things pretty extensively. The only point that I will make is just that Sony needs to make note that if they're going to make a live service, they really probably shouldn't do it with a beloved title.
Yeah.
They should make it from the ground up, so there isn't any kind of expectations on it right out the gate. Just in case it does fail, it's almost... Obviously, it would still be a devastating blow to the people that do like that game or something like that, but it doesn't feel like a blow to someone's, their entire established fandom of millions of people or something like that. That it's probably better off, as much as it feels like you might get a leg up by using an established IP, and maybe you could in some that are maybe worth the risk. Betting Halo on a live service wasn't necessarily the move when they didn't quite have the means to back it up.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens. I'm very eager. Sony's been so quiet. Very eager to see what they're going to compete with. All right, next up, as promised, Paul S. wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, rumors of Spider-Man 2 gameplay reveals are swinging around the internet. What are some features you're hoping get included or shown off in the sequel? So there is word that from some sources, some rumors, I guess, circulating that Spider-Man 2 is impressing and is apparently exceeding the expectations of Marvel. It's not a huge surprise. Insomniac is incredibly talented. Spider-Man 2 is a huge game, very important game. Spider-Man on PS4 and PS5, one of the best-selling games PlayStation's ever made. So, Chris, this is obviously a game we all like here, the original one, Spider-Man 2 2023. I assume we're going to see it before the end of the year, and I'm wondering what you want to see, what you're hoping will be shown off and included.
I don't know, but I just know I want to see it because I love Spider-Man and I love Spider-Man games, and I think Insomniac has done a lot to earn my trust over the last several years in a way that I think this is like a day one no-brainer, especially just as a Spider-Man game in general. Like I just think that character just lends himself so well to video games. It's insane. But as far as like what I'd like to see, I would like to see some changes. Although this is really just me. I feel like I was the only person making this complaint. But like I want the swinging to be more involved. I understand that it's very streamlined, that it allows anybody to really kind of get into this, I mean, pun intended, the swing of things. But I do like specifically Spider-Man 2 on the original Xbox and PS2, the amount of agency that you had over the kind of swinging that you could do. The fact that you could swing in like a loop if you wanted, and like hold on to, or you could shoot two at once and kind of like mess with like there was a way to express yourself in just the way that you moved through the map. And while that is present in Spider-Man PS4 and Miles Morales, it's still mostly, everybody is swinging the same. Like there's nobody's going to be swinging any differently. There's very limited uses in traversal with the webbing in comparison to older games where you could like shoot two lines and like slingshot. I think that was like peak shit. It was a little janky for sure, but I think with modern hardware you could more than easily make that feel amazing and make it feel slick and modern and cool. But beyond that, I remain, maybe this is pie in the sky, but I remain kind of optimistic that there will, hopefully there will be some form of co-op, because on PC, somebody dug into the files and they found references to co-op code. So like there was at least some intention early on with the original Spider-Man to have, or maybe Miles Morales to have like some element of co-op gameplay to it. And maybe that could have been a testing bed for this game. Maybe that was just a feature that was cut from the original. I don't know. But I think it would be cool. Like even just that extra just replayability or that extra longevity to the game, I think could be like a really cool thing. But beyond that, I just want to see Insomniac do what they do best and make a great Spider-Man game again. Like I think they've done it twice already. And I have no doubt that they can do it again. Maybe take a note from Web of Shadows and have like that black suit have a completely different combat set and different gadget set, different move set. That would be cool. That was a really cool idea from that game that I think was like sadly like never revisited. There's a lot of inspiration and a lot of different ways that this can go, and obviously we know Venom is in it, so that's obviously the black suit's going to play some role in it. But I'm just very, very, very stoked to see whatever the hell this is.
Yeah, I have to imagine it's going to be, again, Dustin, before the end of the year. I'm wondering, us to see it, of course. I'm wondering what you think about Spider-Man 2, the rumors of it being positive, and what you might want to see shown off or included in the game.
Easy. Spider-Mobile. Put it in. It's a little buggy that's in Spider-Man's colors that he drives around. I think this would be great. Drive up buildings, stuff like that. In all seriousness, I think I'm kind of with Chris that I don't really know what I want the game to be. I think that the things that I personally don't care for in these styles of open world games, other people really do. Like, here's basically 5 different types of missions, and you just do them all over the world or all over the map or whatever in slightly different ways. I'm kind of over that open world game design aspect. And so I'd like to see there be more variety of the open world style missions, I guess. But I like what Chris said about like doing co-op, more expressive ways of traversing around the world, since that is probably the most fun aspect of that game. both of those would be really cool.
Yeah, for me, I want a less is more approach. I just know that that's not going to happen. But I just feel like even playing a game like Cyberpunk, Night City just felt appropriately sized. It's big. It's got a lot of diversity, but it felt alive. And
right.
I don't think you need to get crazy with the size, you know? And by the way, where is it going to take place? I think that's a big question too. Is it Manhattan? They already have 2 of the games on that map. I really feel like this game has to take place in Queens or Brooklyn or something, both maybe, or somewhere like, you know, is it really going to be the same map?
Maybe all of the, maybe it'll be
the 5 boroughs.
Maybe not. Maybe not the Bronx
and Staten Island. Yeah, it would be cool to like. I feel like it has to take place somewhere else. I just think that's a tough challenge. I mean, that sucks. And they could lean into it and say like, well, the realistic thing is that it does take place in the same place. And it's like, well, that's inadequate though. You know, like that's not okay. Why not just release more DLC then?
Yeah, but there's only so many the thing is like Spider-Man, it's like the new Spider-Man's in Florida and it's like
yeah, I don't want that, but I think that they can, like, the thing is that they want to keep going even after this game. They can go back to Manhattan and rebuild it, right? And that would be like something new and special. But I have this gut instinct that the game has to take place in like Queens, which is where Spider-Man lives. But the problem with that is that how do you swing?
Yes, Queens isn't tall.
No, not at all.
In the same way. So like, but that's what I mean, I feel like the best that we can hope for, because they can't not have Manhattan in it. It's just like it is Spider-Man Spider-Man is from Queens, but he operates in Manhattan. That's everybody's understanding, is that he swings from the skylines, and it's like that's what's most fun about it too, is like being able to go so high and move so fast through these like corridors of concrete and steam and grit, and it's like it's a really cool feeling.
Yeah.
But it would be cool to be able to like maybe cross the bridge and go to Brooklyn and go to Queens, and then maybe even go to Ellis Island, which you could do in Spider-Man 2, by the way, and you can't do here because in that game you could attach a web line to a helicopter and ride it, just hold on to it and ride it to Ellis Island. I thought that was so cool. Just little things like that, just expanding the world that as is, I think would be more than sufficient, because I think most people understand it's like where do you really bring Spider-Man and have it make sense? It's
Liberty City.
Yeah. Hijack a car. Let me hijack cars as Spider-Man.
All right. Well, speaking of open world, Ryan Gerson wrote into us and said, "Hello, you gentle souls, you beautiful creatures of sensual tension. It's become commonplace amongst a lot of us, but open world game fatigue, as Dustin had said, has certainly set in over the last generation. When these styles of games are done right, they are truly marvels to behold, but even the best of them seem to fall flat for me and many others I know. My question, how do you guys see this genre evolving? How does it go to its next echelon?" Dustin, what do you think about that? You brought up the idea of open world fatigue, so this timing is wonderful from Ryan, and I'm curious, where do you stand on this genre? I don't know if it's safe to assume this, but I feel like out of the 3 of us, I am the biggest fan of open world games. I don't know if everyone would feel like that was accurate. And I totally feel that fatigue, but it speaks to a specific OCD style gaming that I like to do. But more and more and more is not the answer. I really do feel, Dustin, that refining what is there is important. Making an open world game in a neighborhood of New York City where you can go into the buildings and the stores and interact with tons of people and stuff would be much more entertaining to me than a Manhattan that is boring. So I'm wondering what you think, how this problem is solved, because unlike many other games, it really feels like bigger and more is what people want.
I don't know if bigger and more is what people want, actually, Colin. I feel like you just have to take a look at Elden Ring and Horizon. Horizon is probably the most refined version of what we know as the current standard of open world, but ultimately is going to be completely overshadowed by Elden Ring, because of the way that it's approaching it in a totally different way. And I think we started to see that first happen with Breath of the Wild. The idea that you don't need to have this grid of icons. You don't need to hold the player's hand constantly. Let them discover the world that you've presented before them. And so that's really what I see the direction of open world going, which is really exciting to me. I think that it's way, way, way harder to pull that off. But I think that the fatigue is real, but it's obviously not present in some of these select open world games that are doing things very differently. So I think we're going to start to see some attempts at this that aren't very good, which for me, the perfect example is that Immortals Phoenix Rising game trying to be like Breath of the Wild and just completely and utterly missing the point of what made Breath of the Wild a great game. And I'm curious how we'll see that implemented, because clearly they took the Dark Souls formula and made it open world, which sounds insane, but made it work. So I think that we're at a very interesting and exciting time for these types of games, and especially with how insanely huge Elden Ring is. In the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to see a lot of people take that design philosophy, and many will fail, and hopefully many will do well also.
I mean, we all know what I think the central pillar of what made Breath of the Wild great was that it had Zelda in the title. Chris.
Well, Colin, you always shit on Breath of the Wild, and then you're like, oh, Nintendo releases the same type of game over and over, and then they make a new type of Zelda, and you're like, oh, I don't like this. I'm just saying. People say I don't push back. There you go.
I'm not taking any more comments at this time.
Take that, comments.
No, you're right. It doesn't mean that something different for the sake of being different is better than the way that they did things either. Sure. I think the franchise that needed the major Nintendo franchise that least needed revitalization was Zelda. That was like the last one that needed to be touched. They had already done so many different things. Think about Minish Cap, Phantom Hourglass, and then Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild all came out within 10 years of each other. They're all fundamentally different from each other. Like, so some of them, Skyward Sword, not really very good in my opinion, but Minish Cap, not very good. But
as opposed to like Pokemon, which was like the same game for like decades.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like that to me that's why I kind of take the piss out of it, because it was just Zelda. I don't want to even get into this. I have a deep roots with Zelda and a deep love for that franchise. Like, going back to my youngest years, I fucking love Zelda. And to me, there was nothing about Breath of the Wild in my 20 hours with it before I gave up that I was like, this is not Zelda. Like, what is Zelda about this? What is this? Where am I going? What am I supposed to be doing? Yeah, to me, I'm like, that's a swing and a miss. But I know a lot of people liked it, and that's totally fine. All right. Chris, we already talked a lot about open world design, but I'm wondering if you have anything to add in regard to this level of fatigue that we're experiencing.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally it's more about the loss of. I think it's more about the loss of discovery. I think Dustin kind of put it pretty well. Where I just feel like even some of the earlier examples of open world type games, like stuff like Shadow of the Colossus, which I hold in like very, very high regard, really got this feeling of like dreariness and loneliness, right? And it, like that game world has nothing in it, but it's beautiful and it's so cool to wander around in. And I think what's so cool about it is because there isn't this very noisy kind of gamification of it. There isn't this like HUD or there aren't these like giant waypoints around the map. It doesn't feel like a list of things to do so much as it feels like a place to go. And I feel like the more waypoints and the more mini maps and the more all of it, not to say that those things don't have value. I think, in fact, the best way to go about it would be to let players customize their own experiences as best as they can. But generally speaking, a game that's designed without those in mind has to account for that. So if like you don't have waypoints, and you have to, that guidance has to be done through the world design. And I think that's like a very important aspect of it. And I think we used to have that. I think Shadow of the Colossus did a great job of that. And I think early, before Ubisoft kind of came into their own with like Far Cry 3 and some of the middle generation Assassin's Creeds, before that type of formula kind of took off and kind of shaped the way open world design worked, I feel like we had a pretty interesting dearth of games. Like even Grand Theft Auto 4, like there's a mini map, but like There's not like you don't have icons all over the map like while you're playing. Like it's a very immersive feeling environment. And I do wish that we could maybe pull back some of the more handholdy features. Not to say that there shouldn't be some, but I would like us to maybe go back to building worlds that felt like real places with actual things to discover, that didn't feel like everything had like a sparkle on it, like this, like, hey, here I am, come over here to interact with me.
You know
what I mean?
Do you remember? I think it was from the PS2 GTAs to GTA 4 that the mini map had a GPS on it. Remember, in the early GTA
You're right.
3D games, it would just show a dot. You actually had to figure out like how to get there. And, and then at some point they showed you. I think that happened in GTA 4, and that's kind of a sign, like an evolutionary step in what you're talking about of becoming too much.
Kind of. It makes sense for that world. I thought it got a little weird when it started, when games started putting the GPS on the road. Like that to me felt a bit much, because at least like if I'm looking at my map, there's like some immersive quality there where it's like, okay, I'm looking at my GPS. There's something there at the very least that works for the world. But no, I know what you're saying. Like there is a step that happens gradually, and you can kind of see it if you go through all of the open world games. Where it just kind of becomes too much. I'm pretty much done, but like it's like that joke image of Elden Ring that everybody was posting when it came out. Right. With, go attack this guy, and like everything had like a there was just a messy HUD full of bullshit iconography.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I was going to bring up that exact thing because I felt like Cyberpunk was kind of that, unironically. And
totally. Yeah.
Like not quite as bad as that comic book, like crazy fucking presentation, which is hysterical. It's hysterical, but it was pretty bad. And it is customizable. The cool thing about Cyberpunk, I thought, actually, in terms of its presentation, was its map. Just the customization on its maps were awesome. All right, let's move on. The Drunken Merchant has one that I think will be right up Dustin's alley. He says, "Hey, Slitbits, I have a bone to pick with PS Premium. With the release of Saints Row, many reviews claim it is a buggy, somewhat broken mess, so I thought I'd give it a try with the free trial Sony promised. To my surprise, there wasn't one, and still isn't one today. Upon further research, it has come to my attention that developers have 3 months to put up a trial, and it isn't required on release. Isn't the purpose of having a trial to prevent me from buying a game I'd ultimately dislike and or supporting broken and unfinished games? Gotta say, Premium has disappointed me again. Back in the XBLA days, a demo was a bite-sized portion of the game that came out before the game did to get you hyped. I suppose those days are gone. Be well and find a nice suburb to retire with that chicken of yours." Thank you, The Drunken Merchant, for writing in. So I don't mean to be too on the nose, Dustin, but this has to be in part because they don't want you to know that the game's bad. I mean, they're not releasing these demos with any confidence. I think if you play, I don't want to speak to Saints Row. It's not getting good reviews. I haven't played it, but my assumption is that a demo is not going to help that game sell. And so they're going to go as long as possible without having to fulfill some sort of obligation they might have made to Sony. I know you had some problems with a demo you were downloading for Roller Drome or whatever the hell that game's called. What do you think about this, about Saints Row kind of being MIA?
Well, a lot of games don't have trials. To me, I don't know. This doesn't really seem like much of an issue. I don't think they ever promised day and date every game at launch will have trials. I remember something earlier about the idea that all games at a certain price point will have to have trials. But I don't know. To me, it's from a business perspective. Yeah, you want all of the customers that you're planning on buying it day one to just impulse buy it and go for it. Like, to me, it's like if you were worried about the game not working, then you should read reviews beforehand. I guess, I don't know. To me, I just don't feel like this is what I ever expected from the trial aspect of the service. But to me, my beef has always been with the backwards compatibility catalog and stuff like that. So I don't know. It would be cool if every game had a trial at launch that was extensive, but I don't know. I never realistically expected that.
Chris, do you have anything you want to add before we move on to the final question?
Nah, I don't really have much to say. I don't really engage with trials.
Yeah, I don't either. I think what you're saying is right, Dustin, but there is this continuously years-long kind of implied nebulous promise that all games would have a trial. I mean, this started with PS4 and Vita. Like there were kind of not fulfilled promises. And I think Sony, as I understand it, is making a lot of this stuff themselves because the developers don't have the time or the inclination to do it. And I don't think having a demo really helps. I gotta be honest. I don't, unless you think you have something like really special that you want to get people hyped on, especially a multiplayer game that you can have people playing with each other in a some sort of quote unquote beta. I don't know that you really have any benefit from even having a trial available. Sony certainly has a benefit promising you one, and I understand your frustration not having any available to you, but this seems to be part and parcel with the way that they've promised things for a while. All right.
I think they need to get right the timing of like, hey, if we offer an hour trial on the store, if it says an hour, then you actually need to get an hour. Like just maybe get that consistency right. Like the situation I had with Roller Drome. That was the main issue I had at the time.
Zachary Newell has the final question. He says, hello, my LSM boys. The topic of Deathloop and Dishonored last week had me thinking, what is your favorite iconic level in a game? What is a level that instantly comes to mind when you think of said game? Examples that stick out to me are levels such as the train chapter in Uncharted 2, No Russian in Modern Warfare 2, or even World 1 Level 1 of Super Mario Bros. I bring this up because my absolute favorite is the Clockwork Mansion in Dishonored 2. The concept is so intriguing. A genius mad inventor who constructs their entire mansion as an elaborate shifting death trap, daring and mocking anyone to try and enter or steal from it. I feel like this level is worth the price of admission alone. Anyways, curious to hear your thoughts, and thank you for all that you do. Much love. Thank you, Zachary, for writing in. Dustin, you were happy with his inclusion of the Clockwork Mansion, so talk to me. What are some stages that come to mind for you? Iconic ones.
The Clockwork Mansion, definitely. I mean, that for sure is one of the best, most recent examples of an insanely good level. I feel like there's almost two types of things that I can think of, whether they're very memorable or very good are two different things. For example, one that comes to mind for me is the level in Halo called The Library. Is a very interesting tone shift for the game that is also kind of horrifying, that always sticks in my mind when I play that, when I think of that game. Not necessarily when I went back to it, when I did my Halo replay, I kind of didn't like that level. There's not very much variety in it, and it can be kind of annoying, but it's a very memorable level.
There's like a video of like the lead designers being like, what the hell are we thinking? There's some of these same rooms. It's really fun.
Yeah, exactly. I also just think of like the beginning of Bloodborne, when you first open the doors and see Yharnam, stuff like that is really memorable to me. And then I think of like boss fights too, like Psycho Manus and stuff like that. But there's many. I mean, I feel like I could list off like some incredible ones for just hours.
What about you, Chris?
Man. I don't even know where to I don't even know where to begin with it because so many come to mind. But I'm thinking of I think the Foundry in Doom 2016 was an amazing level. I think Super Gore Nest in Doom Eternal was wonderful. That was that's one that I can go back and like replay. Like if I'm just feeling like I think I'll play through that level again because it was just such a wonderfully paced kind of puzzle infused kind of combat loop. I think of Delta Halo in Halo 2. I think of the Covenant in Halo 3, where you get to fight two scarabs at once. Dude,
Silent Cartographer was the level that I always went back to on Halo 1.
It's very replayable. There are so many that come to mind that it's almost hard to even like parse through all of it. I think of my first experience with Left 4 Dead, like No Mercy. That whole campaign is very memorable to me because the first time I played Left 4 Dead, I remember being scared, and then like I would scream, and then I would laugh like a maniac, like immediately after. It was such a one of a kind experience. I think of the ending of Mass Effect 2. I can't even. There's just so many.
Dude, the in BioShock, Sander Cohen. Yep. That's like instantly that and Fort Frolic both. One other, because I just quickly searched like greatest video game levels just to remember some of the ones that stuck out for me. Dude, one of the best, and it's pretty recent, is the level. It's called Cause and Effect from Titanfall 2.
Yep, I was just about to say that.
Amazing. It's worth playing the entire game, which the entire game's great, but it's worth that level alone is amazing.
That's one of the best levels of all time. And I would also just throw on top of that, and we can end this because this is a snowballing. We could do a whole podcast on this, sincerely.
Dude, Sacred Symbols Plus.
Yeah, Sacred Symbols Plus, best levels of all time. But I think, sincerely, the second area in Hitman 3, the manor.
Yes.
Is, to this day, like, very, very astounding. Like, I love that level more than I love pretty much every other Hitman game in its totality. Like, it is so good.
Yeah, good answers. I mean, a lot come to mind. Shadow Moses comes to mind.
Oh yes,
just as a place. The floating continent in Final Fantasy VI is probably my favorite role-playing game dungeon ever. I love that whole sequence when the world is ending and you're basically fighting on this like piece of the world that's ending, and you have like a timer, and there are certain things you can do to save people, and that's awesome stuff. And then I was thinking of Mega Man 5, and a very nerdy reference, but Gravity Man stage, if anyone wants to look that up, that stage is iconic in 2D platforming. Everything's basically upside down, and it's just so fucking dope. I really love that a lot. So yeah, those are the kinds of stuff that come to mind. And then I was actually thinking in The Last of Us, I love the whole Regal Hotel sequence, which I think was the very first time we ever saw the game played, if I recall, which is like they're outside, like hiding behind the air conditioners, and they bounce and they like sneak into the hotel room, and then they're going down like around. Like, I love that whole thing. And then they end up in the basement and separated. So there's so many, there's a lot of good stuff, and the mansions and Resident Evil and so on and so forth.
There's so many good ones. I just remembered Ravenholm also in Half-Life 2. It's just like so many.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's a great question. That could spin off into its own.
That could be
podcast.
An infinite conversation, sincerely.
Indeed. Well, we've been going for a long time, so it's time to wrap it up. Plus, we're going to add more to this. This might end up being the most or the longest episode we've ever done. We'll see.
It's a chunky one.
Chris, do you have any closing comments?
No, I gotta find out what I'm gonna play next. Now that I'm done with Destroy All Humans, I'm
Neon White.
Yeah,
do it.
I should.
It won't take you long. It's a nice little bite-sized 1 or 2 days.
I probably
will.
Or
2 or 3.
I'll play it on PC. I have been dabbling in the Outer Worlds again, because it's a game that I never finished, even though I really love it. Like, I really love the aesthetic and the tone, but like every time I tried to like play it again, I would lose my save. So like I had to, for the last 3 times I've tried to do it, I've had to go back and like redo all the stuff. And I was like, so now I'm just like, I'm stuck on my laptop because I can't transfer the save. So I'm just going to commit to it and just like finish it on my laptop, as much as I would like to play it on anything else.
Cool, man. There'll be a sequel to that. That's in early development.
Yeah.
Over a bit at Obsidian. Dustin, closing comments.
Nothing really. I'm not looking forward to driving for 4.5, 5 hours, pretty much. Well, I have a few things to wrap up, but then we're going to Virginia tonight, and then Splatoon 3 tomorrow. I'm pretty excited about that.
Are you buying it digitally?
No, I'm going to go probably to like Target or something and get it.
Godspeed.
It comes with free sunglasses at Target, so you might as well.
Wow.
Might as well.
Good for you, my friend. Yeah, I don't know. I'm I'm looking forward to it. It's a couple weeks away on PlayStation, but Tunic, I really wanted to play that game, and it comes out September 27th, I think. So I'm going to play that. Right. But I'm going to wrap up The Last of Us Part 1 and its DLC, and then I really don't know what I'm going to do. I might go back into Deathloop and try to get the platinum. I don't know.
How far into Last of Us Part 1 are you?
Oh, I'm almost done. I'm in the final season. So,
okay.
Yeah. So I'll be done soon. I've played it for about 18 hours. I've just been distracted by other things. It's embarrassing actually, because Micah went out to buy her own copy because she buys physical games, and she got it after me and beat it like 2 days ago. So I gotta like pick up the pace a little bit. But all right, my friends. Well, it's good to see you guys. Thank you all out there for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols, Last Stand Media, patreon.com/Last Stand Media, merch, laststandmedia.store. We could not do it without your support. Leave us nice reviews on free feeds. Follow us on YouTube, whatever you want. Till next time, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.